Flight Sports TV, man. That's my dude. I rolls with him.
You heard what the man said. It's Flight Sports TV.
Flight Sports TV, that's where it's at.
Flight Sports TV.
What's going on, people? It's Flight Sports TV. I appreciate y'all for checking with me. Y'all already know what it is. We back with another one of them things. And tonight, you already know, man, we're going to have ourselves a master class of a show. We're going to bring that high-level Triple B talk to the people. We're going to bring that high-level Lamelo Ball MB1, the one-of-one talk, ladies and gentlemen. There's so much to talk about with the one-of-one, too. There's a lot that happened tonight, ladies and gentlemen. What a past 24 to 48 hours for the one-of-one. Out there on the Melo Faster Tour for Puma, we're going to get all into it. But Lamelo Ball has possibly a new teammate coming on the horizon. Well, he will have a new teammate. It's just all about the matter of who. And we've been bouncing the ping pong balls around here at Flight Sports TV for the past couple of days and hours and things of that nature and weeks. And to be honest with you, it seems like the Charlotte Hornets are zeroing in on their guy. And like I said, I've been studying this kid. I've been studying both players. You know, so, I mean, tonight we're going to get into it. I'm going to figure out what's the method to the madness behind what the Charlotte Hornets are thinking. Not to say that it's mad, like there's something wrong with them, but just to figure out where all this is coming from. What is their thought process here? Well, that's what I'm trying to, that's what I'm here to discuss. You know, and we're going to get all into it tonight. All reports. I'm here to tell you, hey, this ain't just no one or two, ladies and gentlemen. Multiple reports. This is out. This is concrete evidence, proof. You could staple this to something. The Hornets are zeroing in on this man, Brandon Miller. So I'm just letting everybody know, just be prepared, buckle up, because it may not be Scoot Henderson. I know a lot of people are married to Scoot Henderson. They're already thinking that he's the pick, but everybody just need to pump the brakes and slow down, because we don't know who the hell it's going to be. I'm just keeping it all the way 100 with you. It's Flight Sports TV. We're going to get all into everything, man. Salute to the legendary chat. Listen, it's about to go down. We got my man All Access in the building. Dex, talk to the people. We live.
Yes, sir. Shout out to Flight Sports TV, the machine, the voice of the voiceless, the people's champ, the hottest in these streets. Shout out to the panel as it reaches its premium peak. And shout out to all of the crazy. I'm talking about the courageous concoction that spews out of the cracks and crevices of Flight Sports block. Big ups to everybody pulling up to this extravaganza. You've been invited to a front row seat, Flight. All they got to do is hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, and hit the notification bell so you won't miss one iota of an exuberant experience. Oh my God. Scoot Henderson, where are you going? Where have you been? Brandon Miller, they said, has supplanted Scoot Henderson for the number 2 pick. Oh my God. I'm pulling out the strands of my hair and I don't have any. So that means I'm stretching my scalp and it is painful. It's very painful to see all of these wonderful pundits and beat writers screaming for Brandon Miller. I'm talking about when you said pump the brakes, Flight, they ain't pumping the brakes.
I remember.
They hit the brakes and it's to a screeching halt. I don't believe it, Flight. I don't care. It's a sleight of hand. I don't believe this madness. This is rubbish. No way are they going to put a guy like Brandon Miller, who stunk up the NCAA tournament for Alabama. He stunk it up in the biggest moments. He's not it. He's not there. This is just crazy kerfuffle. They just trying to hyperbolicalize the draft. Like this week is Brandon. Next week is Almond. The next week after that is whoever. Like it's a sleight of hand. They're just trying to hype up the draft because everybody knows who's number one. It's a reminiscence, like, to me, my perspective, my observation. To me, Flight, it just seemed like a reminiscence of the 2018 draft. Excuse me, not 18, the 2021, 2020, the 19th, 2019 draft. I beg your pardon. Get it together, Dex. Get it together, man.
Absolutely.
The 2019 draft. The Zion Williamson sweepstakes. Once it was set in stone who was going to get the Zion Williams sweepstakes, all of the chatter, banter, fodder was directed to the number 2 pick, RJ's Barrett. Is it going to be Obi Toppin, College Player of the Year? Is it going to be Tyrese Halliburton? Is it going to be John Morant, who had a miraculous strong run in the tournament? Oh, Taco Fall, for crying out loud. Flight. I just think it's a sleight of hand. And as we get more into this flight, it's going to unfurl that it could be possibly the sleight of hand to keep the hype up on the draft because we know where number 1 is going, we know who's got number 1, and we know who is number 1. So the excitement has to be for the rest of the young men in this draft.
That's crazy you said that because I haven't forgot about Wembanyama because he's just so solidified. I want to get into my man Basil Carpenter Jr. real quick. Shout out to Basil with $20 super chat. He says, salute Flight Sports TV, love and peace family. And then my man Basil Carpenter Jr., he follows it up with another $20 super chat, pumping his chest saying, let's go Nuggets tomorrow night. You ain't got to put the LOL. You got to put the smoke. Let them know you want all the smoke tomorrow. Don't lie. You feel me? So I mean, we're gonna find out tomorrow, man. You already know what it is. It's gonna be a movie. Make sure you touch down with Flight Sports. We're gonna be taking off something crazy. Pause. But you already know, man. Shout out Jay, Janoa, everybody in the chat. Just like Dex was saying, man, we've been in a conundrum for weeks, man. I've been studying these guys out. Dex, have you had an opportunity to evaluate and study Miller's game? I know you've been on Scoot. Were you able to keep an eye on Miller?
I saw him in a tournament when he stuck it up, like, because all that regular season collegiate basketball. Hey man, everybody's partying. Who cares? You know what I'm saying? Right. They're trying to get the finest girls. They peeking over at the cheerleaders because it have piqued their interest. Like the way they jump, the way they shake, the way they kick their leg up, and things of that nature. So listen, college is crazy within itself. Okay, listen. If you ever been to college, even at a JUCO or city college, I mean, the atmosphere is just mad crazy. It's mad fun. It's a bunch of jubilee. It's a bunch of kids who's entering their adulthood, but prior to entering their adulthood, they want to purge. And they want to purge all of the suffrage that they received under their parents saying, no, you can't do this. You can't do that. Do that. Do this. And college is just a purgatory of freeness and recklessness. So who cares about regular season? Like, we want to know about tournaments. whether it's your conference tournament or the NCAA tournament, because that's where stars are born and men, young men, ascend to the plateau of the summit of the mountain. And he stunk it up, right? Stunk it up. So I'm not going by this because when you listen to Fred Whitfield, Michael Jordan, not so much of Mitch,
Oh Lord.
but Larry Jordan, James Jordan, these guys want grit. They want grit and they want great. So they want toughness and they want finesse. They want somebody that's going to help in playmaking. You can find the skill set of Brandon Miller all throughout the NBA. There's nothing unique about this young man. The only thing that's good about Brandon Miller that he played at Alabama and he got him into the tournament. But so did Colin Sexton. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I don't see Brandon Miller as the next Latrell Sprewell, another famed Alabama alumni. I don't see it. I don't even see him as Robert Horry, another Alabama famed alumni. The Charlotte Hornet cannot have that position with a question mark. You can't have it at Charlotte because that position where Brandon Miller will occupy, they need production and they need production now. They're not going to can't wait 2 or 3 years for this young guy to figure it out. He can figure it out somewhere else. Charlotte, to me, kind of have a log jam there. So drafting, we all know Charlotte do some of the dumbest shit. We understand. But I think this is a new day for Charlotte because the commissioner have come down with his mallet saying, Mike, do better or sell your portion. And we have yet to see Mike sell his portion. So that's only telling me.
It's a joke. Well, Michael playing games.
He's going to do better. No, he can't miss. He really can't miss with Scoot. That's a non-miss. But I know people are cheering and parading for Brandon Miller, because he got smudged.
I like Miller, Dax. Dax, I'm starting to like Miller.
Well, this is what I'm saying. He got some gangster in him, I understand. But can the Charlotte Hornets stomach another guy coming in with such ugly baggage? He has attached to his name some ugly things that we, don't want to cheer about. I'm just saying, Scoot, to me, Scoot is crisp and clean. To me, it's just a non-brainer. You don't need a think tank to figure out who you're going to pick at number 2. Just like he didn't need a think tank to figure out who he's going to pick at number 3 in the 2020 draft. Wasn't no think tank. He told Nick, if Melo's there, get Melo. That's what the orders was barked from the Jordans. I'm talking about Larry. I'm talking about James. And I'm talking about Michael. If the Melo's there, grab him. Because even though we know that Mike Rupert wanted James Wiseman because he needed something young and invigorating in the center as the last line of defense for the Charlotte Hornets. But Michael Jordan dodged a bullet by getting Melo. And look what happened to James Wiseman. He went to the championship team. And soon after they won a championship, they dumped him into the team and then traded him. Oh my God, how filthy was that as a number 2 pick?
Right. We're going to get into it.
I make that same mistake.
We got the legendary No Panic. Also, we got a new guy who's walked that walk. Pardon me.
That's me. I'm down here in the Carolinas.
Okay. This your first time on the panel?
Yeah, it's my first time on the panel. I usually be in the chat.
What's your name in the chat?
Walk that walk.
Okay, I probably don't. How long you been rocking with the channel? I appreciate you for stopping by with us, man. Thank you.
Yeah, man. It's been about 5-6 months.
Okay, I appreciate you, man. You say you from the Carolinas?
Yeah.
Shout out to the Carolinas. You already know what it is. It's Flight
Shout out to
Sports.
the
So I mean, so you might be qualified. You might be a little overqualified tonight to be in this conversation. We definitely want to hear your talk. And you knew nobody heard of you. We got the legendary No Panic in the building. We're gonna get all into everything. Before we get to you walk that walk, shout out No Panic. What's your thoughts, No Panic, on this news that just broke? You know, you got all indications and signs leaning towards the Hornets taking Miller. What is your initial thoughts now that you heard this news?
I mean, I get it. I mean, I get it. It's a fit, but I just don't think Charlotte at the position right now. And the search for somebody for fit when what they gonna do with Rozier like in a couple of years, or when they realize that he's a 6-man at best, he's an effective 6-man at best or whatnot. Like, what happens at that point? I mean, I seen a lot of reports about all of a sudden he can defend both wing positions and he can play, but it's like, bro, like, go with the talent. So I mean, to me, it's Scoot. Like, it's a no-brainer to go get Scoot. You can build him when he down but inside the G League for 2 years. That's pretty much being a professional for 2 years versus somebody who, I ain't trying to knock him to bring up his pass or nothing like that or what going on, but that's bad decision making. Jaw in the same situation for bad decision making. So it's like, I mean, just Jordan, like, they lock up and get Lamelo. I feel like Lamelo, they ain't really been on the Lamelo case, but he followed them. And if y'all get Anthony Edwards number one, would Charlotte be a draw like theirs now? Would they get Wiseman? Would they be a draw like theirs now? I mean, I think this
we're gonna get into it. Shout out Walk That Walk, man, from the Carolinas. You know, pay homage to my guy. Shout out the legendary Hoop Jargon in the building. Y'all better go subscribe to the Legends channel. Y'all act like y'all know, goddamn it. It's Flight Sports. Walk That Walk. Talk to me, man. You see what's going on. You from the Carolinas. I'm giving you the floor, man. Let's talk.
All right, really Melo came and brought breath back into the Carolinas. Him and Miles Bridges, it seemed like Miles Bridges was gonna keep him around because that was his road dog. But when Miles Bridges got in trouble and Kupchak didn't make the move or trade and Rozier or Haywood or either both of them to get some more young pieces to roll with Melo, we kind of in the jam right now. So we gotta draft the right person this year, or Melo pretty much gone. Because at the end of the day, LeVar Ball always said his boys go win. And now that he got a little bit of leverage, he got to use it at the right time before he don't have it at all no more.
I like that analogy that you put right there, man. You know what the hell you talking about. You feel me? You know a little something. Shout out my man Walk That Walk. Now, cool. So who do you want them to draft? You from the Carolinas. What's going on in the city? Talk to me. Because this is New York. Shit, I had a whole rundown for you.
Really, I think we need to get Scoot. We get Scoot and get Miles back on a discount. And we make a right trade with either Gordon Hayward or Rozier to bring in some more little small young pieces, because we ain't gonna be able to get too much for them now. I think we got more last year. So we get Scoot, I think we'll be in there. If we get Brandon Miller, he better work out. We'll have a little bit more time to work with Scoot because Scoot a bigger name, but Brandon Miller, he'll have to work. If he don't work, it's over with.
I tell you what, if y'all draft a bust, it's over with. You know, right. So I don't give a damn what the hell. See, me personally, I ain't got no allegiance to none of these dudes. You feel me? Because some of these guys, y'all got allegiances, and you know, people y'all going to bat for. I just want them to get to the playoffs at all costs. Otherwise, it would be hell to pay. So I don't have no allegiance. Whoever the hell is gonna get them there, that's who I want. You feel me? That's me.
Yeah,
I've had other guys, they got allegiances, like they on the Scoot train. You feel me? Like, I don't give a damn. You know?
Word. I like Scoot. Man. I like Scoot because Scoot done played against some more competition, man. Brandon Miller had a good season. He a hell of a ball player, but I don't know if he ready to jump into this trash that we got going on in Charlotte and make it gold.
Yeah, man, don't have no allegiances, man. I mean, Dex, you got an allegiance. It sounds like Dex. I'm got to call my man Dex out.
Yeah. You calling me out? I'm on the Scoot train. And listen, I'm on the Scoot train for two different reasons. One, he's a name that will couple Lamelo and Miles and generate great income for the Charlotte Hornets and Charlotte Hornets fan base. We can get more TV time with Lamelo with Scoot on the team than Brandon. You know, these paths will have this all over the place, just plastered. So we can enjoy some good Charlotte Hornet fun up and down the court basketball. And my number one reason is what the brother just said earlier. And I've been echoing those same sentiments since the draft lottery. Is that Brandon Miller's playing with kids and having fun in college. Different type of pedigree. Whereas Scoot Henderson was playing with grown men, they had to play to eat. And by him being young and being tutelage in that kind of mindset, in that kind of atmosphere, it only honed his mental capacity to be a winner and to thrive through adversity. That's why I want that next to Melo. I don't want no lame duck next to Melo, no physically able lame duck next to Miller, a possibility, a question mark. I just think Scoot Henderson is beyond that. That's why I'm attaching myself, according to the draft stock, to Scoot Henderson, because it's business and it's mindset. And when you got business and mindset together, Scoot Henderson looking like a damn boxer out there. He doesn't really look like a damn basketball player. Look at his structure. Those are the players that goes crazy. He looks like a psychopath. And you need that next to Melo because Lamelo's a psychopath. So you got two psychopaths running amok against the opposing guard set. It's going to be a nightmare for the opposing team. It's going to be, I came, I saw, I conquered. Just watch and see.
Well, I'm gonna get to my man and no panic, but to defend some of the reports that's out for what the Hornets are leaning towards, I want to pose this to the chat, the panel, and everybody rocking. You already know what it is. It's Flight Sports. Listen, has the Charlotte Hornets seen Scoot Henderson before? You got to think. Well, didn't they just have Kemba walking through the turnstiles? You got Terry there. Who else? Hold on. Wait a minute. We got Muggsy from way back when. You know, I mean, haven't we seen
different ball game like?
I understand, but they're still undersized guards.
Muggsy went to college. Kemba went to college. Who else you name went to college? This dude is different. He's like Lamelo. They're different. They come through the unorthodox turnstile. They come through the vortex of something different and unique that has been successful in the NBA thus far, and Lamelo is spearheading it. So now he has somebody he can relate to that don't talk the college talk. They just talking business and taking care of business. I'm talking EPMD talk. Strictly business, baby.
Hornets better draft him an all-star. I know that much. You know, so if Scoot, like I said, I want to repeat. If Scoot is the guy, he going to be the second coming to D Rose. He going to be John Morant 2.0. Let's do it, goddammit. You know, but don't draft Scoot and he start getting it and start looking crazy. Similar to how these other guards are getting shuffled through the deck in there.
Like, you know, this is where you jump into conclusions, Blake. I'm sorry to interrupt. I just want you to frame it. Scoot has already been lashed in the G League. There's been reports when he first came through the ranking that he was playing with G League veterans. And they said, don't screw this up. And he showed them he wasn't going to screw it up. And so they fell in ranks. And then his second year, oh my God, explosion. This guy is ready-made for the stage.
And everybody got to see him play against Victor last year too. You remember it was on ESPN.
Scoot?
Yep.
Yeah, they went head to head.
I tell y'all, like when you watch that game, you see how he creative. He's a creative finisher, and I get like Brandon Miller can shoot his ass off. That's cool, but what else he can do to affect the game? And then every time you add Scoot to Lamelo, that's competition right there. That gonna make LaMelo better because he gonna understand there's another lead guard that can do kind of some of the things he can do. Maybe not the same level as far as playmaking, but he also can play make. When you put Brandon with him, Brandon just gonna fit in. And you don't really need that on a young team. People who can just fit in. You need competition at all angles.
I agree. It's called geometry, sacred geometry, to be honest with you. You're going to have LaMelo tacking at one angle, Scoot tacking at another angle, and Miles Bridges. Oh, my God. Do you know how many damn easy alleys Miles Bridges going to get? How many outlets, fast break, and Mark Williams guarding? Man, they got a definitely good young core. All they got to do is plug it in with some sophisticated veterans that will not get in the LaMelo Ball way. That's it. And that's easy. You can't screw this up. You have to be an imbecile to screw this up, a moron.
And I'm gonna tell you something else. It's another player who's a better shooter than Brandon Miller. Grayson Dick or Gray Dixon. I can't remember the exact name. He's a white boy. He can shoot his ass off. The best shooter in the draft. You got another first round pick. Package some picks together, move up into like maybe the lottery. You can grab them. Now you got Scoot. If y'all got an issue with him shooting, y'all act like they act like LaMelo Ball can't shoot his damn self. Like he can't catch and shoot. He shoot damn near 40% from catch and shoot. So bringing Scoot in brings you another playmaker. Allow LaMelo to go off the ball. And if you really do need a young shooter, you got another shooter later on in the draft. Go get him. You got
Dex. I'm sorry. I don't know if you can mute your mic when you're not talking. You got a lot of noise coming from there.
Hey, Dex, why don't you just mute yourself? Period, and just bow down to the Heat.
The Heat.
The Miami Heat.
Shout out to the Heat, but I mean, that ain't really the conversation.
Yeah, I know. Man. I'm just messing with Dex, man. Shout out Flight, man. What's going on with your fam?
Listen, we here to get into the Charlotte Hornets. We discussing a whole lot of LaMelo Ball, MB1 to 1-of-1 talk, ladies and gentlemen. We ain't come here to play around. This is grown man business, ladies and gentlemen. We were discussing triple Bs, anything involving that, and I want a serious tone. So right now we got the Charlotte Hornets. You know, they're zeroing in on the number 2 pick. And all indications are saying that they are looking for Brandon Miller. You know, they've got that guy. It's been a conundrum between Scoot Henderson, and now the reports are out. So what is your thoughts, Chance? Are you familiar?
Man. I like Scoot, man. I like Scoot, fam. I think they would have gelled better, a little bit better for me. And I just hope that Brandon Miller doesn't come in with a too much of a chip on his shoulder to like want to like take over ball spot. You know what I mean?
Who's gonna take over ball spot?
No, I'm talking about the attitude, like coming with a young man attitude, like I'm the next guy up and try to like, run for his spot. Because it's gonna create conflict on that team, and you don't need that. They're all still young players.
It ain't gonna be no goddamn conflict. You understand on this team? I mean, but go ahead. I just wanted to just
you already know Ball ain't gonna have that, but you don't want
no. He gonna get his ass to the back of the line. Let me tell you something. This motherfucker Scoot ain't fucking with Melo. Let me just tell you that right now, okay? I understand all this good shit y'all talking about, but we got to pump the brakes. He's a rookie. Let this man get drafted.
Yeah.
Okay? Let him get drafted. Yeah. He's an undersized guard. Yes, this man have been to the All-Star game. If he wasn't hurt, he would have been a multi-time All-Star. So let's just calm down.
Get to the NBA, make some consistent buckets first, and then we can talk. You know what I'm saying? Until then, just keep that to a minimum. Ball did his thing.
Scoot is the face of the franchise, number 1 option. I mean, but like I said, that's neither here nor there. Are you familiar with Brandon Miller?
Yeah.
Okay, so who's the better fit for Charlotte? Is it because it seemed like you got an allegiance to Scoot, and I'm not saying that because you leaning towards him. What is a better fit? Is it to pair him with another guard in Scoot Henderson, or is it to get somebody to fill in that 3 spot? Next thing
that 3 spot is a rotation unless you're going to get a big name for that 3 spot. You know what I'm saying? So unless you're going to get a big time player for that 3 spot, that can go against LeBron and the likes of them every night, then the 3 spot is going to be a rotation. You know what I mean? It's going to be who's the best guy up. But that 2 spot now, that 1-2 spot, man, you can literally have a McCullough, like, Damian Lillard, but better.
We saw that already. I mean, we've seen that. I know where you're going to with this. You're talking about the the guard pairing. I mean, like I said, I like Scoot Henderson. I ain't tripping on him. He's a good player, but I just think like you to defend the reports that are out. I think that you need a guy, you need a wing player like that in this NBA, or a slasher, a dude that could shoot. And I noticed that he can shoot. I mean, Dex mentioned that he flamed out in the tournament. I ain't gonna lie, I didn't see the tournament. I just was studying some of his clips and his highlights and where he can, fit in or the Hornets play. The Hornets could use a guy up there at that perimeter, operating at that 3-point line, walking in the threes, just dump the ball off and just say, just hold it down for us. Melo on the bench. You feel me? I mean, we need that. A guy who could do a 2-man game with Miles.
But you take Melo out though. You take Melo out, right? And you got Brandon Miller in there. Who you bringing in? You know what I'm saying? At least like try to help out a little bit.
Listen, you re-sign Terry. You don't need to get Scoot Henderson. I'm just speaking from a basketball perspective. I'm not saying that everything I'm saying is not gold. Everything that I'm saying is not crystal gold either. It's just my opinion.
Do you think he has a big upside play? Do you think he has a big upside? Yeah.
Of course. I believe all the top three. I believe Brandon Miller got a good upside.
I believe he does too. Yeah.
So
I'm just talking about as far as the pairing. Yeah, I believe they all do, but I'm just talking about as far as the pairing. It just feels like magic if it was.
Man, I'm gonna keep it 100 with you. My intellect is telling me what's gonna happen is Miller gonna get selected number 2, and then what's gonna happen is Scoot gonna get drafted number 3. He gonna get traded. Yes. Yep. I think either his agent or some representative. That's how this shit works. They just
who has that third spot? Who has that third spot again?
The Portland Trailblazers.
Oh shit! Portland's always known for doing something stupid too.
Yeah, they probably could use a dude like Miller. Yeah. The Blazers might use Miller. I would keep Miller if I'm the Blazers.
We're being reckless.
What'd you say, Dex? You breaking out, Dex?
Fight is going to destroy the Charlotte. Oh my God! You can't be kidding me.
You good now?
You're in the Matrix,
Good.
Damn.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, better.
I don't trust you, Chance. So you be quiet. Listen, Flight. You're going to destroy the Charlotte franchise. You're going to send them back to the Stone Age, drafting Brandon Miller. Okay, listen, Flight. You're going to put Brandon Miller where? Where you going to put him at? Where you going to put him?
I like Brandon Miller in the spot. Yeah, you do something with Gordon Hayward. That's what I think.
Okay, but Gordon Hayward, nobody's checking for Gordon Hayward right now.
So listen, he plays alongside of Gordon Hayward. Okay, Gordon might start. Unfortunately, I know nobody want to hear this shit, but this is the Charlotte Hornets. Gordon Hayward might start a little bit, and then eventually Miller would take his fucking position like they did with Miller. Listen, I'm just telling you what could happen.
No, but Dex, he does have a point here, though.
He has an opinion. He doesn't have a point.
Well, an opinion can be a point too.
And listen, Chance, slow down for a second, because all you're doing is being a contrarian. As soon as I start talking, you just want to be a contrarian. So listen,
I agree.
Stream, strike his opinion from the record right now, because he's just being a contrary. Listen, if you bring in Brandon,
you need to stretch your Wi-Fi to another network. You robot, fam. You AI. We're not getting none of this, Dex.
Yeah, we probably got to get better connection. You don't want to waste all your talk.
Go out and come back in, Dex.
But it's
not the case. That's not the case. You hear me now? Can you hear me now?
It's getting better.
Yeah, go ahead.
Listen, stop talking. Let me get this out before my shit start fucking up again. Look,
nobody's saying nothing.
You don't have a point. You have an opinion, and this is why I'm pushing back, because you try to crush me earlier, Flight, and now it's time for me to do some crushing. First of all, Brandon Miller, you're gonna wait. You're gonna age with Brandon Miller. Is he gonna sit and have to be distilled? Who he's gonna play over? He's not gonna play over Miles. He's not gonna play over Gordon. He's not gonna play over PJ Washington.
I agree.
Who the hell is he gonna play over? Now you have a harder time moving Gordon, Miles, and PJ than you probably have moving Terry Rozier. And even if you don't move Terry Rozier, it's okay, because you're bringing in a rook. You could have Terry Rozier for the rest of this year, or you can have it until All-Star break, and some challenging team that's in the mix might want to pick Terry Rozier up. Then you can insert Scoot. You still got a cheap Dennis Smith Jr. on your roster. Because even if you re-sign Dennis Smith, you're not gonna re-sign him for no whole bunch of money. He's only getting like $1 million a year right now. So how much? God damn.
Oh my God.
So if you get Scoot, it wouldn't be a bad bargain because you got 4 to 5 years with this guy, and he's already have shown he can play with adults. You ain't got to groom this dude. You ain't got to nourish this dude.
At all.
His name is bigger for a trade, like say he doesn't work out for you. Do you think his name is bigger for a trade later on than Brandon Miller?
No, I'm not even speaking about Brandon Miller. Should not even be in discussion. This is what I'm saying. You don't even need a think tank to figure this out. It's already written in the stars. It's already etched in stone. It should be Scoot Henderson next to Lamelo. That would be a dynamic backcourt because, listen, I'm going to tell you why a lot of people
know that, but he has to oppose it.
I'm going to tell you why a lot of people do not want Scoot next to Lamelo. Because they worship Lamelo. Stop worshiping this kid. He's not to be worshipped. He's to be enjoyed and celebrated. Understand the difference between
balls stardom.
But let me ask this question. That's going to end a debate right here. If you let's take LaMelo out the equation, right? Let's say he ain't on the team. Let's say for some reason he just stood out for the year. Who do you want to see, and who's the better team if you draft Scoot to that team without LaMelo or Brandon to that team without LaMelo?
Scoot.
Exactly. Like that's a no-brainer.
Scoot gonna sell jersey.
I just think Scoot brings play. He brings everybody out to play. You know what I'm saying? Like you when you play with him, it seems like people want to play with him. So you'll play a little bit harder, and he's gonna give you the ball.
As the business asset, Scoot go sell jerseys, and if Jordan really want to sell the team, you got Melo and Scoot. You gonna really have people coming to buy the squad then.
So thank you for answering my question about that earlier. I appreciate that.
And you got Miles. Don't forget Miles is still there.
Miles for the low.
Yeah, but you got Miles for the low, and he's still going to be dynamic. Miles going to be on a revenge tour because people try to write him off.
Yep.
You know, he's going to play. He's going to play with anger.
PJ going to get better.
What you do is you get rid of the Kelly Oubre's. You don't need no Kelly Oubre.
No, you don't.
You get rid of him. You use him for a commodity. Huh? You still don't need no Kelly Oubre. No, let him go somewhere else.
Prove himself in the playoffs.
I'm with the assumption of Hornets. I'm with this. My bad. I don't want to screw you up. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just saying let him go somewhere else because he was on the playoff team and they didn't want him. Golden State Warriors, remember?
Yep. And Wiggins outplayed him, took that spot.
So Kelly's just there to make sure his hair look nice and give what you call that shit, aesthetics to the team.
So you telling me? So you telling me that Kelly Oubre can fit in in a playoff team? I'm with the assumption of LaMelo Ball and Miles is going to be on a rampage. So you telling me Kelly Oubre don't fit on this team?
No, he fits. He fits, but I'm not going to put him. I'm not going to put him above a rising star that can actually.
He just want the Lakers to get him. No, my bad.
The Lakers. Heck no, the Lakers ain't finna look for no damn Kelly Oubre. I'll tell you, all they want to do is look pretty. All they want to do is be a pretty boy out there. That's it. Kelly Oubre ain't diving for no balls.
No
balls.
He's getting his money. He's getting out of here.
And I'd rather have Scoot playing point guard in the fourth quarter than Melo, because Melo will give you about 3 crazy shots in the fourth that might blow the game for you.
I disagree with you. I mean, I disagree with that point.
But Melo off the ball. Melo's good off the ball.
Hold on, sir. With all due respect, you just said that you don't even know what the hell Scoot Henderson can do. You understand? At the NBA level, this man been playing in the the G League, and you telling me that he gonna be able to play better fourth quarter minutes than an all-star, the face of the franchise. I think you're being ridiculous.
No, I think he's going to be playing the two.
He's going to be playing the two. He's ridiculous. Scoot will run the offense and finish the game. Melo don't finish games.
I don't know about that yet. I don't know about that.
I agree with you saying,
bro. That's a process right there, bro. To learn how to run the offense at the end of the game.
If you
Everybody
really
has to
watch
be in their
LaMelo,
spots.
like,
You have to be the general out there, bro.
Listen, let me tell you what's going
That's what
on that
Scoot-
issue. Let me tell you what's going on that issue. Let me tell you what's going on that issue. Scoot is not going to be pushing LaMelo to the side. That's not going to happen. Okay.
Melo be at the 2.
First of all,
Oh, go
it
ahead.
doesn't matter. They can interchange. But I don't even know if Scoot will be in the game at that sector of the game because you still got Terry Rozier on the team unless Terry Rozier gets traded. Because remember, you're drafting. Your team stays the same. You're not trading nothing. You're already there.
But
So
build on the
you-
young talent that you have. Get
It's
Terry
not
Rozier out of there.
happening,
Get
Dex.
Scoop his
It's
minutes
not
and build on the.
No,
You have a great young talent. You have a great young core.
you don't
Build
get
on that.
Terry out of there. No. You don't get Terry out of there. You
Why?
get Kelly out of there. That would be
Who?
your trading commodity.
Who?
Kelly. He would be your
Oh,
asset.
Kelly. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, you get Kelly out. He would be your
Yeah,
asset.
Kelly. Yeah, you can get
Kelly-
you can get something back from Kelly.
Because-
But too many people ain't checking for Terry Rozier, so you're right.
Hey,
But
I
like-
agree.
no,
like
a
you
lot
said,
of teams
though,
are
Terry-
taking Terry
I
Rozier
said
if he
the
agreed to
same
come off the bench.
I think Scoot.
I mean, he's
gonna
older.
drop,
He's
bro.
a smaller guard. I don't think too many teams are checking for
You
Terry
don't
Rozier.
That's
trade
he's a
Terry.
6-man. That's why.
No, you don't trade Terry at the beginning of the season. You can trade him at
Yeah,
all.
he's
Now you
not
take him in the middle. Yeah, you
That's
take him after
right.
the All-Star break.
That's right.
But you
Because
you
we gonna,
trade
we gonna
Kelly.
Let him help your young talent. Let him show your young talent how it is
If you
how
can
it is
get
to
rid
shine
of
out
his
there a little
ass,
bit.
you get
You know what I
rid
mean?
of
Get him a
now,
little
bro.
bit of experience, and
Who's
then
that,
get him out there.
Unstoppable?
Ship
You
that kind of-
already know it's me.
Oh, okay.
You already know. I told you, Dex. They
Yeah, we
gonna
stuck
get
with going Hayward.
they gonna get Brandon Miller, and I think Scoot
No,
gonna
they
drop, bro. Yes, they
No,
I
are.
hope
they
they
not.
don't.
Yes,
Bro.
they are, man.
Oh,
Yes, they
okay.
are.
Listen,
Bro,
how
money you can
ridiculous?
make off this team
Hold
with Scoop and
Hold
Melo
on,
together.
exactly. How
I
ridiculous do
understand.
this
No,
sound?
you
You
said.
being one of the
You're gonna
hottest
get a
You know,
person.
I'm gonna tell you
one
how
at a time.
ridiculous I'm gonna tell you how ridiculous I sound. The same cat that told you I don't think they gonna get Scoot and they should get Brandon Miller. And even though it's a rumor, oh here we go. Look at it.
You the
Charlotte
same
won-
cat that
I want to
said
follow up
Patrick
on that when I
Williams.
get a chance.
Hey, you the cat that said Patrick Williams is the best player in the NBA.
Damn.
I ain't finished.
Hold
And
on.
look,
Address that part first. Patrick
and
Williams.
look, no, we're gonna adjust what we're talking about right now. Then we get to the foolery next. And then look at it. Reports coming out. Charlotte Hornets might could be drafting Brandon Miller. Now to get to the Patrick Williams thing. Dex know I was trolling that day, man. I said Patrick Williams is better than Giannis and stuff. And he just been ever since I said that he just been running with it.
Yeah, that stuck to my head.
You
I
think
can't get
Brandon
it out
Miller
of my
is more
head.
like a Buddy Hield?
You said what?
Do you think Brandon Miller is like a Buddy Hield kind of?
No, I think his low ceiling can be Brandon Miller or PG-13. High ceiling PG.
His low
That's what I
ceiling
see.
is PG.
Low ceiling PG.
High.
That's a high
Listen,
ceiling.
high.
Damn, you said a
high.
PG short. Damn.
So what when you say it's low, Ben?
High. Listen, high.
When you say it's low, Ben?
I say low is like a little Brandon Miller or whatnot.
And his name
I
Brandon.
mean, not
so
Brandon
hum?
Miller.
You could be hum.
No, my bad. I'm tweaking. I meant to say Brandon Ingram. Brandon
Oh,
Ingram.
okay. I was like,
No,
lost
now
me
you
I
for a
don't
second.
know
I was like,
about that.
okay.
Yeah,
Now you bugging.
you bugging.
No,
Well, no, because Brandon Ingram doesn't bring it how he should.
Ingram,
Like he's so dope, but he doesn't bring it regularly. So I kind of feel where you're going with that.
So let me ask you this question: what do you see Scoot ceiling
I
as?
can't feel that one.
You said what did I see? Scoop?
Yeah, what do you see her ceiling as?
That boy can go.
Man, I see
Chicago
a
Bulls.
lot of
I see a lot of
De'Aaron
college
Fox
Texans
in
are
him.
better.
I see De'Aaron Fox in him, bro.
I see a lot of college.
So
I see
answer this question.
college Texans.
What's
Look better.
You a
I
Bulls
see
fan,
Tim
right?
Hardaway.
You a Bulls fan,
Ooh,
right?
that's nice.
And
I
the
wouldn't
He's trying
go
to
that
get
far.
Scoot to the
I wouldn't
Bulls.
go
He
that
got
far.
in the
I can't.
Wait,
you
Tim
gotta
Hardaway
go one
Jr.
at a
or
time.
Tim
You gotta
Hardaway?
go at a time,
Tim
bro.
Hardaway.
What'd you say?
All right,
Tim
so
Hardaway.
you a Bulls fan,
Oh,
so
man.
let me ask you this question: what's the biggest weakness that you keep hearing about Scoot? I mean, not the biggest, but what's the one weakness you hear about Scoot?
The 3-point shooter.
Okay,
Yeah.
now the second question: don't y'all got a point guard that going from 32% to like 40% in a matter of 3 to 4 years?
32% to 40%.
What Lonzo
40%.
been shooting in LA?
I can't say it again, bro. You said
in the low 30s. In the low 30s.
And what he been shooting when he leave? Not when he his last league.
what? Okay, hold on, but what Lonzo got to do with the? What
No,
you
okay. Well, let me do it. Let me tell you. Lonzo Ball going from quote unquote one of the worst 3-point shooters in the league to a couple of years later now he one of the best.
Yeah.
So if the
yeah.
only weakness for Scoot is the 3-point shooting, you don't think that's kind of a good thing that they probably can work on that more so than
Yeah,
with
of course.
Brandon Miller? He got to work on actually having he don't got no moves to get to the basket. He got a low release with his jumper. His jumper's a slow release. So at the end of the day, it's like you got more to have to work out with Brandon Miller on a team that a lot of people may feel Hornets may be a playoff team.
What is Brandon? What is
So do you
Brandon
think he's like
Miller?
Slow-Mo
If
Anderson?
you know what's Brandon Miller weakness?
His weakness is he don't got he's not effective getting to the basket. He don't got a handle to
What?
get to the basket.
What?
He can't create space.
No,
I
that's
don't
not
agree.
true, bro.
I say
I
it's
don't agree with
motive.
that one.
That's
I
not
don't
Go
agree
true,
with that
look.
one.
no,
Listen.
no.
When
If you watch
matter
his
of fact,
game, that's not true, sir.
That's not. That's
listen,
definitely not.
unstoppable. When you because you was the first person and the only person that been saying Charlotte should get Brandon Miller. I'll give you that. But after you tell me that, I did kind of change my mind on who he been in his game. But I really watched the game, and I still think Scoot is
Well,
the
you
better
really
pick.
watch his game? How many games you don't watch? You really watch his
I mean,
game?
shit, he only played one game in college.
No.
I mean, not one game. He only played one season in college.
Bruh, no.
And then when I watch him at his biggest moment, right, when he had the cameras on him in the NCAA tournament, he flamed out. When you put the cameras
Okay,
on
but, you know,
Scoot,
but nobody knew that Kyrie Irving was
hold
Kyrie
on.
Irving.
Stop.
When you put the cameras on Scoot, when he been going against the #1 pick this year in Wembanyama, he shined. So when I look at every
30.
aspect of basketball, the only knock I can see on Scoot is the shooting, the 3-point shooting. He don't got a bad shot
That's gonna
selection.
get good. He's gonna develop that, or he might.
That's a big thing, though. That's a big thing in this NBA, though. We acting like that's nothing.
I mean,
Hold
he's
on,
a
hold on,
two-time
hold on.
MVP player without a
Hold
three.
on. So you say for the big moments. So when the big moments happen, when it's time for the big moments, so that's gonna be Scoot job.
No. Hold on.
And
I'm
LaMelo
not
should be
basing.
the one to be doing it.
It's gonna be all good till motherfucker put a zone on his ass and don't play defense on him. Then y'all gonna say, "Oh man, we gotta get his ass out the game. We gotta get him out the
Really,
game."
like you watch Russ. You
know
watch
y'all-
Russ
you
had a
know
whole
Hornets
career
fans,
without
stop
a
it.
three.
But you know it's gonna be a learning curve.
The reason why players that can't
I
shoot
tell you what, the
ball
nigga
that
built
good-
like a kangaroo. The nigga built like a kangaroo. You better not swing on him. You better not swing on him.
Does that matter?
He looks strong. You better not swing on him.
I think that they man, that's they get Brandon, bro. That's a big lineup, bro. Like Melo and Brandon, like, come on, bro. Like,
But Melo and Scoop just don't like it. It just feels like prime time. It feels like Lakers shows. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it just feels like that would be a show every night.
Bro, Scoot Henderson is retardedly fit. This is like Russell Westbrook 2.0.
Yeah, I'm telling you, the boy.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on, Unstoppable. My bad. I want to get to Zen real quick. Just hold your thought, Unstoppable.
Did y'all hear me?
Yeah. Hold on. I didn't hear anything. You just logged out.
I'm saying you can't. I don't want to gloss over what you just said. You cannot just put a zone on the Charlotte Hornets just because Scoot has trouble.
I didn't say the Charlotte Hornets. I didn't say. I said. I said that and made a mistake. I meant to say. It's gonna be all fun and games so they don't play his ass like or play the Scoot. Let's say they drop back on him. Okay. Brandon Miller's a rookie. They gonna drop back on him.
This is the thing. With Brandon Miller, the difference is like I was saying. Brandon Miller is playing with kids. Scoot playing with grown men who play to eat. It's a different dynamic. I'm trying to explain something to y'all.
I dig that.
That's where that motor come in. That's why I say Brandon Miller ain't got the motive to take the Hornets to where we trying to get the Hornets to. That
we can't necessarily say that because we don't know.
Right.
We don't know.
We know. Who don't know?
No, I'm saying no. We literally don't know. He could literally come in and be a Joel Embiid. Like nobody thought that Joel Embiid had all those.
No. Come on, man.
Dude literally got hurt.
Just talking out the side of your neck.
Come on, man. The injuries on there.
This is what I'm saying.
What are you guys talking about?
The injuries the only thing here, Joe.
You don't know what the man can do. You don't know what the man can do. And then really give a second.
Once we get
I know. I'm sorry, Zen.
Oh, it's all good, bro. It's all good. I just came to get in the flow.
Oh shit! Oh, snatch it on up, bro. You already know.
But I want to go off what Zen said. I kind of agree with you saying how he's a Russell Westbrook right now. But I think in given time and you know what I'm saying, hearing about his work ethics and you know Curry gonna take him under his wing. I think he'll improve. The same thing with Miller. Miller is young. Like I don't think Miller gonna have the same problems. He work at his game. He go.
Look, all these young dogs is working now.
Right, you know what I'm saying? But
these young dogs ain't playing no more.
To me, I think Melo and Miller will be a good duo, and I think Scoot need to go somewhere where he gonna be the guy. and he's gonna be
Oh,
controlling
But
everything.
stop
why
it.
though? But
Stop
why
it.
though?
That's just
Yo,
that's
nah,
Because you might get in a bad.
I
Stop
believe
it.
that. I believe that.
But
I'd
he might
rather
get
be
in
a
a bad
part of a young
situation with a
core.
bad coach or a
let me
bad
say this.
franchise and hurt his career.
Let me say
Oh
this
my
because
God, you
I
guys
know
are
why.
conflating
I'd rather
everything.
be a part of a young core.
Man, they need to
but
call
still,
Utah and get a haul.
Okay, but would you rather be with a bogus team like okay, no offense, but like a Detroit, right? And you're starting from the ground up, knowing that you got more game than that, right? But you don't have nothing to build around? Or would you want to go to like a Lamelo and we could build together and literally be a young core out here
Now,
shining?
who need a point guard? Who in the league need a point guard right now?
I would say this. I'm
They're
gonna answer this.
regardless right now.
I'm gonna say this.
Everybody just whatever.
Boston,
I'm gonna say this.
but they ain't getting him.
How Scoot game is, I don't think
I
he
mean, it's
needs to go
possible.
I don't think Charlotte needs to pick him. I think they should pick Miller. Now let me say this because Dex he said, "Oh, he just wants
Got
Chicago."
Brown over there.
You know, Chicago. No. Like Chicago is cursed. The
Y'all need to work on
Cursed.
Patrick Williams.
Cursed.
That's what y'all need to
Brandon
work on.
They cursed the point
Miller
guard.
could be like what you call it from Phoenix. He could be like a Booker.
He's gonna
You guys-
fall. I'm telling
You guys
you.
got to see the vision, man.
If
Charlotte
Charlotte,
will win.
Charlotte don't get him, he's gonna fall. Bro.
Let me-
Now, let me tell you something. If he gonna be a damn what's the name like he a Booker, you better draft his ass.
I'm
Yeah,
saying,
he gotta
no,
have-
but I'm saying,
I don't
but
see
it
that
took Booker a
mold,
while though.
Ain't no
Nobody
Miller
like
gonna be
Booker
no
wasn't
damn
doing his
Booker.
thing coming out of Kentucky. It took him a couple of years to beat Booker. You know what I'm saying? Him and Tyler Ulis was trying to get it together. Tyler Ulis didn't make it, but Booker
Hey, I'm
turned it
gonna
to
tell you
Booker.
some real
It
shit
took him a
about
minute.
had
Booker.
that motive. Booker
I
would
want to
work.
cop my plea. I want to cop my plea if I can. Charlotte, if you listening, draft Scoot Henderson. Keep Scoot Henderson. You will have the two best young guards in the NBA under 23 years old, 24 years old, as far as I'm concerned. This guy will provide a change of pace because LaMelo's kind of methodical,
Thank you.
finesseful. This guy's, like I said, Russell Westbrook. So now you can speed the tempo up. You can slow it down. You can do all kind of stuff with these two.
But
All
LaMelo-
kind of mayhem.
But I think they'll feed. But I think Melo will feed off that.
Hold on, champ. LaMelo is only methodical because LaMelo can play two spectrum of the game. He can
He's
play
cerebral.
upbeat.
Nah.
Yeah, he can play
I
upbeat.
think he gets
No,
bored.
ain't no nah.
Nah.
He can play.
Yeah,
he can
old
play
Gordon
up.
Hayward.
Hold on, guys. He can play upbeat and he can play half court.
But he ain't the
the type of-
finisher. He ain't as fast as Henderson, and he ain't the finisher that Henderson is.
But I think he gets
He
bored.
can be.
So we got-
he can be-
so you-
he slowed down for the team. I feel like LaMelo
there you
slowed
go.
down for the
He said
team.
it right there. That's what I was trying to say.
That's why he missed
slowing
Miles
down for the
Bridges
team.
last year.
Because Gordon Hayward, listen. We watched a lot of Charlotte basketball.
Yeah.
But he wants to go, and he can't go.
Why
like how he
everybody
wants to.
keeps talking at the same time?
One
I
mic.
mean, everybody interrupting everybody, so we just
Boom,
gotta get some order.
boom.
Nah, man, we get reckless. No, don't take us back to the past. We get
No, I
reckless.
said we gotta
Listen.
get some order. That's what
Boom, boom.
Only thing, listen. What we got? Hold on, guys, please. Listen. When you draft Scoot Henderson, the pace is gonna move fast exponentially. What happens with Melo? He slowed down. Remember, Borrego was used to tell him slow down. You follow what I'm saying? Cliffy's trying to tell him slow down. LaMelo is a high-paced guard. You're going to see the best of LaMelo when he's played with reaction and not trying to think out every single thing because Terry Rozier don't want to run. PJ Washington don't want to run. And that freaking Gordon Hayward don't want to run. Every time he gets the ball, he slows it down, even during a fast break. So
Gordon
with
Hayward ain't
Scoot,
got the game
LaMelo, and Miles, now you have a preponderance of fast-paced players over the two left lethargic players. So
But you do
they have the
IQ,
majority.
But now you have a better
Let,
IQ.
let,
Miles
let,
averaged
let me
20.
ask you this:
That's a hell of a backcourt.
Would you be mad if they decided to trade the pick?
Yeah.
Yes,
You'd be
They
mad
can't
if they
afford to
trade the
trade
pick?
no pick.
bro. Why would you? You have two options right there that can literally take you somewhere.
The
And you're
reason why
gonna
I
trade
say
the
that
pick?
depending on what you get, man.
You better go get Kevin Durant. Then.
I'm saying depending on who you getting.
I'm saying you better make a big blockbuster trade then, because I mean these might be blockbuster stars you just missed out on. You don't want to be Portland again.
Leave these old dudes alone, man. Leave these old dudes alone. It's time to move on.
Look, these young cats are coming in tight. Look, they Lions right now. They ain't Cubs. They ain't coming in Cubs.
Well,
like that's why I like Memphis a little bit because they was coming in. You know what I mean? It was dog eat dog, and I want that back.
and it
You
feels
want to
like the young
build.
talent is starting to bring that back. And
I
I
like
think
teams that
LaMelo
build.
and Scoot,
this
I think
is the
LaMelo and
thing
Scoot
too.
together, it'll be that dog. Like they're literally going to show each other, and they're
Nah,
gonna bounce off of each other. And I think they would
I
blend
don't think
well.
it's gonna. No, I'm sticking to what I'm saying.
I think
And
they'll
then
challenge each other, man. I think it'll blend.
Miller, and LaMelo. I think that'd be a better.
I don't
fit
think LaMelo
together.
wants the ball in his hand like that all the time. Like he literally probably wants to be off the ball sometimes. You know what
I
I'm
think
saying?
these two will
Makes so
complement
good.
each other
Makes so
very
good.
well. Very,
I think they
very
will.
well.
I think they
I don't
will.
believe that shit.
Yep.
I don't think it's gonna be like a McCollum and a Dame Lillard. I don't think it'll be like that where it feels like it was
No,
planned.
no.
Because they were all
Lamelo's
trying to
6'7".
They,
Lamelo's
no,
6'7".
but they actually passed the ball, so it's gonna look like more of like a.
I'm telling you,
And I know Scott. I know Flight want to move on, but Scoot got a 6'9" wingspan.
No.
He's
I
6'2".
was just playing. I was playing because he said that I don't want to see LaMelo. He said that LaMelo Ball don't want the ball in his hands. I don't think Melo want the ball in his hands all the time. That's the next
I
question.
feel
It
you.
was just a joke.
No, he don't.
I feel you.
No, that's true. He don't. He don't want the ball in his hands all the time. LaMelo want to get out there and roam and play off ball because let me tell you something about LaMelo Ball. According to his dad, and I'm quite sure his dad knows him more than all of us, right? Because he raised him, groomed him, and chaperoned him to what he is today. According to his dad, the big baller himself, Melo plays point out of necessity.
Yeah.
Not because that's what he is. LaMelo is a scorer. Remember when he played with the Chino Hills, right? He moved off. Only reason why he moved on the ball because Lonzo left and it wasn't nobody better.
Yeah.
It wasn't nobody better, so he played out of necessity. But Jermaine Jackson, his manager. Please let me disseminate this information. Please
Don't take it personal, Dex. Don't take it personal, Dex.
I'm trying to give information. Motherfuckers giving out opinions.
I know, but you said Jermaine Jackson.
I mean, I mean, not Jermaine Jackson. That's Michael Jackson, brother.
Don't take it personal.
No, Jermaine Jackson. You're right. No, that's Jermaine Jackson's manager.
Yeah,
Jermaine
don't
Jackson.
take it personal. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I get the joke.
Yeah? I didn't know that.
Okay. Listen, he was doing a slam interview, right? Prior to LaMelo going over, I think it was either going overseas or going to the draft. No, going to the draft. And one of those two chronological orders. But regardless, the information is this. He was saying LaMelo's a passport point guard. I mean, he was just giving a stellar, stoic interview. And LaMelo comes out of nowhere, out of the big baller estate, and say, "No, Jermaine, that's not true. I'm not a pass point first guard. I'm a scorer." Like basically, I'm a scorer. So he defied that narrative that was on him because he didn't want to get drafted with that narrative on. He's a pass first point guard, and then if he gets drafted to a team, this is what they're going to expect. So he hurried up and diminished. Yeah, he can pigeonhole. Exactly, good word. He hurried up and diminished that narrative by saying that he's not a pass first point guard. So with the advent of bringing in Scoot Henderson, that is going to be one dynamic backcourt.
Duo.
If you thought Terry Rozier was the good player of the medal,
you botting, Dex. Dex, you botting.
Dex, you in the Matrix.
Dex, you botting.
You in the Matrix. But look, Scoop is going to do justice over here with Melo, right? I literally think they're going to bounce off each other and they're going to feed off each other as young players and young, like they're going to know each other's talent. They're going to see, okay, talent, no talent.
I'm calling right now. Scoop going to be Orlando Magic.
No, hell no.
Drop, bro. He's going to drop, bro.
Don't do that to him.
Oh no, the Magic got a nice little future happening right now. Don't front on the Magic.
That is that is perfect for Scoop, bro.
Hey, Unstoppable. You know the crazy thing about it? Then say some shit that y'all just let go this now. He's 6'2" with a 6'9" wingspan. Y'all
for real.
I already knew that. I already knew
that means he's going to be a plus defender at the point.
Exactly. Like a damn gorilla.
The same effect Lonzo had on defense for y'all as a point defender.
Listen, man.
That's exactly what Scoot going to bring you at the very least.
Melo still want his brother over there, man. They get
Marcus
Miller, bro.
Smart can't shoot that damn
They
30,
get
40%.
they
But I
getting
think,
Brandon
but
Miller,
I think
bro.
if you play with Scoop, right,
They
you might
getting
take the
Brandon
part
Miller,
because
fam.
you
No,
might
I
have
no
to.
who they pick.
Bro, you might find
That's not
They
my debate.
picking
I
Miller,
just say
bro.
who they should
the
pick.
mindset is you might find the best friend of Scoop, man. I'm telling you, they might be a tag for the ages, bro. With the
Bro,
mindset
you
they both
sound like
have.
you underwater a little bit, bro. Is that just me, or
Yeah, that shit
you
that
sound
sound
funny?
crazy.
Am I good? I should be good now.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you a little louder
Yeah,
now.
that's better.
Okay. No, but Scoot, look, I think that'll be a dynamic dude for the ages, bro. Like honestly, like you can't that kind of talent together, like raised together almost, basically balling together, young. That would be amazing,
Yeah, you got a
amazing.
one and a two in your backcourt. Take
You
it.
got a one and a one, like you can one and a one or two
I
and a two,
mean,
like however you
Miller
want to
can
do
play
it.
the
No,
Miller
I
can
mean
play
in
the two
terms of
guard.
draft picks, there'll be
Oh
one
yeah,
and two
yeah, yeah.
draft pick wise. Yeah.
And
See,
there's
but
something
what if
right
Brandon
here
Miller
where
does? But what if Brandon Miller ends up being like an Anderson, like
He, he
slow?
he's
but that's
You know what
why
I'm
I'm
saying?
he's
Like
saying you
not.
never know.
He's not, bro. You can go look at him. Brandon Miller. I don't get that type of vibe from Brandon Miller. You know what I'm saying? I'm
no,
telling
no,
you,
no. Like he's not
I
fast paced to the lane. You know what I'm saying? It's not like he gets to the lane efficiently, like fast paced, like easily. You know what I mean? He struggles a little bit. I see that,
Listen,
but
I
in the
see
NBA,
everybody
in the
Harrison
NBA,
Barnes in that boy.
in the NBA, you're not playing against nurses and
Who are
doctors no
more
more.
athletic
I
Harrison Barnes.
guarantee you, Lamelo is pushing for Scoot Henderson. I guarantee you this.
Especially with
Some
nah.
And see
Scoot
the thing
Henderson
somebody
about
I don't
said
think he
LaMelo,
is.
like I
I don't
think
think he
LaMelo's
is.
so
He's not
calm
pushing
and
for
is
no
Go ahead,
smooth
damn
with
Travis.
the
Go
Miller.
shit.
ahead,
I
Travis.
don't
Sorry,
think
say
he
something.
even go ahead.
You
somebody
listen,
said
no
Brandon Miller good at assisting shooters.
Listen, we don't care
He's
about all
good at
that.
what?
Listen, no panic. Come back to no panic. Listen, no panic. Think about this right here. LaMelo is not trying to keep Miles Bridges out of a job.
Right.
So he will love for that slot for Miles Bridges to be unoccupied and don't have any type of convoluted tension in that spot. Trying to bring in another three.
Miller would be the two guard. What are you talking about, Dex?
How you know he's going to be the two?
They're not
Cause
gonna put
I,
him. He
cause
like
I
listen.
know.
He's
Cause trust
6'9",
me.
right?
He's
They're gonna put
Yeah,
him
how you know
back
he's
on the
going to be a
ball when he
two?
want to do some shit.
They gonna put him at the two. I'm
You
telling
act
you.
like Miller
Bro, he's not
6'4".
LeBron. He doesn't have
He's
LeBron speed
playing
out there
six
at
nine
6'9".
two.
They gonna put him
Yeah,
at
I
the
mean,
two. I'm
come on,
telling
He
these
you.
gonna
guys are
get blown
ridiculous.
by, bro.
They're
Like
gonna put
think
him at
about
the
it.
three, bro.
Think about it.
They gonna put him
Kyrie
at the
plays
two.
the two on with the Mavericks. That's who he gonna have to stay in front of. Think about it now before you say that.
I'm telling you what.
Bro,
I was gonna say he's
Harden.
embarrassed. Hey, listen, and I'm about to
Jalen
break
Brunson
down
would
why
take,
I start to
he would
feel
take his
like
cookies.
I
the
can't hear
Charlotte
you
Hornets.
too many people talking at the same time. One at a time, player.
Oh,
One at
go
a
No,
ahead.
well,
time.
let me say this real quick, and I can't really got to say too much to say. This why I starting to believe right now today that the Charlotte Hornets really is a trash organization if they draft Brandon Miller. Think about it like this. They spent 2 off seasons trying to bring in the guard that can be one of those players that they can, when Terry come out the game, they can bring another guard who can handle the ball, but not so much interfere with LaMelo playing offensively because they want him to play on and off ball. That's one thing. So skipping on his arm scoop, that's the first thing that's stupid. The second thing would be, why would you try to, if you know you're going to bring back Miles Bridges, why would you try to alienate that by bringing a player that can possibly be a plate replace
Thank
him?
you.
And now you got to
Yeah,
start a
that's
Yeah,
player
just
that's like his
dumb.
best friend. He gonna feel like, oh, y'all don't even care. Y'all really
Yeah,
yeah,
don't
no
that's
care
just
who they
dumb.
bullshit.
with. Y'all trade for friends
And that
away
was a smart,
and
that
paying
was a
this
smart
person.
analysis.
And that's two reasons right there
I
now.
just said that.
I didn't think about that. That was a smart
Exactly.
And
analysis.
dude only got
I
10 games
don't
left
think.
on the suspension, y'all. He'll be back for 72 games next year.
Yeah, yeah. He
And
can't
Miles
wait to
Bridges
get
is a
back on that
beast, so
court.
it's hard to really get rid of that.
Now I know it's gonna be controversy. I know it's gonna be controversy because you're gonna have all the women groups and all the people that
Oh,
patronize that victimization aspect of it. So he's just got to fight through it. He's got to be do some he got to do some work, some
Somebody
groundwork
else will be the
in the
next. Somebody else will
community.
be the next social media folklore right after. So he'll get through it. He'll get through it.
look, John Morant done made it easy.
Exactly.
Exactly. I'm
Look,
glad you said that.
not even that. Dylan made it easy for John Moran because John Moran was messing up so much that we didn't even look at John Moran doing all the
And at the
negativity. He
same,
was
and the
doing.
beast on some real shit. Like I go to Charlotte Hornet games. I from the Carolinas. Like nobody's really looking at Miles Bridges and being like, oh yeah, I don't want him back on our team. I don't want him back in this city. That nobody really cares. I ain't say nobody cares that that's a serious situation, but it's like that shit ain't gonna affect nothing. Like ain't nobody. They ain't gonna look
I'm
at it
of
like,
the
well,
opinion, no panic. If the law don't put you away, then why
exactly.
should I, as your employer, really go hard on you? That's how I
We
feel.
watch a lot of
Exactly.
entertainers. A lot of
And who?
entertainers
But
go
who am
through
I to do
worse
it
shit,
anyway? Like, who
and
am I to
because
go
they
hard
in
on you?
jail, nobody gave a fuck.
Miles Bridges had a whole year to clean up his bad behavior.
Yep.
He was spiraling out of control. We seen it, and he was posting it himself. He was, posting sabotage his own character according to public opinion.
But
So
did
he
you
had a
hear what
year
No
to think
Panic
about
said,
it.
Dex?
Go
Did
ahead.
you hear what No Panic said, Dex?
Go ahead.
He said, entertainers. How many entertainers get in situations like that and they be right back on their feet? We got to remember that's what he is.
But black ones
Yeah,
are different though.
yeah, okay. When you meet entertainers,
Speaking of Jermaine
it's
Jackson,
different from sports. You follow what I'm saying? Because sports, you playing for private organizations, and they have their own set of rules of how they govern
But
their
not even that
business.
though. Like anything that gets in your head when you play in sport can literally mess up your whole game.
like I get the teams may feel some type of way or whatever, but I promise you, bro, the fans and the
Oh,
average
totally.
person that want to watch Lamelo Ball play with the Hornets, or just a fan of the Hornets, or the fan of their movement or whatnot, I guarantee, like, bro, nobody is really looking at it like, man, like I hope you don't bring him back because what he did is that's crazy.
Yeah,
We looking at it
they're
just
not
like
trying
us
to R.
as
Kelly.
fans.
They're not trying
If
to
we
R.
don't
Kelly
see you in
victim.
jail, it probably didn't happen. You know what I
I'm
mean?
not going to
Like,
say it didn't happen. I'm just
They're not trying to
saying
R.
that,
Kelly
no,
the
no, no,
guy,
no, no,
man.
Yeah,
no. Let
yeah,
me
you
take that
can't
back.
dismiss the
no,
victim
Let
now.
me
Yeah,
take
you
that back
can't.
nah,
real
Yeah,
quick. Let me take that
nah.
back real quick. I mean to say it didn't happen like it didn't. What I'm saying is, to the average person, they tend to believe that, well, he's not in jail, so maybe it's not exactly what we thought it was or they said it was.
I feel
The,
like if you're
the
not
two
a
sides to the
repeat
story, and they're
offender,
incomplete.
if you're not a habitual wife beater or a repeat offender, you're not caught up in the system continually, they will give you a second chance 9 times out of 10.
But when do we not get second
he
chances
said
though?
white
That's
people.
what we're still from. Like, why do we condemn ours so fast? Like, they
I'm
mess up
sorry, bro.
one
You're
time, we're
breaking
gone.
up.
Yeah,
I
You're
yeah,
said, why
breaking
do
up,
we
bro.
condemn why do we condemn ours so fast? Like they mess up one time and they're young too. Like the little white
Yeah,
ones, they can mess up
yeah.
young. Why can't ours mess up young?
I
He's
mean, it's
24.
important. It's important for them to learn their lesson. Like John
Yeah, I
Morant
mean,
messed up
you got to fall down on your ass
because the
to
thing
get
with
back
John
on the
Morant
team.
is we can't have everybody 450 NBA players running around doing what you do, bro. We can't have that.
But honestly, that's the world they live in now. Like we don't know,
Not what he's
we
doing.
don't know nothing about it because we don't mingle kind of how they do. But the young kids these days, like we don't know what their brains are really thinking, and they're not
hey,
grown
hey,
yet.
Yeah, just
Chance,
because they're doing it, that don't make it right.
no,
I'm
no,
not saying
listen,
that
Chance,
makes
let
it
me say
right.
this
All I'm
because
saying is we
I
can't
fall
condemn
along
them
the
every
same
time.
lines you said about that's this kind of how people act in that age range. Like that's kind of a normal thing. Like the
I want to
average
say
person
something
around that
after No
age probably
Panic.
doing it.
I don't
But
know
no,
if that's a normal thing. I think
hold
it's a
on. But
subculture.
at the
It's a
no, that
it's
ain't
a
culture
whole
because
lot of
we like to
kids that
call
live in
everything
good
culture.
neighborhoods that don't do that shit.
But
No,
it's a
no,
whole lot
I'm
of kids that
telling
live in
you,
good
bro.
neighborhoods that
Like
do that shit.
a lot of people around that. I'm telling you, I'm not saying it's like, oh, I want to be right, bro. Listen, that young generation, that is who they know. That's the normal person to them. It's not right.
No,
I get it.
no,
And with
I
John Moran,
disagree.
Man, I
I
went to
tend
a
to, like I
private
said,
school.
I
Oh,
tend to go
them
with what
dudes was
Chad's
going
saying.
crazy.
But at the
Them
end of
dudes
the
was going
day,
to,
what Zen say
bro. They
is,
was
Oh
going
yeah,
crazy. I
I
never
want
seen.
to say something after No
No,
Panic.
they not brandishing like that. Come on, man.
man, I'm
Yeah,
No,
telling
yeah,
you,
but
bro,
we're
like
gonna
that's
get
no,
a
no,
into it.
no.
dance
They were
move.
brand from
They not
individuals.
doing
They
it
were
like
brand
Listen,
that.
from
listen,
like
that's a
groups.
dance
That's
move
Yo, can
there.
y'all
that's a
No,
hear
no,
me?
that's
no,
a
no.
sub.
We the only ones. Look. We the only ones that would get
Yo,
ourselves in
can you
trouble
hear
by
me?
doing the dumbest stuff in the world, by posting the
Yo,
dumbest stuff in the world, by showing people
Yeah,
that we're doing
okay,
the
it
dumbest
was
stuff in the
dumb.
world,
Thank
right?
you. I appreciate that
yo, can anybody hear what I'm
adverb. It was
saying?
dumb.
Any of y'all hear what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Oh,
Why
my
can't it
bad.
just
'Cause
be okay?
I'm
Oh,
trying because we just got the Queen Purple Baby in the building. You know, I
oh
want
shit.
to try to make
Yeah.
room for Purple Baby.
She
Sorry about
about to
that.
So
What's
put
up,
all
Purple
Purple?
that
just came in
bullshit
here.
y'all saying
So
aside. Go ahead,
please
tell me
What's
just
up,
about
let
Purple?
Brandon
Papa get
Miller.
in here.
No, but do you get what I'm saying? No, Jackson fight. Like,
Oh,
why do
Chance,
you
hold on,
condemn him?
goddammit. We heard what you said. We trying to get the Purple Baby.
Oh, Purple's here. Oh, what's up, Purple?
Yes.
Miss
Hello.
Purple.
Yeah, put them to shame, Purple Baby. Tell them about Miller.
Okay, what's going on?
Talk about Brandon Ingram.
The
I'm
title.
telling
And I seen the tweet. Well, what are y'all talking about currently?
This man said Brandon Miller floor is Brandon Ingram, and his ceiling is PG-13.
Yeah.
And you said they
That
would
ain't
choose
bad.
him
I
over
do
Say my
Scoot.
not see
name.
that. I do.
Say
Listen,
say my
I don't see
name.
that in them.
I see it,
Purple, who
bro.
would you choose? Would you choose
I
Brandon or would
I
you choose
see.
Scoot?
She choosing Brandon.
No,
Yeah.
I'm asking Purple. Who you choose? Brandon or you choose Scoot?
Honestly, it's hard for me, but I'm gonna have to go with Miller.
What? Okay, okay.
Well, at
Well,
least
why
you
is that?
Man,
coming.
Why is
At
that?
least you're
I'm
getting closer
telling
to the
you.
center, purple.
I,
At least you're getting
Well,
closer to
I
the
want to
center.
hear
I'm
what she
telling
think. I
you.
want to hear why she think that.
Paul George, PG-13. He working that gym, PG-13. You hear me?
Purple, why you think
You
that?
must see how still fucking Brandon Miller look.
But you act
But
like you
wait,
can't
hold on.
fix
Let
that,
Purple finish
bro.
though. She wasn't done.
Yeah, my
How
bad, my bad. Go ahead,
And
Purple.
he gonna be in it too.
I understand, like they need a secondary playmaker bad, or if you consider primary, Scoot a primary playmaker and stuff like that. Either way, they need somebody else to play make for this team, just to get Lamelo off ball more, to
Yes.
get more consistency and stuff like that, and whatever. And they
That's what I
definitely
said.
perimeter defender, but also on the other end, with Gordon Hayward expiring, and it's up in the air, even though I was about to say TJ. Kelly Oubre, he said he wants to come back, so I don't know what the Hornets are gonna do there. And then of course they said Miles is coming back. But it's like they need perimeter shooting. And even though I know Scoot
Kelly's
won't
so
always
inconsistent.
27% from three, but right now it might be more safely to say to, draft Miller because of what he shot in college.
Hey,
And
But say,
and they need better 3-point
but don't you
production.
have a bunch of Millers already on your team?
And that
Y'all
thank
Carter's
you.
3-point line
hello.
kind of short.
Well, I'm saying, but they kind of already got a bunch of Millers on their team.
Hey, and listen,
You said they got
do y'all believe that Scoot really gonna shoot 27% in the
no,
NBA?
no, but I don't believe he is. But for right now,
Yes.
I haven't seen a player. I'm trying to think of
Somebody,
one that
somebody
shot
said
that
yes.
early.
Having the
And
defense
and
too,
uh,
like a
and
basket.
yeah, sounded like
Hey,
a
I agree.
sensual, like you getting something done to you right now. He was like,
Well,
yes.
Oh man, here goes Zan.
let's try to stay in the green. Let's try to stay in the green.
Yeah, but I don't think he's gonna shoot as bad. But it's I don't know.
That's
Like
the only critique.
Listen, he don't have to come into the league blazing from the 3-point line. He can
Not at all.
he can always learn that. Listen, who's mentoring this guy? The best 3-point shooter of all time, for crying out loud.
It's
Are you
Tyrese.
guys dismissing that?
Look
Are
how
you
long it took Jason
dismissing
Kidd to
that?
develop history, and he's one of the greatest 3-point shooters of all time now. Jason Kidd came and couldn't hit the far side of a. He breaking everything. He looked like Eric Snow out there shooting three. And
Man,
now
listen,
look
when
at one of
I
the best.
looking for players to
Oh
play on my
man.
He
team,
can really turn around.
I look for
Listen,
the
I'm going to tell you guys something, and I'm going to tell you now. Listen, Scoot Henderson is going to open up LaMelo's game like a lotus
Yeah.
flower
I disagree.
because LaMelo is going to because you think he's going to take away his celebrity and say that's what y'all hung up on. See,
I don't think
y'all
LaMelo's
not
that
really
kind of guy though.
y'all not hung up on LaMelo's being able to roam the court, being turning himself invisible, creeping behind the defense. He's 6'8". I mean, who's going to keep up with
But
this young
LaMelo
man?
wasn't the star at
He's
first, so he had to
6'8".
literally become that star, right? He wasn't the face of the Ball family. It was literally Lonzo. So he wasn't mad about that then. So why would he be mad if he's not always the talk of the town now? Like, you know what I'm saying?
No,
Like
let's Scoot.
he's still
Listen,
Melo
trust
Ball
me.
regardless.
Scoot is not going to even come close to none of that.
Well,
Scoot is going to be a
Where the
dog.
hell phone at?
Scoot is going to be a dog, and he's going to make defense respect him. And while defense is respecting him, what do you think Miles Bridges and LaMelo going to do?
Yeah,
Just sit on their fanny?
exactly.
But he can't shoot.
I just think
How
they
you
can
gonna
raise
do a
each
He
other's
shoot?
don't.
game.
He
Okay,
don't have
but
Westbrook
one
can't
can do
shoot,
the other
and
one can,
Westbrook
right?
still can't shoot. What do you mean
I'll
he
make the
can't
LaMelo's
shoot?
defense better,
You
and
guys are
LaMelo might make my
nitpicking.
shooting better.
Can
You
I just
guys are
ask him a question?
nitpicking. Yeah, you guys are nitpicking. Hold on one second. You guys are nitpicking this young man's game at the age that he is. They said the same thing about LaMelo. Oh, he can't shoot. He take bad shots. Look how LaMelo turned out. So don't believe all those freaking narratives. Wait till you see the
And don't kill their
combination
game
on the
early
court.
either. Let him take bad shots for a minute because he
And
might
Okay,
develop
who's that?
something that you
remember
don't
this
know
Who's
he's
one
that?
going
fact
to do.
about Scoot.
That
And
was
who's
Scoot
that in
was
the
bullshit.
tunnel?
playing
Hold
with a
on, hold
bunch
on,
of
hold on,
other
mechanic. No panic, hold on. Somebody was trying to speak
oh
that's in
yeah,
the
go
tunnel.
ahead.
Oh no, that was probably me. No, I was just saying let him take
Somebody
bad
sound like
shots.
they
Like
haven't been in the tunnel
oh, go.
talking.
No,
Go
I was
ahead.
just saying like let him make bad decisions and
No,
let him
that's
learn
not
from
you,
that.
Chance. Chance, we're not
Oh,
talking to you. We're talking to the person
oh,
that
okay.
was trying to speak from the tunnel.
Oh, okay. I didn't hear that. My bad.
Who is
Can
that?
y'all name?
Who?
It's
Yeah,
Joey.
go
It's
ahead,
Joey.
Joey. Go ahead,
Alright.
Joey.
Can y'all name me a team with 2 point guards that made it to the championship and won, or at least made it?
The
They're
Lakers.
not 2 point guards.
Yes, they
The
What do
are.
you
Lakers.
mean?
They're two
They
point
both of them
guards.
But they're
combos.
not
Both of
point
them
guard.
combos.
Yeah.
Point guard. They're both point guards.
But
No, they could
LaMelo
run
can
but
play
point. If
off
you need them
ball.
to
He
run point,
has
they can
played
run
off
point,
ball
but they
hold on.
before.
pass the ball.
Let's get a little clarity. Joey, just with a little clarity. According to LeVar Ball, his dad, who helped raise him, nourished him, and taught him basketball, said he only plays point guard out of necessity. This is
Yeah.
what his dad said. He's
He literally
naturally
likes
a
playing off the ball.
scorer.
But
Trying to
Dex,
say his
to
daddy
answer your
capping?
question,
No, he
Yeah,
likes
I
playing
mean,
off the
for
ball.
crying out
When his
loud.
brother had the ball,
Yo,
he was
Even
saying that all the time. He likes
LeVar,
playing off the ball.
LeVar came on the show and said the same thing. Even in the interview with Jermaine Jackson, same thing.
Shit, if you watch his
He
game, you can see
corrected
that.
Jermaine Jackson.
can I have? Can I ask you a question, Dex?
Yeah, go ahead, Purple. Answer Joey's question.
That being said, I think most of us on this panel and most of the people in the chat can agree that even Lamelo said he's a two guard. Fine, but don't you feel like drafting Scoot that you're relegating him to be your primary playmaker, initiator of your offense, and to do nothing else and be a
He
part of your
prefers that. What do you mean relegate? See, that's a
offense?
negative
He comes from that
connotation.
though.
Crazy. I
He
But he
don't
comes
comes
from
from
that
that.
though.
you.
Don't
That
say relegate
It's not like he was the leader
like he's in
of
a
his family
cage.
or when he was running the point. It was Lonzo. He literally
Hold up.
came from
But
like.
he can still pass it
Somebody
though.
phone
He
breaking up.
passes it with Lonzo almost to his level. He can pass it
Because he
just
got
like
the skill.
Lonzo.
Because he
Listen,
learned. He learned from two
yeah.
guys that
Oh
literally know how to pass the
God.
ball and know how to play the game.
There
Exactly.
you
You're
go.
gonna,
There
of
you
course,
go. Good, good.
you better be
There you
better.
go.
You better be better than me. Like
Listen,
the
y'all
taller.
know, y'all will know y'all missing with Scoot. That's what y'all missing, right? Scoot
Yeah.
teammates was a bunch of other high school age players, all of them fighting to be a top pick, going against teams that's been together for years, and he still shined. The only bad thing he did was shoot 27%, but that could come from remember in the G League we watching we used to watch like the G League and Summer League games. And we used to
Yep.
notice like certain players used to get run certain plays, even if it didn't make sense. Maybe they was trying to develop his three, so he probably took more threes than he probably wanted to
What
according
was
to his
Green's
game.
percentage for
Exactly.
Houston?
So when we look
What was
at
his
percentage,
percentage?
like
But
shit, like what we looking at?
but listen, no panic. That's a beautiful example. They're nitpicking because Charlotte ain't really looking for the 3-point shot because they're one of the top 3-point shooting teams in the league. So they're not looking for that. They got
And I
that
don't need
already.
everybody to shoot a three. Like I literally need to dish out
You
to the
you got
3-point
Lamelo
shooters.
can shoot a three. You got Gordon Hayward can shoot a three. You got Terry Rozier can shoot a three. You got PJ Washington can shoot a three. You got Kelly Oubre can shoot a three.
And
And you got Miles
I
Bridges.
definitely don't want Melo Ball or Scoot relegating themselves to just shooting threes. Like, no, like play your game.
Listen,
Play your
I
game.
don't think Brandon
But
Miller even better than
yes, I
Amen
agree.
Thompson.
What?
I said I don't even think Brandon Miller better or going to be better than Amen Thompson.
You
I
don't.
kind of,
Bro, you
I kind of look at him
tweaking,
like
bro.
a Cunningham
You tweaking.
for Detroit.
Listen, I just really believe LaMelo Ball stands. I'm talking to LaMelo Ball stands, not fans, stands. Stop it with the fear and anxiety that you've given yourself by putting another star next to LaMelo Ball. LaMelo Ball loves that kind of competition where he got somebody on the side of him that can play some freaking basketball.
Ain't no
That's
man
it.
insecure. Ain't no look. That man ain't insecure like that to where he's gonna feel threatened. He know who he
Yeah,
is.
It's not about
exactly.
that. He's
He
not
know
gonna
who
Listen,
he
win.
is,
I don't
They're
think
man.
you
not
can
gonna
bring
win.
outside of
Nothing.
LeBron. I don't think too much players you can bring to Charlotte and they're gonna outshine
And
LaMelo.
sometimes
LaMelo
I
got
don't need y'all to be friends
he
either.
got
Let the
outside of
dogs fight.
basketball.
Ain't
You
number
got
two
people
still
that don't even
available?
watch basketball know who he is.
Man, look,
Is
man.
number two available? The jersey number, Dex? Did they
Nah, Book
refill
Knight
number
got that.
two?
Didn't Book Knight get number two?
Book Knight gonna have to come up
Is
off
Book
it.
Knight still there?
Buck Knight
For the
ain't even gonna
time
be
being.
around. Buck Knight part of a trade package coming up. Watch.
Well, they just need to bring
No, Book Knight.
the other little ball brother in, man, and just let him do his thing, bro. Quit playing with him. They treating him foul, but yeah, go ahead.
Yo, how y'all gonna take a six? How y'all gonna take a 6'2" guard over a 6'9"
I would
shooting
rather
guard
take
small
I
forward?
would rather
You know
take
how many
LaMelo Ball's
6'9"
brother than
players out
Brandon.
there that can do exactly what he can do?
Exactly.
LaMelo Ball's brother.
Who? Grady Dick can't put the ball on the floor, and he's not that
Okay,
athletic.
but
So
if
you
you
name
if
the
you
You
next
okay,
already
man.
so
got Miles
why
Bridges,
y'all praising
dog.
the shooting if
Miles
y'all
Bridges can play
saying
the four.
think about it,
But,
y'all
but
praising
why
the
would you do
shooting.
that when you
That's
can bring
all I
Jello
hear
in
is
and you
y'all
can just
praising the
move around
shooting.
positions?
So if Grady
Jello's
Dick,
coming off the bench, man. He can't start
I'm saying,
yet,
but you can bring Jello in that he can switch all around those positions. So why even bring in a Brandon
bro.
if you can literally have somebody do that spot?
listen,
Bro,
you end
first
your
of
argument
Skill.
with you end
Skill.
your argument by bringing up Grady Dick. Think about it. If all you praising Brandon Miller for is a shooting, and you
no, I
knocking
didn't.
Scoot
No, I
because he
didn't. You
can't
didn't ask
shoot,
me what I.
why
You
bring up a
didn't
player
ask
that
me.
can only shoot? And he shoot better than the player you talking about. So why not
Brandon Miller could dunk.
Because they need the shooting.
Brandon? Listen, Brandon Miller's a
He's a
stuff
three
player.
level
Go
Is
look
Brandon
scorer.
at
Miller
him.
better than
He's a
Jello?
three level
If
scorer.
you a
What's his
stuff
name?
player, you only gonna work out if you got a big size or you got a high release point, like Kevin Durant.
He
You
shoots the
can't
ball
be a
from
stuff player
3 feet.
like. And go look at his game.
The guy that came on the panel yesterday, Joseph Abrams, he said he watched him at college. He's a 3 level scorer. He watched him.
He's not a 3 level scorer,
Is he
bro.
better
Not
than
the
Jello?
NBA. Maybe in college because he got a lot of cash in college and he got a little more confidence. But when you going against other grown men who do this shit for a living, you ain't pulling up from damn 20 feet.
Scoot is
You ain't pulling up
6'2".
from outside and going in and
Man,
getting the
that's the
dunk.
whole
You're
point of
not doing
working
all
on
that
your
shit in the
game,
NBA.
fam. You act
Exactly.
like you gonna come
But
in and just be lazy. Don't
John
work
Morant's
on your
not
Think
that
about
tall.
it.
And
bro.
he plays above his
The
height.
best 18 and
He's
19
working
years
right
don't
now in
even
his
go to
game, bro.
college no more. Think about that. If LaMelo had played in college, he would have been a clear-cut #1 favorite.
And I mean, sometimes college can stunt you because literally him playing with
No,
adults
no, 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 no.
made him
Because the
think
old
faster
head,
on,
no, listen,
on
the old heads in the NBA, they still believe in that college route. Like, yeah, those are the best players. But we see the top. Eamon Thompson and his brother ain't even playing in
You can't, but they
G
don't
League
believe that. You can't
or
literally say that
college.
when
They
you're
play
playing
for
that.
damn a
When you're
channel.
playing doctors,
Ball,
Come
what's
on.
it called?
Listen,
Ball is life.
stop talking over people. Let some people breathe. Hold on to your suggestions or your opinions when he comes to a period.
Yeah,
Because
that's
people
chance.
are listening, they want to hear everybody. So let's go, brothers and sisters.
Okay.
But that's all I saying. Like, I think y'all just and like, don't get me wrong, we nitpicking both of them, but man, at the end of the day, if the only thing you can say good about Brandon Miller, not only thing you can say good, but if your main point about him is he can shoot real good, you can find other players like the dude bring up Grady Dick. He going in the first round, but he ain't top 10 or top 15. You got another first round pick. Why not draft school and then come down and get Grady Dick if it's all about the
You,
shooting?
you
Like,
could
okay.
what's
draft
Now,
a
going
player
now
on?
let,
like
me,
you could
now,
draft.
let me pose a question. Do you think he's better than Jello?
Who?
Do you think Brandon Miller could be better than Jello?
Damn yeah,
By
hell
far,
yeah.
Clearson.
Clear.
Okay. See, now are you thinking just more by athleticism or shooting or like intellect? Like
All
what
around,
what,
Damn
what are you
all
near
basing it
around
off
everything.
of?
Athletic
defense.
ability, shooting.
See, I don't believe that
He
now
just
because
stuff to
Jello's
me
one of the
like
smartest
shit.
people on the court. If you really watch his game, right? All of them boys are very smart on the court, and that's why Lamelo gets a little bit frustrated out there on the court sometimes because he literally has two plays ready to run, and he's already knowing what he wants to do next. While you're lollygagging, it's like the
Good
tortoise and the
point.
hare with him. So
Good
if you
point.
literally if you give him another high intellect kind of player like that can literally think on the fly like that, like a Westbrook can, but just can't shoot as well. you can literally flourish both of their games. I
Man,
mean,
listen, we
I have
was
another question, or for everybody on the panel. With this lineup with Scoot and Lamelo and what's the name? Where's the spacing coming from? If Bridges is at the four.
y'all bring up the spacing thing, but it's like
Spacing.
think about it. Y'all act like Lamelo don't shoot 40% from catch and shoot. Like,
But
why
that's
that
the
keep getting
problem.
That
That's
don't
ignored?
mean
the
nothing,
only thing he
bro.
does. That's the
Devin
only thing
Booker
he
shoots
does.
great catch
Shoot
and shoot.
three. What else
but I mean,
does
But
he
if
but
you
how are you
just talking
clogging up the
about
lane?
spacing the floor, you got a guard in Lamelo who can play off ball and do that. So I don't
LaMelo
get
is
what's the
six
issue with the
eight. What
spacing.
spacing do he need at 6'8"?
Okay.
Exactly, he can literally do whatever he wants.
The league,
But then,
bro.
But he
and then you might have to
The
double team him.
person, the
Purple.
person that's guarding LaMelo most likely will be a 6'6", 6'4" player. So
not
what
true.
spacing do you need?
Not true, not true.
But
They
The
purple.
use
whole
things
thank
to
you.
guard
I
LeBron.
said most likely. Listen to what I'm saying. Most likely. I didn't say at every possession.
That's not likely though.
Thank you. They
Because
put
he plays
So
Siakam on
sometimes they
him.
just put the
they
best defender on.
OG.
Hey, purple baby, purple baby.
There you go. No. Chances on to something. If you put the best defender on LaMelo with at the athleticism of Miles Bridges and Scoot
And
Henderson,
Scoot,
they'll
and
run amok through that defense.
bro,
no
it's
they
gonna be wide
won't.
open.
Hey,
Okay.
listen, Dex, and
So
to
what
help
about
your
What?
point out,
Scoot defense.
What are you talking
Hold
about?
on, hold on. What
Oh,
about Scoot
purple.
defense?
I can literally see Scoot running in the lane with little Scoot runners because it's so wide open. Like,
That's
Wait a
not
second.
true because Mark Williams is there now. So
Hey, listen, but see, Purple Baby, that's right, y'all. What y'all missing is what Dex talking about, right? Remember when Lamelo been playing with LR Hawks? They had no shooters, and in their league, the lanes ain't as wide as the NBA court. And he still been getting to the bucket. Lamelo, he one of those space creator type players. He understands how to create space. Just like Kyrie Irving, he may not be a better finisher or not like on that level, but he knows how to create space between him and another defender. So spacing for a player like him is not an issue. Players
because
who
he's
just
already
straight
ranky.
line drivers who just want to make one move and just go in the angle, like Russell Westbrook, those are players that need a lot of space.
Well,
But
that's
then
because
when
he's
you
not
talk
that
about
athletic, though.
spacing,
He's not that
they,
athletic, so he had to do what he had to do, knowing that he was going to be like kind of skinnier growing up and looking at his brothers. They're not all an athletic family.
But
They're very
Lamelo,
smart.
but listen, Lamelo Ball. If you watching his game, also, he got a lot of swivel to him. I mean, he can contort his body and get into the lane and
Yeah, that's what
just
I'm
do a
saying.
lot of,
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
he
yeah.
know how
Yeah,
to create
he's
But
6'8".
space.
but
He
he had
don't
to
need no
learn that. But he had
space.
to learn that being skinnier. He had to learn that being
Right.
skinnier, going up against bigger guys. He had to learn how to utilize his body the way he could because he can't bounce out of the gym. Even though he's
Right,
6'9", he's it's not like he's
and
a
he got a
bouncer.
right, yeah, he a fingertip dunker, and he got a mad
Y'all can
floater
hear me?
too. Yes, go ahead.
Um, why would you draft with your second overall pick, the second best player, whatever, whoever you want to call it, and put him on the bench? He's not starting right away. He's gonna be on the bench on a bad team. How would you do that to him?
But that's okay though.
Wait,
He has to
wait, wait,
learn.
wait. Hold on. Who is he talking about first, so we can break it
Scoot,
down?
scoot, scoot, scoot,
Talk
scoot.
about Scoot.
Well, if you draft Miller, he's going to be on the bench too. He's not
no,
playing
he
over
No,
won't.
Miles or
Nah,
no.
PJ.
hey,
Hayward's gone.
John,
Hayward's gone.
that's not okay. I want to let that be clear right now, Chance.
Hayward's
You
gone.
play that
Oh,
kid.
my fault, my
You
fault, my
play
fault.
him. You start him.
No, but
You
like I
don't.
said, look, if you
But
got Terry
what I'm
Rozier
saying
there,
is
You're
right?
that
gonna
If you got
draft
Terry Rozier there,
somebody.
right? Why
yeah,
wouldn't
he's
you
going to
let
draft
him
somebody.
sit? Why wouldn't you let him sit for a while? Watch Terry. Watch how he gets down a little bit.
No, he
Utilize,
don't
you
know.
know what I'm saying?
Because he don't
Utilize
need to.
because hold on, because in the NBA is different, right? You can't just look. John Wall seen it, right? You can't just run up and down the court and that's all good. You have to slow down sometimes. You have to think about what you want to do
You
next.
got to
And you
learn
might
the
have to think about
game.
it's
Learn the
almost like
game.
chess out there. It's almost like chess out there. Because you got to think about everybody else too. So let him develop that too and let him look at some people that
Nah,
already know. And
But
I mean, it's just like
but
quarterback.
nah,
but
That's
nah,
chance,
nah,
but
Chance.
chance. Even
You
though
let
that's
him
the
play.
case, but chance. Even though that's the case, they got where's Brandon Miller? You think he's just gonna come in and just start? He's
No,
gonna be
not
a
at
world
Yeah,
all.
beater?
I
Okay.
think
yeah.
he's going to be like a Booker. He's
I
going to
think
struggle.
but
I
I
think he's going
but
think
to be like Booker. He's
you
going to
start
struggle,
him.
and he might
It
end up
don't
being
matter.
just a
If
good bench player.
if you draft
That
Miller,
might be a
if you
career.
draft Miller, you start him. If you draft Scoot, you start
Who
him,
is
bro. Ain't
starting
no coming out the
over?
bench.
That's what I'm asking you. Who is
Man,
Miller starting over?
Miller
Name.
deserves
Give
man.
me the person. Give me the
Gordon
person.
Hayward.
Hayward.
Okay,
They
but they can't
traded
And
start
Kelly
Devin
Hayward.
Mitchell
Nah,
over there.
he definitely ain't starting over Hayward. That's a
Shout
They
out
damn
literally
no.
tried to say
Juju in
they
the
literally
he
tried
building.
to say
should.
get rid of Fox
Love,
and Devin
Yeah,
Mitchell
Juju.
can
y'all
do
are
his
Tony,
job, right?
tweaking, bro.
Mitchell
hold
couldn't
on,
do it.
guys. Hold on. Go ahead. Go
Oh
ahead.
my, I didn't hear
Chance.
him. No, I'm saying they literally tried to say the same thing about Mitchell and Fox, right? In Sacramento, right? Oh, okay, well just get rid of Fox because Mitchell can come in and do his job. But literally Mitchell comes in and he sees, okay, it's a lot different and a lot faster than I actually thought in college.
Okay.
It
Now
just is.
go back to the brother that just said, why would you draft a player and sit him on the bench?
Especially a player that
Who
high.
would Brandon start over?
Purple
PJ or
just said it,
Hayward.
Gordon.
PJ or Hayward.
And Kelly Oubre.
Yeah,
And
like come
Kelly
on, man.
Oubre.
We
I
I
all
would
wouldn't
Kelly
take
know
trust
he
him
Oubre is
over
not a
good.
Hayward.
starter. Kelly Oubre is not a starter.
I wouldn't trust him
He
over
will
Hayward.
be. He will be coming into the season because Bridges is suspended.
Man, you better be a consistent shooter if I'm gonna start you over Hayward though. Come on. I
Gordon
mean,
Hayward
Okay,
is
Hayward.
let me.
set.
he built
Gordon
me.
So
I
what
Hayward
was
you
a
is
young
going to
saying?
stud.
make.
Look,
Gordon
he was
Hayward is
nice.
going to
He was
make
nice. He
30
was a
something
stud.
million dollars next year. He is not sitting on the bench
He's
for
I
not
would
$30
sitting on
trade
the
million
him.
bench.
I'm
dollars.
Thank you,
trading
Zen.
him.
But
But
that's
even then, though, but
Amen to
even
Trading
then,
that.
you
him.
better be coming in
Salute,
over a
Zen.
dub.
Trading him.
but then
These
I
guys are talking
agree
reckless,
with
Zen.
the
You better
Yeah,
be
they
coming in over
are.
a
They
dub.
got they got
but the
recency
issue
bias going on.
that he's not playing no defense and he just out there.
Well, you better give
Okay,
me over 20
Him
points then,
and
because
pur-
that
his
man's bringing
hold,
20 points.
You know
hold
how
on,
the
purple
NBA
baby,
works.
I
purple
understand how
baby,
they works,
purple
but
baby.
that's
I
in
want to
Charlotte.
address purple baby. I want to get her mind. Purple baby, sister. Give me the projected Charlotte Hornets starting lineup.
Um, it's what y'all said it's gonna be. Whether they draft Scoot or Miller, I don't think that's right to start Terry if you start Scoot. because of the money, but that's Charlotte's problem. They draft players intentionally just to keep Terry and Gordon to
Okay,
start.
give me the
I don't
starting
think that's
lineup.
right.
Give me the names.
I
Drop
just
the names. 5 names.
think it's going to be Terry and Gordon are going to start, but they shouldn't be. Any
Okay,
other?
who else? That's only 2 players. Who else?
No, what you mean, PJ? I mean PJ for now until Bridges come off suspension, and then Bridges a start and Williams.
Okay. Do
So you don't
anybody
think it's
disagree
good for
with
him to
that?
not get that much time
Yes,
and learn a
yes.
little bit? Purple.
Okay, hold on. Joey disagree. What you think, Joey?
Well, y'all really paying PJ? You think they really gonna pay PJ? Let's be real. You think they're gonna
Well,
pay PJ? They're not paying PJ.
well, right now, we're just projecting because nothing has
Yeah.
moved. So everybody's on the roster right now.
They,
PJ, nice. His game
I
is
think they're
really
gonna pay
good.
PJ because
Let
you gotta think about it. They're gonna use him in the
hold on.
trade
No,
package.
no, we don't want to move from this. Hold on, we don't want to move from this.
Yeah.
Joey, give me the 5 projected starters according to you.
Okay. Lamelo, Terry, Hayward, Brandon Miller, and Mark Williams. TJ, you going on the bench? I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Wow. Wow.
I'm sorry. He has to
Even though
go.
PJ shot 40% from 3, he going to put him on the
Yeah.
bench.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah,
because he
well, yeah,
What is your
15.
problem with PJ? Like,
That's
come on.
wait. He averaged 15 because Lamelo was feeding him. Remember that.
But what is
He
the
didn't
problem
get
with
that
PJ though?
on his own.
Okay, that's
He didn't
cool.
get that on his
Joey,
own.
that's
Nah,
cool.
Lamelo been going most of last season.
Oh,
Yeah.
He get out the
he
by
did not get
himself.
that on his own. No, I
But
watched it.
what is the problem with
Okay,
PJ? Like,
okay.
what do you guys not like about PJ? I'm
there's
lost here.
nothing
He
he's
can't play.
He
he's
Oh,
just
my
inconsistent.
fault,
negative. He don't produce anything. He
He
just
don't got no one elite skill.
But
PJ
I
was
don't think they're setting
carrying
him
the
up though.
Charlotte
I don't really
Hornets
think, but they're
until
not setting
Gordon
Tatum
Hayward
up
got
for him.
healthy. Remember? Y'all forget that, huh?
Oh, he did? I was probably sleeping. I don't remember that.
Y'all forget that
He was?
PJ was carrying the Charlotte Hornets until Gordon
Yes,
Hayward
I
got
thought he was
healthy.
averaging
that's
like
just
24 points
like
a game at
Terry
that time.
Rozier and what's the name was too.
He was
They
averaging a
Thank
double
you.
double.
had
Six man of the year. 6 man of the
anything
year.
that they did last season in terms of points.
But look,
Who else gonna
when
say
you start
purple?
running plays for him, right, and you
Hold
literally take the
on,
ball out of his
guys,
hand when you're
guys,
set.
guys, please. I know everybody's anxious. Let somebody finish out their point before we bombard them with ours. Purple, finish
I
out what
thought
you were
you were.
saying.
I was wondering who that was. No, I'm just saying,
Oh,
and this is true talk. They were talking about PJ at the end of the season, and then they was like, even though Miles is gonna be suspended, when he comes back, the question is, will his productivity be the same with a fully healthy squad? And a lot of people think no, like he's not that productivity that he showed this past season. He's not going to do that.
But do you
So
think
he's just
Kelly Oubre can do that? Because Kelly
huh?
Oubre was pretty productive.
Kelly
No,
Oubre
I
starting to
don't think
grow.
Kelly Oubre is going to keep up that same level of
Kelly
production
Oubre
or
starting to
But
grow.
but,
consistency.
but PJ Washington not.
I
These a
said
bunch of
no.
A
trade
Did
young,
you say
bits y'all
Kelly
a
Oubre
talking
starting to
about.
young,
grow?
I
a
said no.
younger. Okay. There you go.
Per
PJ
Howard
got it.
on Monday
Anybody
night.
else
Hey,
can
Spike,
can name?
Did you say that Kelly Oubre starting to grow?
No, that was the Zen. That was it.
Oh, I was gonna say, hey, wait, ain't Kelly Oubre been in the league like 35 years already? Like
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was getting ready to
his
say.
growth spurt is long gone. Like
Because
he should have been grown. He should
Well,
have
I
been
think
grown.
at
I
least
think
offensively, he is.
I think
No, he's
PJ.
way inconsistent. He don't man. Sometimes he go out there and it look like he don't even care. Like he don't even want to play. Even when he go to state,
Listen, do you guys know Kelly Oubre is a diva, and
he's
he
not gonna
got
hit
in
you
his
too much of
contract allegedly that Charlotte Hornet have to supply him hair dye on the road.
it. That's a fool. It has to be Madonna color.
Can we salute Thunder in the chat, please? I think he drops the best takes on this whole
Okay,
channel.
okay.
Um,
Read it out. Read it out.
hold on, let me see. He can be posting it over and over, and nobody failed to recognize it. He said,
Okay, read it out.
failed two guard offense. Hawks, Pistons, and Blazers. Ooh,
I hear
sheesh.
when y'all bring up
Hot,
the Blazers. That's not the
hot.
same as Scoot and Lamelo. The problem with the Blazers is they had two shooting guards. They had one shooting guard and Dame Lillard. Lillard, who was playing point guard by. I mean, shit, he the
Default by
smallest
The
on the
default.
damn
Blazers just
court.
don't pick well.
Then you had what your boy name was right next to him. He's a two guard, but he's a small two guard himself. And
Like
with
I just
Scoot,
think the
you got
Blazers are
Scoot at
jinx,
six
bro.
two with a 6'9" wingspan next to 6'8" Lamelo. Like that's not.
That two guard thing need to be out the window because who says it's the finishing product of the team? This could just be the first step that you got to get the talent. Remember when Philly, before they become who they've been, they draft Noel, they draft Embiid, they draft what a dude name was Okafor. They've been drafting the same position over and over because they was getting the talent. And the
Survival of the fittest.
now is Embiid. That's how
No,
the
survival
NBA
of the
works, bro.
fittest.
That's
They're trying to find another Duckworth. That's why they're trying to find another Duckworth.
He said Duckworth.
Lamelo and Scoot don't play defense.
Lamelo do play some. He plays some.
Listen,
No,
the
that's
reason
what
why I hate when
Scoot-
people
but
talk
Scoot
about
play
Lamelo
defense, though.
defense.
I'm a Lamelo stan, technically. I fuck with Lamelo.
That boy
I know.
technically.
He admit.
What made it technical?
But he plays a
Scoot
little
play defense.
defense.
I think Scoot will literally provide that. Like, hey, let's get on that D. You know what I'm saying? And he'll be like, all right, let's do it.
Hey,
Like,
Chance, Scoot is 6'2" with a 6'9" wingspan.
Bro,
Lamelo
he's
Ball,
your pocket,
he may
and
not
he's
be the
fast.
best on-ball defender. I'll give you that. But he played the passing lanes pretty good. He averages a good bit of steals. I don't want to say exact numbers, but look at his rankings and steals. He's not one of those 0.2 per game steals. Like, he actually affects defense because he's a ball hawk. He a smart defender.
I know. I know. That's what I'm saying.
I ain't saying that towards you. I just been kind of adding to what you
Oh, okay, for sure. I was like, no, I agree. You're right. That's exactly what I was saying.
Lamelo cannot play offense and defense the whole 48 minutes of the game.
But he won't have
because he's on the ball.
LeBron don't even do that.
Joey,
Yes.
Lamelo has to dribble the ball. He has to pass it. He has to control pace. I mean, it's a lot that he has to do. And now you want to be Superman on defense?
Just the brain power alone is going to get you a little tired.
Miller's going to play defense day one. Plug him in. He's playing defense day one.
A lot of your best point guards aren't best defensive players, though.
That's true. I will
Think
agree.
about it. Who heard about Brandon Miller until the last 2 months?
You as a coach, right? You're gonna ask your point guard to do one thing, right? You're not gonna ask him to be the best defender, on ball defender, coming down the stretch. No, you're gonna ask him to make the best decisions, right? The best decision making and make the intelligent choices.
And he can't be tired if you want to make the best decision making, right?
Bro, that is the worst time to make a decision.
So
and when he bring up the Pistons, I hope he ain't talking about this year's Pistons, who had an injured Cunningham, who had to play
Killian Hayes.
Like, I know the backcourt you talk about when you bringing up two guard systems. I know you were bringing up Houston Rockets with Jalen Green and like, come on, that having a bad comparison in itself.
And Tayshaun, whatever his name is.
The Pistons back in the days had one point guard, and the rest was lockdown defenders and shooters. What are you talking about? LeBron, nothing but LeBron. Let's look at LeBron. He's more my time because I'm 21. LeBron has nothing but defenders and shooters. That's it. Why are you gonna put another ball handler? That don't make sense.
No, that don't make sense because LeBron.
No. Kyrie was a ball handler now, and they won a championship.
That's Kyrie. You think Scoot is Kyrie level?
See,
we can't make exception to the rule.
Nobody knew who Kyrie was. Nobody knew who Kyrie was when Kyrie came out.
Who ain't knew
that's
Kyrie
not true.
was?
That's not true.
Duke
That's
is my
not true.
favorite team.
If you didn't watch Duke, he only played 1 year, remember? So if you didn't watch Duke,
he didn't play a whole year. He only played 11 games.
That's right. Sure did.
Exactly.
Got number one pick overall.
So hear me out.
Who
right?
I know about Kyrie Irving?
The guy who was running the ball.
Don't do that, Chance. You got to walk that back, Chance.
Nobody
No, I'm trying to go right now.
No, Kyrie was well known.
No. Bro, I'm saying, look, it's just like the Joel Embiid thing, right? You don't show all your talents yet until you literally get up there to show.
No, he was injured. Kyrie got injured.
I know.
And he still got number one. I know, but listen what I'm saying. Kyrie was a guard though. Jim, he's a big man. Kyrie got injured, and he still was the number one overall pick by the Cleveland Cavaliers. That's astonishing.
Yeah,
Wait, hold on. But this is the same Cleveland Cavaliers team that chose a Canadian that didn't want to fly.
Well, I'm just saying, we're just talking Kyrie now.
Yeah,
no, I'm just saying, no. But what I'm saying is, you don't know what you have sometime until you get it, right?
Everybody could have been Kyrie. Kyrie was the easiest player to spot.
Because Starberry, look, Starberry was the first Kyrie, right? Until Allen Iverson came, right? What?
I don't look at none of those players in the same ilk
Now
as
you don't know what
Kyrie.
you're talking about, bro. Starberry was that guy, bro.
No, hold on.
Stephon Marbury was that guy, bro.
No, listen, before you say anything else, I'm not trying to trash on other talents. I'm just saying, when I look at Kyrie, I don't look at his game and go, okay, he's just an evolved version of Iverson or Marbury.
But
Their
he
game is
kinda
completely
is.
different to me.
Or Rod Strickland.
What do you think they all watched? They all watched Iverson. They all will tell you that.
No,
That's
they
what they
can watch it. That's cool. But when you look at Kyrie game, Kyrie got shades of Kobe, shades of Iverson, like you say.
Just like Jordan. Jordan had shades
He
of
does
Dr. J.
everything on the court.
Let's just say Kyrie Irving is amalgamation of all great point guards. Isaiah Thomas, all that.
Yeah, he a
Okay.
50, 40, 90 player. He's a 50, 40, 90 player. Iverson was shooting in the 40s. Like keep it about.
Okay, let's go back. We don't want to steer. We don't want to steer too far off and digress and go into a tangent. Let's kind of keep it back.
Because now you're about to take me somewhere we don't need to go. You talk about Iverson like that.
I mean, we can have that conversation another day, but I mean, I all for that.
No, go ahead.
Scoot, Thompson twins, Brandon Miller. Who goes number 2? That's what we're talking about.
I think Eamon Thompson better than Brandon Miller from what I can
he's
see.
not. No, he's not.
I believe that from what I can see. And I ain't saying Brandon Miller's I do believe Brandon Miller's a top 5 player. So let me get that straight. I just saying when I watch players like him, I see stuff players all the time. They either gotta be a big body or they gotta be a high release point shooter like Kevin Durant. I've seen this before in a lot of PG problem is
and
right
Purple,
here.
remember one played with pros and one played with college players.
And what's your point?
I'm just saying, you literally develop a better game when you play with higher talent. Just like when
that's not true.
We're talking about the
what?
Hey, Purple Baby, let me ask you this.
Why Purple Baby sound like Riley Freeman every time she talk?
Hey, Purple Baby, when was the first time you heard about Brandon Miller? Like, where did you first, in your mind, you been like, he's a number 2 or he a number 3 or he or whatever?
I've been following the draft class since the start of last season. So
yeah.
Okay, so you watch him in the games that he played just this season, right?
What?
You watch him basically say from the second he get his first day in college to him declaring for the draft. That's all you see of him.
No, I'm gonna tell you what I did. I didn't want to watch him because per the write-ups I kept seeing of him being a 3-point shooter, I didn't understand why he was in the top 3 at all until I went back and start asking people, around and whatever, after the tournament and whatever, and started asking about him more. Because Scoot was the consensus number 2 pick, practically the whole year. And then that's when I got my information. But at first, I wasn't that into him because I was like, if he's only shooting threes, just like an inefficient shooter from Oregon, I'm trying to figure out why he's still in the lottery as inefficient as he shoots. But that's another story for another day. But with Miller, I was just like, if he's only shooting threes, why is he considered to be in the top 3? I didn't know until I start going around asking or being in spaces where they was talking about, this draft class and, just learning about Miller and stuff.
Have you watched him though?
No. I told you I didn't watch him because literally if you go back and look at all his write-ups, all they ever talk about is his 3-point shooting. And that's
I'm talking about highlights.
Pearl Baby, listen. That's why I just can't sit here and agree with what you saying with Brandon Miller. Because you going based off what you heard and what you read. I laid eyes on his game. He's a stuffed player. Just go watch him. He's not a fluid athlete, I should say. I don't want to just kill himself. He's not a fluid athlete. And sometimes when you that big, you got to either be a big body or you got to have a high release point when you that stuff. When you look at Lamelo tall, but he how we said earlier, how he's contort his body, how he creates.
Yeah, he got swivel.
He knows how to play under the rim. He knows how to play under the rim.
You look at Brandon Miller, he got a high dribble, so he can get rook easy. He don't got 2 dribbles he can put together on the move. He's not there yet as much as you see Scoot.
You say he's Glenn Rice? You said Brandon Miller is Glenn Rice, the reincarnation of Glenn Rice?
Hey, listen, if that's
Glenn Rice.
What a lot of big shooters does nowadays.
Man, Glenn Rice was
he's the next PG-13, bro.
Man, I
literally see about a bench
going
player.
home begging for this man defense.
I see his future as a bench player. Honestly, like a Kelly Oubre.
He had an interview and he said he basically said he prides himself on the defense if he's missing.
Man, yeah.
So
When you got a weakness, when you go on a job interview, that's what you do. That's a perfect lesson. When you go on a job interview and they ask you, what is one of your weakness? I mean, what is one of your strengths? You know what you do? You try to tell them, you basically try to tell them, I don't got no weakness, but if I did have one, it would be just that or third. But I make sure I be on top of that. That's what you do. You don't tell nobody your weakness. You just make your weakness look like, oh, it ain't a weakness, more so, but just, I know what I need to do.
But if you downplay, you sound like you're the jacks of all trades, and then that literally shows weakness right there. You want to show that you got.
You don't want to look bad.
So in
All
this
you want to
month,
show is
I
that you're a
already
high
shot
IQ
3.
basketball player. It doesn't matter if
If I
you're over the
already
rim or
shot 3,
under the rim.
I know y'all gonna come in about my defense. So I'm gonna make them seem like, yeah, I mean shit. That's the thing I work on the most. Like I just want to be a great defender. Cause you
He
want somebody
averages
to
stealing
believe,
the
oh, you
block.
don't got so the one thing we had against you, you kind of pride yourself on that. Okay, cool. You got no weaknesses. That's a mind
But
game. Every draft is a player that say some shit like
but
that.
your game can adjust coming into
So
the
Scoot
NBA
didn't
because you
say
might
that.
think that you're one kind of player, and then you get there, you're a different kind of player, like a Zebo. Everybody thought he was just a different defensive player coming out, and he literally ended up being one of the greatest under the rim players that we've seen.
All I'm saying is he averaged of stealing the block. Scoot didn't do that. He
Huh?
said it himself. He averages stealing the
A
block.
steal
And
in
he's
the block.
6'9".
One steal and one block. Cool.
Yeah.
So you think he
Scoot,
gonna be averaging more than that in the NBA, or you think he gonna stay at that level in the NBA?
He think he
he's
could
gonna
defend.
first of all, he's gonna gain weight. Every NBA player is gonna gain weight.
Not
So if
all.
you're saying he's
Not all.
No,
what?
everybody
AD
ain't
Okay.
still
Luka.
kind of gain weight. KD ain't really gain as much.
Everybody
He
ain't
gains
Luka.
muscle.
KD got stronger. What are you talking about? That's because he don't
I
have
mean,
Man, he
being
still look like he man.
getting
He still
stronger,
like he
cool,
did
but
in
he ain't
Texas.
Okay,
gain
Man,
no
shut
weight.
up,
gentlemen,
Anthony Ira.
ge-
Don't put Kevin Knox in this chat, man. Please.
gentlemen, hold on,
Kevin, no.
gentlemen, 1 second, gentlemen. Let's get a little clarity. Shout out to Flight Sports TV, the machine, the voice of the voiceless, the people's champ, the hottest in these streets. Shout out to the panel as it reaches its premium peak. Shout out to the chat and all of its cacophony. And shout out to everybody pulling up the Flight Sports blog. But guess what? We done shout you out, shout us back out, show some gratitude, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, hit that subscribe button. Hit that subscribe button and hit that notification bell so you won't miss one iota of an exuberant experience. And we appreciate everybody's engagement tonight on this topic. Flight brought up a beautiful topic, and let's hit that subscribe button and show some gratitude for the hard work that's been done here at Flight Sports TV.
Right.
Hey,
Along with
Dex,
Please
everybody
subscribe
else
to
too,
Flight
man.
Sports
Salute
TV,
the
hit the like button, and leave a comment.
I will make sure my Dex is my
So,
he's introducing me every time.
so Dex, are you still there?
I want to get
Yes, ma'am.
and when Dex finished, I want to get to some things in the chat right quick because you got a lot of questions.
Okay.
I'm surprised Juju didn't come on the panel.
Well, I mean, y'all probably got to continue to piss him off more and more. I was gonna get to, I was gonna get to some of his statements.
Dex.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so in all seriousness, you said the Thompson twins are better than Miller, right?
No,
I say
I
that.
didn't say that.
I'm sorry.
I say
I'm
Amen.
sorry.
I just say Amen. I ain't say
So
that one. I
can
say
you
Amen.
explain to me why you think that the Thompson twins are better than Miller?
I think they got dog in them.
That's crazy.
Okay.
You said the Thompson twins?
Yes.
Yeah. No, not both of them. Not both of them.
Oh, okay. Which one?
Amen.
Amen. So what do you like that he does better than Miller?
It's not a matter of fact of what somebody does better. I feel like a lot of these players going top 10 can easily be interchangeable with the right attitude. When I look at the Thompsons, like I look at both of them, but just the one I talking about, I see a dog. Like I don't like players that just seem goofy, like they don't take shit serious. Like, I like motherfuckers that got dog in them. So when I look at Brandon Miller, I'm not saying he doing, but I mean like shit.
Hey, Dex,
I watched him in the NCAA tournament flame out. I don't like that. That's a flag to me.
Everybody got a bad game.
I just say I don't think he a mumble. I don't think he's doing too much on that side.
You wanted the Hornets to draft MKG when he was coming out of college.
That's not
no,
Dex.
hell no. I could
That's
shoot.
no
I was
panic.
gonna shoot. That
Hey,
bad
my brother. My brother, his name is No Panic, not Dex. I'm Dex. That's No Panic.
Damn, I can't be Dex for the day. God damn.
No panic. Do you know basketball? Amon Thompson can't even shoot, bro.
Listen,
Thank you. Damn.
The same thing I say about Scoot. How many players in the NBA that we can look at and say they shot 27% from the field or from the three?
NBA's about 3.6.
Hold on. How many players can we say they shot 27% in college or in G League and then he went on to have careers shooting 27%.
Listen.
That's the Lonzo Ball channel, right? We watched Lonzo Ball shoot damn near less like 31% to now he one of the best shooters. If shooting can be teach with repetition.
Melo Ball, that Lonzo. What you talking
No,
about?
Lonzo been shooting 40% from three. What you talking about?
We talking
off the catch.
But what I'm saying
is that they can develop that shot. That's
exactly.
What he's saying.
Listen, bro. I don't know what you know about basketball, but I'm just gonna tell you this: Amon does not shoot the ball. He's a good distributor. The era of Rajon Rondo is over because we need shooters.
I just said, bro, like you can develop that.
Anymore.
You can develop a shot.
But what he's saying is you don't know he might be able to develop that and become a good shooter.
But
like
we've
Jason
seen
Kidd.
more players that not develop it. We see Jason Kidd coming to the league without a jumper, just being a distributor, and now he can
Rondo
his
did
career
too.
as a better shooter.
He developed that longer in his career though. He developed that longer in his career.
Okay, but when do players usually win their first championships? What age is like an average age for a lot of notable players?
About 7 years in the pros.
28.
28?
About 7 years in the pros.
Okay, so in 7 years, you mean to tell me Amon Thompson still gonna be a bad shooter if you don't work on it?
He might not be.
I mean, without working on it? While working on it?
He might not
Think
be.
about it now. If you say it take years to develop it, most players don't be at their prime until 27, 28. So he got 8 years to actually develop everything y'all saying. He got the baseline skills. He got the baseline athletic ability. He got the dog in him already. When you look at Brandon Miller, cool, he can shoot, but he a stud player. That's my only knock on him.
I think a lot of these young cats got dog in them, but it's consistency that's going to be an issue.
Not all of them.
Bro, Brandon Miller came out.
No, not all of them, but I think a lot of them
came out dropped 41. He came out and dropped 41 after that situation.
What he did in the NCAA tournament.
Everybody have a bad game.
What you mean?
The tournament wasn't
I don't
all
see
that,
because if Scoot been inside college and we see Scoot go to the Final Four with his team, I don't want to hate. I shouldn't have to hate his conversation. But what y'all saying is everybody have a bad game. Yeah, players that can't play 90% of their peak.
What?
But let me ask you this: was college basketball this year? Was the top of the line players in college basketball this year, or were they in the G League?
They ain't in no top 10, no top. Coming out of high school, most of the top 10, top 15 players either go to G League route, they go overseas, and Ballers Life got their own little team now.
Then look, if I'm literally playing against my nurse, right? Like in the tournament, like I'm the talent's gonna be way different when I go to the pros. So you might have to adjust your whole game. He might not be fast enough. He might not be strong enough. Who knows, right? But literally, you got to let people develop their game. And that's the whole thing
all
about
I'm saying. Like, if you look at their baseline of what they bring to the table now, and you add on to that, cool. But I feel like if I don't see enough dog in you, I don't think you're gonna develop that. So I ain't saying that.
41. He dropped.
I like that though. I like that because even if you don't develop a shot, at least develop that dog.
He dropped.
Like, listen, I can
situation.
Listen. This is how I gauge the best players in the league. The best players in the league should be able to play 80% of the season at their peak. I mean, 80% of the games they play in that season, they should be able to play at their peak. The mid-level players, the ones that don't really get the big contracts.
Brandon played at 90% the whole league, or even
Thank
more.
you.
What you talking about?
Say that again.
Thank you.
Brandon played at 90% or more the whole league.
No. What I'm saying, I talking about NBA. So if you saying he had a bad game in one of the biggest games of the season, that lets me know he can't reach that 80% threshold.
The school have a bad game.
Think about it now. College is only 30 games. It's only 30-something games in college. Somebody in the Matrix.
Man, this is crazy.
Oh, well, you go because I think he his phone going out or something.
No, not here.
Get over here.
Brandon dominated. He took Bama to the number one team in the league.
I mean, but who did they play?
College.
Who did they literally play?
Yeah, I saying like
Bro,
that's
what
what
are
you
you
got to
talking
look at.
about,
Bro, they did. Bro, a lot of the top talent wasn't in the NCAA last year or in the tournament.
Anybody?
Huh?
Who
did Scoot play? Mark Williams.
He played in the G League.
He played in the G League though.
The G League talent is actually better than college talent.
Well, of course, because you got people that played overseas, you got people that played in the
like you
pros
got people
before.
who've done that on
They're
a
probably on
day-to-day
extended
basis.
contract. Like
Aiden Thompson, he played in what? What's the name of that league? I forgot the name.
No, but see, with him, that's why he ain't the top pick. That's why he ain't going number 1, 2, or 3. Because of that, we don't know who he played against in that Ballers Life league.
Regardless of where he played, he can't shoot, so that's an issue.
No, see, but I don't. But shooting to me don't.
Okay,
mean
are
much
you trying to say he can never develop that shot though?
I'm saying that because have you seen his rotation? It's terrible.
I've seen it, yeah.
But you hear what you said first about him? He's a facilitator, right?
But
is that not a premium in the league?
Hey, Sean Mary had one of the ugliest shots, but it went in, right? So Brandon, it can happen.
Facilitates too.
Who?
Brandon facilitates too.
I don't not the same way. He do got a high. I do know the ball and got a higher IQ than people who get him credit for.
That's part of his game. Brandon facilitates too.
But it's the difference between passing the ball and getting people involved.
Exactly.
He got Lamelo. He don't need to
scores at all 3 levels.
Well, because at one moment it doesn't really have to be about the first pass. My pass can literally be the pass that sets it up for the next pass. Like,
that's a high IQ passer.
Like that's what I'm saying. Like
he has
he did that.
No, he did. He was not making the hockey assists. He was not. He was not dictating defense. He just was going.
No, did you watch his game by game?
I'm telling you, I watched it.
Film. Did you watch his film? No, watch his game by game where they show his misses and all his turnovers. They show everything.
Hey, listen. Let me start putting out some damn Brandon Miller stats real quick.
Oh no, that's what I'm saying. Watch the highlights. The highlight reel that I was watching had all that too. Because I like to see the downfalls too that you can work on. So I like to see all that shit.
Okay,
yeah, no, that's cool. It should show it because you got to work on those things. Like
what's this guy? Panic Room? What's his name?
Panic Room Dex.
All right, listen.
Like everybody thinks that they're the best baller until they come in against the best baller, and then they're like, "Oh, I got to work on something."
Tell me Brandon Miller's weaknesses because I haven't really seen many.
I mean, the weakness I see is he's stiff, right? That's the first thing that stick out to me when I watch it.
Say it again.
He's stiff. He's a stiff player.
Stiff.
He's a stiff player.
You gotta come with something better than stiff, bro.
Oh, listen. When I say
Tim Duncan was stiff, but the boy was bad. Like
when I say stiff, when you watch him dribble, from where the ball goes up to it comes down, it's a high dribble because he's standing upright as he's dribbling. He's not you know how some players like when they dribble, they do like this crab thing. Sometimes they get a little low because they got.
Everybody ain't finessing with it though.
No, listen. So what that showed me is he can't really create space. Then I watch his handling ability. He's not one of those players that he's trying to get to the basket. If he has the size advantage, he'll try to get to the basket. But he's not a level scorer.
Mark Jackson wasn't the best dribbler of all time, but he learned how to create space with his body. But
that's why I say it's a difference between creating space and knowing how to dribble. He does not create space. He's not a good handler of the ball.
Go watch his film. You will be happy when you leave.
Listen, and this ain't me knocking him. He's gonna be a decent player. I just don't think you take him over Scoot.
I think he's gonna be a good bench player. I don't think he's gonna be more than
all that now, but
I don't think he's gonna be more than that, bro. Look. Half these people that come out, right? They're so projected so high, they got all this talent, and literally, what do? They come out and they be good bench players most of the time.
Let me hold on. I pulling some shit up. That shit already don't look. Oh, that's crazy.
I don't see him as like one of the people that's going to carry you over the hump.
When y'all say 3-level score, right? He shoot 43% from the field and 38% from 3, which tells me
that's cool.
Inside the 3, he's nothing. Right?
What?
Listen, I'm about to show you.
That's easy to work on. That's mad easy.
San Diego State, right? The last game he played 31 minutes, shot 15%. Saturday before that, he played Maryland. They won 73-51, but he shot 30%. The game before that, he 19 minutes and it did nothing. I don't know if he fouled out or even against one of them little teams like them little bullshit ass team that the boy be playing and beating up on.
So basically, the game that he should have been showing up and he wasn't showing up.
He shot 25% out against Texas A&M. Then before that, he shot 100%, 72. He shot 72% from the field or whatnot. He had a good game. He had 50% from 3. 12 rebounds, 4 assists, right? And that's just like towards the end of the season.
Those stats are pretty alarming.
I'm gonna see the rest of the game.
Honestly, those stats are pretty alarming though, because those are critical games that he should have been shooting better, and he wasn't.
Scoot shot less percentage than him. Scoot shot a worse percentage.
But Scoop has to, but he
Scoot
has
ain't got
to,
no
but he has to
15%
conform his
game.
game
He ain't got no
to better
30%
talent, right?
game.
No,
25% game. Come on now.
Scoot shot 42.9% from the field and 27.5% from three. That's not good.
I mean,
Listen,
honestly, I
but
don't
then
really
you know,
expect him to come in
field
and
goal
be Curry.
percentage. Think about it. You shot 25% from the field, and you shot 90% from the free throw and 28% from three.
Hold on, what was
What
Trae
that
Young's
tells me
percentage?
is he has a lot of high percentage 3-point games that helps us average a good bit.
But what was Trae
That's what it
Young's
look like to
percentage
me.
when he came in though? Because he wasn't like the best. He didn't have the best percentage in college shooting the three, but he shot him way.
But listen, let me show you what I mean about like shooting percentage. This is why you can't go entirely off of that. When and the reason why I use Alonzo for this example is because we had this argument one time. If you look at his game,
one more thing before you say that. Scoot also shot bad from the free throw line.
But that's stuff that you can improve on.
No, man, that's a big issue for a point guard. What are you talking about?
No, and listen, I ain't saying that.
Bro, Rajon Rondo was horrible shooting free throws and ended up with being over 80% free throw shooter.
Rajon Rondo was one of the last picks in the draft. You can't really make it.
No, what I'm saying is Rajon Rondo was one of the worst free throw shooters, and then he ended up having it over 80% free throw average.
He was on a star-studded team, so that's.
But that ain't got nothing to do with free throw, though.
The star-studded team doesn't have nothing. It's a free throw, bro. It's you and the ball by yourself. That has nothing to do with the team. It's a free throw. It's you.
Percentage 76.4%. I believe Mark Williams shot better than him.
But see, what you're doing is you comparing free throw percentage and saying like that's something detracting. We all know these are things that improves.
Oh my God! So Brandon can improve his percentage at the rim, which he actually did throughout.
No, see, but that's the point I'm trying to get to y'all. I'm not saying he can't improve. My only point is the type of player he is. I just see him as a stuff player. I don't see him as having that much of a dog in him. I just don't see him like his handle package, creating space. Like, yeah, he is athletic. I'll give him that. He is a big player. I'll give him that. He does have the percentage from three.
Do you see him as another superhero?
That. But that's all I see.
Do you see him as another superhero or just a bench player?
I don't see him. Listen, I don't see him as no number 2 or number 3. I see him as a good starter.
I don't see. I don't really see him as the next guy to go to either. I'm sorry, I don't.
Did you watch his film? You have to really.
Yeah. I've watched his. I've studied the guy. I've studied his film. He kind of reminds me of like a Cunningham almost. Like
plays, bro. I'm talking about game highlights, like game shots. They showing him missing all that. I don't think you watched that.
No, see, when you break down somebody's film, it's the worst thing in the world to have to go and be like, I'm gonna watch highlights. You gotta literally watch his best games.
No, I watched games. I watched them in the tournament. But I literally had to go back and watch highlights of like the wrongs and the rights. I like to do both. Like I don't just go back and watch just everything you did right.
You still didn't answer his question. No panic. You didn't answer his question. He said, "What is his flaws?"
Man, listen. I know somebody in the chat like, damn, this nigga saying the same shit. I say he's a stiff player. Usually when I see
that's not a flaw. What are you talking about? Stiff player? Katie's stiff. Katie is stiff.
And okay, so if you listen to what I was saying all night, he's a stiff player. Usually when you a stiff player, you either gotta have a big body or you gotta have a high release like Kevin Durant. I said that about 4 times already.
He can grow into a big body. Everybody can grow. You gotta.
Okay, so now you want him to be a bigger. When I say a big body, I'm talking about like you moving shit out the way. I ain't talking about you just got a little muscle for your size, and you knocking guards over, but you can't really do nothing against power force. I ain't talking about like you got to be able to move all them motherfuckers around, or you got to have a high release. And if you look at his jumper, look where he not so much where he released the ball from, but look how his wind up to his shot go. That's just slow.
What? He said that shit is slow.
It is. Bro, listen,
he shot over people in college. He shot over people.
He's 6'9". The average college player is not going to the NBA. Think about that. The average college player is not going to the NBA.
The average G League player is not going to the NBA.
That's a lie. Most of them already been in the NBA.
Who?
Most players in the G League have already been in the NBA.
They play overseas. They play overseas against pro talent, right? And literally playing international in pro talent, that's big, right? And depending on what league you play overseas, you're playing some of the best talent that is coming to the NBA, right?
Yeah, like you do realize Europe got a league that's better than college basketball by far.
And then you're playing people that might be on a 10-day contract.
You know what I'm saying? They've been up there already twice or something like that. Now they're back down in the G League again, and injury might like it's literally a gang of things that go into the G League. But I'm playing against talent that is actually talent that's going to mold me in college, and I'm playing against a doctor or a nurse or secretary next year. That's not going to help that's not going to really help me.
Hey, listen. Let me say this real quick.
Hold on. By your logic, by you guys' logic, what's the rookie of the year last year? He dominated college basketball.
Who?
Banchero.
Who?
What are you talking about?
Who?
Banchero?
From the guy that was the rookie of the year this year.
But he was one of the few top 3 picks coming out of. He was one of the few people of like, okay, in high school we know he's gonna be the number 1 pick one day that actually went to college.
He's talking about Paulo.
Listen. Let me say this stat real quick. They played the number 1 team in the nation, North Carolina, right? He was 4 for 21, shot 19%. Okay, a couple of days before that, December 10th, they played against number 1 then ranked Houston.
Who are you guys talking about right now? Who?
Brandon Miller. He played against Houston, even in the win, right? 0%. They didn't hit nothing but free throws. Seemed like nothing but 9 free throws. He had 9 points playing against another number 1 team. They play against Tennessee, the number 10 team. He shot 36%. What's another top? Every top team I'm seeing that's ranked, he's having bad games except for
that's not good. That's not good.
Except for Arkansas.
I check Scoot.
And I look at that. No, see with Scoot, that'll be unfair for me to bring up Scoot because I know Scoot been playing against talent like that wasn't.
Scoot is not the head of his team though.
May I interject?
We don't know who the best G League team is. We don't know the rank.
Please.
Go ahead, Purple.
Let Purple in. Let Purple in.
Are y'all aware that Scoot played with Dyson Daniels, and I think Dyson went in the lottery, like lower part of the lottery, and for that same team, Dyson played 1 and played the 2, and Scoot had bad games, and just across the board went down.
You do know Scoot start with him at 17, right? Like he ain't been in the G League at 18.
I don't care about that. I don't care.
Well, I mean, she made a logical point though.
The reason why
had bad games too.
No, but see,
that's why I'm not going off the bad games. I'm going off the productivity and
listen. It's not even about the bad games to me, bro. What I did is now I named all the ranked teams, and against all the ranked teams, he shot less than 30% from the field. Period.
That's fine. Baby. Go, Purple. That's fine. Like from what I can see from that team, he was the best offensive talent, and that's another thing I'm hearing was that he basically the reason why his threes he shot so many threes like that too. I'm also learning that his teammates wasn't as good from beyond the arc, and so he took on the challenge. He basically, did something he should never do, and I hope he learns from that. It's cool to pick up where your teammates ain't strong at, but you still need to play your game.
But that team wasn't short of talent though. They had some nice talent on the Alabama team, so it's not like he had to do it all himself.
There was ranked number 1 now. Let's not try to sneeze at Alabama and their performance throughout the regular season. They was ranked number 1, the overall seed.
Hey, listen, and Diggs, that's why I list all the games that they played against.
Go ahead, Purple. Go ahead, jump in.
No, I'm trying to see what No Panic is saying.
Oh no, why he's saying is that's why I list all these games against ranked teams, because the point is not that he had bad games. The point is I can't measure you against Vanderbilt, unranked Vanderbilt. But what I can do is I can look at the best teams let me see if he shows up in the games that's the closest to NBA that he'll get.
Where there's another guard or another guy or forward that's on your level.
Show up. He shot less than 30% in all of them. So what that tells me is there's no dog in you. There's no dog in you, and you also don't show up when it counts.
But you can say but based off the stats that Purple gave, you can literally say the same thing about Scoop's game, but you can't watch him.
The reason why
no. Hold on. This is what I'm saying. Just what I'm saying. Just based off of what you're talking about by performance based with the numbers wise, right? But you can't literally go off of that because if you're not physically watching the game, then you don't know what he could have been doing when he was having a bad shooting night.
And what
I can definitely see him shooting 2 for 14.
I can
No,
see
I'm
he
saying
was
if,
shooting.
when you're having a bad shooting night,
Okay, but let me
your game
say this
tends to
about
do other
Scoot
things.
then.
Thank you. Every player have a bad game.
Bruh,
What
but
are you talking
listen,
about?
I get what y'all
LeBron doesn't
saying,
show up every
but
game in a big game. What do you
I
think?
can,
I sweat.
man, listen. If either one of y'all care to do this, go on his full game by game stats. Go look at his stat. I guarantee y'all gonna be like, damn. So ain't just the ranked games he been shooting 30%. He
No,
had
we get
games
what you're
against
saying.
worse teams that been shooting
But
30%.
but
And
We get
let
what
me
you're
say this
saying.
real quick about
Bro, we get what you're saying.
no,
We literally get what you're saying.
hold on. Let me get the Scoot thing. The reason why you can't use Scoot numbers, and the reason why I didn't use Scoot numbers for two reasons. That'll be unfair to both of them if I use Scoot because we don't know exactly who the good teams in the G League are. That's one. Two, at the end of the day, think about the philosophy behind both players. Brandon Miller, you in a position where y'all out there to win games. Scoot in the position where we trying to develop you. They didn't care about how much they win in the G League Unite. That's them developing those players. So if they having bad games because they trying to force them to learn to
I get
practice
where you're
certain
coming from.
things they need to practice in their game. That's
I
what
get where you're coming from.
the G League for is a developmental league.
Well, I think in the G League, you're not the man, right, on your team yet.
Yeah,
So literally,
Why you
you have
protecting
to pass off
Scoot?
to the other big players that are on your team at that
He
moment.
said, "Why you protecting Scoot?"
Why
Hey,
you
listen, ain't
protecting
even
Scoot
about
from
protecting
the
That's
Scoot.
a
boys?
I ain't even
that's a
talking
good
about Scoot.
You
argument.
talk too much.
No,
No
listen,
panic. You talk too much. It's my turn. I'll let you
listen.
talk.
She said she bring up
Oh
Scoot,
my
so
god,
I talked about Scoot.
bro.
that's
Scoot.
a
Oh my fault. You wanna go? You can go. You can go.
Joey, are you saying he protected Scoot because he presented a
Yes,
good
but
argument?
can I
he
point out
is.
That's
something?
all he is.
No,
That's
Can
all
I
he
point
is.
out something
Oh,
about
go perfect.
college?
Perfect. Go ahead.
Y'all do know the rankings changed, and because I'm not about to keep up with college basketball, especially at the beginning, it's too much. If I'm correct, I don't believe Alabama came into the season as a number one ranked team. Rankings change, I guess, weekly or however they do it. I don't know.
No, they probably been preseason number one, and then
Who
by the
Alabama?
season start, go ahead.
You said Alabama was
No,
preseason.
I don't know if they've been number one at no point. What I'm saying is they do have preseason rankings. Like before the season start, they go based off of the teams that coming back from last year. If they got enough players, they go by the
And the
talent that they get coming out of high school, shit like that. So they
yeah.
may have, but if you don't see them in the regular season, it's probably because they probably just had look weak during the preseason and they just switch them on by like, oh, fuck them. They
I
ain't
think
showing
I
up.
think Houston was the preseason favorite. UCLA was number 2 or something like that, and then Alabama was definitely in the top 5. And it was a lot of jockeying and a lot of moving around. But then towards the end of the season, Alabama has solidified themselves as the number 1 team.
But
It
why?
ended up being number 1 overall.
But
You said
why?
why? It
Yeah.
was winning. It was winning.
Why
What about
weren't you winning?
Arkansas? Because I know for a fact Arkansas had a high ranking coming into this season. Now, where that ranking was, I don't know.
Yeah, they number
Yeah.
15. They end the season at number 15, and
She's making a good point. She's making a good point. The reason why is Brandon did not have any other stars beside him.
Oh my God! But he's supposed to be a number
one
2
star
pick.
that played beside
But
Brandon Miller.
I mean,
That's not number 2
listen. Big
pick,
Al,
Jersey.
hold on. Let me take this out. Big Al, it sounds like you know a lot of basketball. It sounds like you know a lot of collegiate basketball.
Oh, I do know basketball. Yes.
Keep in mind, there's only 3 teams that's going to really have stars, and that's Kansas, Kentucky, and Duke. Outside of that, no, listen to what I'm saying. It's only basically 3 teams that dominate the McDonald Parade All-American recruits, and that's Duke, Kentucky, and Kansas.
And
So
Carolina.
you can't. Not anymore. The Carolina used to be up there, but they're not up there.
All right.
Who?
But
As far as number 1, they've been number 1 this
No.
season.
no, listen to what I'm saying.
Oh, go
Listen
ahead.
to what I'm saying. As far as consensus McDonald All-American and
All
in
right.
high tier recruiting class, it's normally Duke, Kentucky, and Kansas. They have been dominating that for years. Yes, you have some North Carolina eras, you know what I'm saying, that was up there. You have some UCLA eras, you have some Ohio State eras, you know what I'm saying? But normally, that the steadfast in that is those 3 schools, so those institutions. But what I'm saying about Alabama, you can never expect Alabama to have multiple stars. I mean, you can go all the way back to Latrell Sprewell. You can go back to Colin Sexton. You follow what I'm saying? They only have like 1-star teams in Alabama. You know what I'm
But
saying?
college is different now, though. College is different now. They'll literally team up
Hold on,
together to go to one college.
let Joey say something because well, Pearl Baby saying I get where they going at, but I got one thing I can bring out to kind of make that whole point fall in the stage.
Let me say this. Also, Scoot has a couple first round picks he was playing with last year. Now
He had to defer.
Let's consider that as well.
That's what I said earlier. He had to defer, so his game is different.
No.
He wasn't the man.
There's nobody on that team really in the G League.
What?
Keep it a buck. There's barely any good players on that team.
So wait, but the players that are there are better than the players that are in college right now.
Not all of them.
Definitely.
Man,
it's a developmental league, so they don't play the game to win. Like
They're developing in the league. They win championships. What are you talking
bro, that's not a developmental league, bro.
Yeah,
but the JBA, bro.
But that's not the overall goal. He said, Joey, he said that's not the overall goal. The overall goal is to develop those players. It's a farm league.
Alabama basketball team is not the top 5 team coming in every year. They're just there to play, bro. Let's keep it a buck. They're a football college. Let's keep it a buck. They're not a
No, I mean you only got so many spots on the roster, right? You might be a good player, but you might not be.
You talking about Alabama?
Yeah, they're not Alabama's not a basketball.
But Alabama have had years where they were competitive in the basketball.
But what a different narrative of basketball.
They're a football school, but they have been competitive over the past couple years.
School team went to the playoffs. You know that, right? They went to the playoffs.
But what I'm saying, I get that they good enough to win, but you still got the main goal is still to develop them. But let me say this real quick, right?
What?
If you say did you say Alabama? No, hold on. Did you say Alabama?
You've been developing him. No. You've been developing him. He still can't shoot.
Bro, like you act like this shit happened overnight.
That's bad.
Nah, bro, that ain't bad.
Joey, you got one, Joey. Joey got one. That was a good one right there, Joey. I gotta give it to you.
I can't give him that one though, man. Because
you can't give him that one.
It's a development league. It's a development league. What are you developing?
Oh, okay. I get that part.
Okay,
but
if you developing, that don't mean it's a finished party by the time you drafted. I tell y'all, Scoot coming at 17.
No, but I get where you're coming from. If you're in a development league, develop what you need to develop.
No, I understand
that was a good one for the youngsters. I gotta give that one.
Let's
got you stuttering a little bit, no panic. You stuttering a little
real
bit.
quick. You say Alabama ain't had no squad. He been the only one there, right?
Yes.
Okay, so I looking at Houston, #1 team in the nation. They actually won that game by 6 with him shooting 0 for 8, right? North Carolina, another #1 team, a couple of days later. Hold on. They won that game in 4 overtimes, right? And he shot 4 for 21. So somebody on the court outside of him doing some shit. For them not to have nobody around.
Let's be real.
They got a good team or no?
We throwing stats at each other. I can look up Scoot stats right now and show you bad shooting.
But Scoot was playing against people that he had to defer to though. So his game is getting developed.
And Chance, even the top against that, on top of that, think about it.
Let's go one at a time.
Necessarily Scoot against Brandon Miller. I just let you know what Brandon Miller did. Y'all the one going to the other person saying, well, he did this. And I know for a fact it's 2 different things. One thing
so wait. Are you saying Brandon Miller against Brandon Miller? Wait, is that what
I'll shoot Brandon Miller some bill right here. He coming into college. He ain't like Scoot. Scoot ain't had to do nothing but play basketball. His mind was free. He had money already. That's all he had to do. So I'll give Brandon that. He had to play through actually going to school. He had to play in real life, not being in the league yet, still trying to get there. I'll give him that.
What do you mean? You don't do no schoolwork in college when you're a star player.
When the top teams he played, he has folded more times than not against the top teams. I get having a bad game in the NCAA tournament. I will give you that. He might have had one bad game, but like I say, I measure players on how much games in a season can they play their peak. If you can play 80%, you one of the best in the league. Looking at her shit, he ain't even.
Bro, a college coach does not bring you in to be a biology major, bro. You're literally taking ceramics as your major, bro.
No, it's not. It's easy.
Like,
it's easy.
That's what I'm saying. Like so him having it easy and them having it easy, you're gonna have it easy regardless if you're a star player in college, bro. You're literally not gonna go to class.
Yeah, and he even
nowadays they taking CRT, critical race theory.
Oh my god.
Damn.
Oh my god. But you get a degree in that too, like, and can't do nothing with it. That's the bad part, like.
So if y'all think college ain't all that hard, then I mean shit. So my low point. The bill I
So
try
so
to
they
see.
both had a chance to just concentrate on basketball. Period. So I can't really that narrative
Hey,
don't.
listen, y'all said it, not me.
You keep bringing up Brandon Miller's stats when school stats.
No,
is
no, but you know why? Because y'all asked me what do I see in him that I don't like. As far as I don't,
You keep
I
I don't
think,
see
but
him a
talking
what
number
about
no
two.
panic is doing though, he's giving you the
I
stats of
give
somebody that's
y'all
in college and
why,
somebody that's
and
in
now
pro.
I'm showing y'all that even if I want to say he's a great shooter, like y'all say, the stats don't show that. And I ain't talking about 1 or 2 games. I ain't talking about 5 or 10 games.
I think you,
I'm
but I
talking
think you
about
need to.
all the
I think you
top
need to.
competition.
I
I'm
think you need
talking
to go
about
a little bit
most of the
further though with it,
outside
though,
the
no
games
panic.
outside of that,
I think
and
you
in the
need to go a
biggest
little bit
moments
further
he's
though
on the
with it,
tournament.
panic.
I think what a lot of these, listen, I think what a lot of these paper jockeys are doing is trying to hype up the draft because after Wembanyama leaves, they
All
want
hell
to keep
breaking
eyes
loose.
on the draft. You know what I'm saying? They want the chaos to unfold. Who's going where? Who's going there?
There's
Even
a lot of chaos.
Jonathan Cavoni has Henderson going at number 2. But next week he might have Scoop. So you guys can't. It's going to be a lot of jockeying to keep the sensationalism at a peak, and that's what you guys have to realize.
I'm agreeing with Dex. I think they're trying to get into the next era of without LeBron and LeBron's narratives of how the game is basically going to be played and who's going to go where, and literally get this back to like when it was Dwayne Wade against LeBron, Kobe against, you know what I'm saying, and get that dog eat dog back into the game. Like, you know what I'm saying? Really play.
Too much friendship. Too much
Yeah,
friendship.
it's too much. Yeah, it's too much. Like,
Too much fellowship.
yeah, yeah. You guys are
All
doing
I'm
patty cake.
saying
You guys are too busy wanting to do patty cake on the sideline instead of like balling out. You know what I'm saying? Like,
all I'm saying is Scoop is being pampered right now. Let's keep it real. They keep saying this developing league. He went to the playoffs. They hyped up the Wemby game. So why we hyping up what he do if he's in the developing league?
I'm not even hyping on what he's doing. I'm hyping on what he can do.
But
Some
listen
people,
though, Joey.
some people.
But Joey, the development league or the G League is above college.
No,
Yeah.
it's not. No,
It is.
no,
It is.
no.
It's a professional league.
It's the players that made it.
I
And
don't care if it's professional or not. You out your line if you think that's over.
Oh my God! She
what?
hit me below the belt.
You said what?
Purple baby, how can you sit there and fix your
Purple,
lip
bro.
to say that college is over the G League? How
It
could you do that? The G League is comparable to playing like overseas.
No,
Because the
yeah,
GM
not,
is not
I
paying. They're not
agree
paying
with Dex.
doctors
I
in
agree
this.
with Dex.
Hey, well,
you got
let me say this stat real quick. Alabama played 37 games a season. Guess how much of those games he shot 37 and above?
I don't know.
You throwing stats again, bro?
13.
Stats out
Look,
again.
you
No,
keep
I'm
throwing these
not,
stats
bro.
though. Like,
Listen, I'm not just throwing stats. What I'm
that's
saying
what you
is
know.
But
Every player's inconsistent. Every player's
but that's
inconsistent.
below inconsistent. You shoot 13
Okay,
out of 37
but
games
look, hold
at
on,
your
hold on. You
average.
just said that somebody can develop, and now you're going to basically taint him like he can't develop.
No, but see, that's why I
Exactly.
keep trying to tell you. I'm not saying he can't develop. I'm not saying he a bad player. Y'all ask me what do I see in this game that makes me believe that he's not the number 2 overall pick.
And you
I'm
said the
telling
dog.
y'all, and y'all say his 3-point shooting percentage. He's a good shooter. He a 3-level scorer. I'm looking at the stats, and the stats don't show that. When I look at his game, I don't see a 3-way scorer. I've seen a lot of bad games from. I see a lot of bad tape on him.
I could do the
but
same with Scoop, but my
Pablo has
fault.
some
No,
bad
I
shooting
I
games too,
get
though,
that
bro.
you can
Like,
do that for Scoot. That's cool. But this is not me lifting Scoot up to knock Brandon Miller down. This is me telling you exactly what I see in Brandon Miller. Now, if you ask me what do I see bad in Scoot, I can break down what I see bad in Scoot. And what I see is he can't shoot the 3-ball, right? But outside of that, I see potential. Bro got athletic ability. He a good decision maker. He's a good playmaker. He can get to the basket. He can create space. He can shoot the mid range. But
But
y'all don't want to talk about
but
that.
no
Y'all only want to
panic.
talk
But
about him
no
can't shoot the
panic.
3.
But no panic. Russell Westbrook became MVP and couldn't shoot the 3.
And he a first ballot Hall of Famer.
and
you
you won't
mean the stat pattern?
play that way.
Hold on, they didn't get no ring though. He didn't get no ring.
Okay, but you can't just run to a ring.
Joey, a whole lot of players didn't get no rings.
Yeah.
No, Dex, hold on. You cut me off. That's why they cut me off. He also didn't sniff a finals. Or
Yes,
Yes, he
he
did.
played in the
Russell
finals. What are you
Westbrook went
talking
in the
about?
finals.
He played in the finals.
Russell played. What
Yeah.
did he went with Durant and Harden.
Yeah.
Y'all be
Yeah,
finding these
sure
dudes that
did.
don't even watch basketball
I
long
mean not
enough
Harden, but
to
Durant.
be able to
I'm sorry,
drive a
Harden.
car or have a life.
Harden was
Don't
there.
even
No,
talk.
Harden was there.
No,
Harden
Harden
was
was
there.
Yeah,
in that
even
finals.
Oklahoma, even Harden,
No,
even
did
Barker,
Harden go to
even
Houston?
KD, even Russ.
Even
Yeah, Harden played in that finals. He played in that finals.
No, I thought they played in the Western Conference Finals, not the finals.
Yeah, they
No,
played
they've been in the
they get
finals,
beat
the
by
finals,
LeBron.
the NBA finals.
LeBron beat them both.
Yes, Harden was there coming off the bench. Yes.
What did he do? I don't want a Westbrook next to Lamelo. Why would I want a Westbrook next to Lamelo?
He's not a Westbrook.
So what is
He is a
he?
Westbrook.
No, Westbrook. Listen.
Y'all
Wait. Hold on. We get convoluted. Joey, he has a mindset of Westbrook, but not the attitude of Westbrook. That's a difference. This guy is being groomed by one of the best professional players that ever played the game, who is the son of Charlotte, and that is Steph Curry. So Westbrook didn't come in. Westbrook didn't come in groomed like that. Westbrook came in with a whole lot of thorns, and he stayed with them thorns all the way through his career.
Hey, but hold on. But wait.
Hey, listen, if it's still gonna be Russell Westbrook, I think Charlotte would take that.
No, not right now. No, not right now. No, Russell Westbrook is stubborn.
He gonna end his career as a going down as a Hall of Famer, and he got 2 MVPs, and he averaged triple double for 3 seasons.
Westbrook won't fit. No, but Westbrook won't fit.
Hold on, what's the goal?
Listen, Melo can leave if I know I get in that.
Like he has the same mindset.
Nah, Westbrook.
I'm gonna keep it up.
No, but that's a bad book. That's a bad book because Westbrook is already old. He's already on his last leg.
Oh yeah, now I talking about Russ in his prime. Y'all,
but Russ was an asshole, right? We're not saying that like Russell Westbrook, right?
Saying that shit.
Look, Russell Westbrook was arrogant. Westbrook was arrogant and he was an asshole. You wasn't gonna tell him nothing, bro. We're not saying that he has the same kind of attitude.
Yeah, he's stubborn. You know, he's very stubborn.
He's from Cali, bro. He was an asshole when he came in. Like
he had to have the ball in his hands to succeed. The same thing.
Thank you.
No, Scoot. Listen, Scoot has already been on the record.
Scoot is not an on-ball player like that.
Listen, hey guys, you guys see? Hold on. Come on, guys, do your research. Scoot has already been on record saying that he wouldn't mind playing off ball when they asked him about LaMelo Ball specifically. He loves LaMelo.
And y'all keep talking about this on-ball, off-ball.
But do you guys not know point guards like to play off
I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised at draft day that he wears the MBO3s. Okay.
Well, I was a 6'1.5" point guard, bro. I used to like getting off the ball sometimes because my back would ache.
I'm gonna tell you this. So
from bending over dribbling all the time.
Okay, I'm gonna tell you this. If we pick Miller, I bet you the Blazers won't pick Scoot.
Of course, they ain't gonna pick him. They ain't even gonna pick Brandon.
Okay, but you say he can play off ball, so what's the point?
No, what I'm saying, what you said. Listen, what you said just now was, I bet you if Charlotte takes Brandon, Portland ain't gonna take Scoot. Portland ain't taking nobody. Portland trading that pick for something.
Yeah, they traded that pick. They traded that pick.
Look, Portland need to do something.
You can't try that.
Portland don't need that pick. They don't need it.
They gonna trade that pick.
Yes, they do.
Look, Portland got it. Look, we already know how Portland doing the draft.
Gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, Dame is begging Portland to package that pick, or if they accept the pick and pick it, then he's out.
Yeah,
move me.
But I mean,
he don't want to be in no rebuild. He don't want to be in no rebuild.
For bad picks, right?
And then when that happens, Dame Lillard would be in line behind Kyrie, Trae Young, and the rest of them lined up for LeBron to pick them to be an LA Laker and play in purple and gold.
If I'm Portland, picks ain't been working for me, right? So I'm literally going to do a whole different route. Like, I'm not going picks this time. Like, Brandon Roy didn't work out. Greg Oden didn't work out. Like, nobody, and Bowie, like, nobody worked out for you, bro. Like,
wow, he went back to Bowie.
I'm just saying, nobody's worked out in your draft.
Big Sam. You went back to Big Sam.
Even took Damian Lillard a long time to work out.
You hear what Scoot.
So you saying Portland they didn't draft nothing? What about Clyde Drexler?
I mean, they did. No, Clyde was already like Clyde was like 35. I mean, 86 or something like that.
But he's a Hall of Famer. He's top 75. What about Bill Walton?
Look,
what about Bill Walton?
No more.
But what about Bill Walton?
Bill Walton, that was back in 1936.
But they drafted him though. We're going through drafts.
Yeah, when it was 8 teams in the league.
What about Michael Thompson?
When nobody even knows Thompson unless they talk about Thompson now. That's the bad part. If you ain't talking about his son, ain't nobody even talking about him.
Portland has some good drafts. They have some
No,
good drafts.
look. Hey, they did a great job with Duckworth, right? They had Duckworth, and they had but they had my boy the ball-headed one what was his name?
Cliff, Uncle
Yeah,
Cliff.
Cliff, Uncle Cliff, yeah. So Cliff was probably about the best one that worked out for him, honestly.
Well, they drafted Jermaine O'Neal. I mean, he was a good player.
I mean, how long was
he got
Jermaine
caught up
O'Neal
in
there?
a trade. He got caught up in a trade. I think was there for 4 years.
Yeah, and literally took him until he got to Miami to get better.
No, he got better in Indiana.
You're right. His game did develop there. You're right.
Man,
I think Portland did pretty good throughout their history. They drafted some pretty good players. If you go to look up their history of their draft, they drafted some quality players, and they use them for commodity to trade. You know.
Well, maybe that was the problem. They used them for commodity and trade when they should have used them to play. Because
fellas, I have a question because you guys are really high on Scoot. So if the Hornets do not pick Scoot, they pick Brandon. What team is going to draft Scoot?
The first one available.
The very next team?
Nah, he's going like bottom 10. Bottom 10.
Yeah,
Bro,
right, bro.
listen, if that's how you feel about Scoot, then this conversation ain't really for sure.
Bro, that's the next team is picking him, bro.
He ain't gonna be that bad. But real talk, who is gonna draft Scoot after the
whoever got the third pick?
Bro, I guarantee you, Portland has a chance to get him. They're gonna kick him.
No, they're not getting.
Oh yeah, they already traded that pick.
I think you could.
Hold on. Detroit's not getting him. Orlando's not getting him. Indiana's not getting him. Washington's not getting him.
Wait. Are you missing? You skipping over Houston?
That's because everybody already knows.
Why y'all scooping over Houston?
That's
You can't play with Jalen
the
Green?
reason why ain't nobody gonna get him because the whole league already knows where he's going. That's why.
No,
He's going to Charlotte.
Let me ask y'all a question. Who would y'all rather have, Scoot or Killian Hayes?
Bro, I'm with Scoot, homie.
Hold on.
Can I say something right quick?
Go ahead, bro.
What I'm trying to think of that team because they trying to sell their talent.
Portland.
Oh my God!
Perp trying to say something.
In Canada.
Toronto Raptors.
Yeah, the Raptors might take them if they can, which they do have enough to trade up. There's one more team that could take them. Washington. They need a point guard bad. Like Washington does, they would.
That's a good one. Well,
if you Scoot, you better hope you go to Charlotte.
Washington got Ish Smith, right? That's their starting point guard.
Yeah, and listen, Charlotte bring him in to try to be that part of that play with the ball in his hand, but they ain't necessarily a score.
Hold on. So Scoot slips all the way to Washington. Why should the Hornets?
No, they can trade. They
can
trade. Like he's going top 3 for sure.
Look, somebody's gonna snatch him up and then trade him after if it's like that. You know what I'm saying? They're not gonna let him go that far.
Anybody that decides to come up to number 3,
if he's gonna slip all the way to Washington,
they're not gonna let him slip that far, bro.
He's not falling. If he fall that far, he ain't even supposed to be in the discussion.
The only other team that's gonna pick him.
I'll say this: if he fall past number 3, he don't supposed to be in the conversation because he's top 9 team.
Nah. That ain't true. That ain't true. It could be a bias against him. You know what I'm saying? You don't know.
Yeah, exactly.
3 teams that will pick.
These are the
said even the bias against
Brandon Miller guy.
You don't know though. You could be a bias. You could be a bias against him. Who knows? You know what I'm saying? If he slips that far.
Damn it, the whole league in at like LeVar, they still take his son 2 and 3.
Look at how the league did Michael Sam. Period.
Somebody I think better.
That's all I gotta say.
Yeah, Michael Sam.
Talent is talent.
I'm just saying he was literally the best defensive lineman coming out before he was gay. Like everybody had him as like the next god on the defensive line, like an Ndamukong Suh almost. And literally
that's the
NFL, guy, and now he's
NBA.
Like now he's a pansy. Like nobody wants to give him a workout or nothing. Like,
shit. NFL don't bend for shit.
They better even give him a workout, bro. Go ahead.
Dex, you said Houston like very lightly. Why would you think Houston will want Henderson when they got a god team over there?
Man, that young talent over there.
He's better than all the guards that
Bro, I would take all that young talent over there. You crazy?
Although I agree with that, if James Harden is supposed to be over there and they keeping Green and Porter, I think he a junior. I
Hey,
think
Purple, I don't think
he's
Harden's
not.
leaving.
Man, listen, them players using other teams
Because
rumors
you
like
remember
that to
Harden got
bully
the
on
GM
shit.
over. He got a GM over there that'll pay him money. It's with the 76ers.
So
That's his guy.
What
That's
is
his guy. That's his boy.
y'all
even
realize
so? They said he wanted to go back to Houston, and for the life of me, I
Houston
don't.
don't want his ass.
Yeah, but we never
You don't want his
heard
ass.
Harden say that. Hold on, that's just rumor. We never heard Harden say that.
Yeah, that's just a rumor.
No, Harden always said he would like to go back to Houston.
They don't want him
Yeah,
back. They
to
don't.
party. You go back to
Yeah,
Houston to
that's all.
party. You know what's down in
I mean,
Houston?
whether you go to the strip club or you want to get wings, whatever it is, barbecue, he still wants to go back.
Yeah, he ain't trying to play on that team.
Sometimes
Maybe he just don't like
the players, what they do is they try to drum up like Kyrie, right? All these rumors coming up about he might go to the Lakers and he talked to LeBron about coming to Dallas. That's bullshit. He trying to build his value, whether that's him saying him or not. His value is being built by saying, oh damn, so he got the cash in to get LeBron, or shit, he might.
Let me tell you something.
We gotta give him a max.
Listen, I wasn't going to bring nothing up about Kyrie. We talked a little bit about him earlier, but it was just some other stuff. Check this out. Kyrie is in LA right now. Phil Handy picked him up from the airport, him and his family, and we already know Phil Handy is the assistant coach under Darvin Ham. So why are these guys fraternizing so much? Kyrie and Phil Handy. What the hell is going on over there?
Oh no, that's
That
his boy.
tampering?
Them boy. They close like that. He
I know,
always go
but
to
is
the
it
camp and shit
tampering?
like that.
Is it tampering?
I mean, shit, it could be, but if you go look at the history, like he come to all Phil Handy camps or whatever like that, like them boy real close. Like that's one of the people he work out with during the summers and shit like that. Like a lot of players close to Phil Handy, but like the way Phil Handy talk about him, you could tell them boy like that's kind of his personal.
But Phil Handy is the coach of the Los Angeles Lakers.
Yeah.
And we already heard the rumors and allegations of Kyrie trying to outrace all the Trey Youngs of the world, the Damian Lillards of the world, the Zach LaVines of the world to the finish line to wear purple and gold. Isn't that conspicuous to be with Phil Handy? And he's picking you up at the airport like a personal
is it hurting though? Is it hurting?
I'm just asking a question.
Because I mean, think about it now. Like if
people laughed at me. People laughed at me. I ain't gonna say that.
No, I want my boy in LA, so I with you. But I think this kind of a play, like I say, for Kyrie to just share. Dallas ain't want to just give up Kyrie, like let him go, because they traded for him, so they feel like they got some investment in him. They probably just ain't there yet with the max with him yet, and he understand like Lakers might not want to give me the max, and they can't give me the max. But at the same time, it's like shit. There's rumors out there, so now the Mavericks might feel like, man, we just gotta sign him because he won for that. We just need to go ahead and start giving him the money. But that's a play against the Mavericks, if you ask me. And I think the Mavericks trying to stand pat and be like, well, we could wait this out and try to call his bluff. But I mean, shit, Kyrie got all the leverage.
Shout out to superstar Juju.
So I don't think true. Like I said, if he signed back with Dallas, I wouldn't be surprised. If he go to the Lakers, I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, Kyrie's a crazy individual. We can't predict him.
Hey,
it's called Mercurial. That's the word.
All I know is he a 50, 40, 90 player. And they ain't too much of those walking around.
I respect Kyrie game. He played for Brooklyn Nets. Once you put on the Brooklyn jersey, anything New York, I respect it.
Oh, wait a minute, Joey, where you from?
Shout out Juju. What's good,
Brooklyn,
Juju?
Canarsie.
Are you from Canarsie?
Yeah.
Juju on the panel.
Shout out Brooklyn. You already know what it is.
Juju on the
Yo, what's up?
Yes,
all right. Hello.
Yeah, I just came up here because y'all were like having a conversation about the Scoot stuff, and I just wanted to hear the actual argument for Scoot being above Brandon Miller, because I just heard a bunch of bullshit earlier. So, does anybody actually have like a argument that's not like illogical or just dumb?
I mean, it's a clear cut with him. I mean, what is his weaknesses? If you can find a weakness.
What's his weaknesses? Who?
Scoot.
What's his weaknesses? He doesn't shoot the ball at a high level from the 3-point line, which is one of the main aspects to building a great guard in the NBA.
So,
do you have a problem
pretty
with
much
that?
everything else good, but he's just a
everything else. Well, we can get into everything else. Do you have a problem with him?
I want to hear from you. I want to hear what you think about the rest of the skills.
Yeah, I'm not gonna present everything all once or at one
I mean,
time,
just
right?
like I
So we
like
can go one by one. Do you agree? As a 3-point shooter, he's not it. He hasn't there's no evidence to say that he's going to be a great 3-point shooter.
100% agree. 100% agree.
Okay, great. And you understand that like 3-point shooting from a guard perspective, right? The best guards, Kyrie, Dame, Steph, great players in general, can all shoot the ball at a great level. Not all of them, but I would say majority of them. So if we're talking about great players, great guards, he doesn't have that criteria, which is the main factor of that criteria.
Okay, so let me ask you this: do you think that a player can improve that?
It depends. Like some players come in the league, like a Derrick Rose. It takes him many years. Like yeah, but it takes his early years where he's athletic. He doesn't have that ability to shoot. He doesn't get that till way later on. So of course it's possible, but what's the evidence to say that it's probable that he will become a great shooter? Because all the evidence that we have now from the G League, none of that suggests that he will become it. So if you're only leaning on, it's possible that he
hold on, Dex, let him go.
Then that's not really a good argument.
So let me ask you this question.
Brandon Miller, I can just be like, well, Brandon Miller has demonstrated the evidence that we can use to suggest that he can become a good shooter, maybe even a potentially really good shooter on the NBA level. So that's the difference between him and Scoot.
Okay, so let me ask you this. I don't know if you had hit me on the panel earlier about his stats or whatnot, as far as 3-point percentage, because that seemed to be the thing that kind of y'all holding on to with Brandon Miller. And I get that because I mean, shit, that's a
it was 38% right? From 3.
38%, right? So
on a lot of attempts as well. So it's not like a low amount of attempts, which is something you need to.
You 100%. You 100% right with the high attempts.
Sure.
But when I looking at the stats, right, and then I looking at a player, and it's like, okay, Brandon Miller number 2 or Scoot number 2. What you just said just now is pretty much the only thing that Scoot kind of has against him was that he shot 27% from 3, which we both agree that you can improve on that. Whether he do it or not, you can improve on that, right?
I don't agree. I don't disagree with the possibility, but if we're weighing arguments, if I'm making an argument that is an inductive argument based on numerous amount of examples and evidence, which on the Brandon Miller side we have evidence for Brandon Miller. We don't have evidence for Scoot. So when you ask me to weigh it, the probability is higher for Brandon Miller. That's the argument.
So let me ask this real
I
quick.
don't deny that it's possible that he can develop into a 3-point shooter that's as capable of Brandon Miller, but what's the evidence for that?
All right, well, let me ask you this, right? Because you sound like you know what you're talking about. So, do you believe that the 3-point percentage is? Do you take it as okay? That's the number, or do you actually look at game by game? And
of course not. No. If you're just purely looking at the stats, you'll never be able to actually demonstrate an accurate depiction of what's happening. So you have to watch the games, and from the games, Brandon Miller just isn't only a catch and shoot 3-point shooter. He's shown the potential of off ball shooting, even sometimes mid range shooting, deep threes as well, like NBA range threes. So obviously he's shown those capabilities. So I'm not just highlighting the percentage like it matters. It's also the nuances of the game, which also correspond with the percentage. So in that case, it is shown to be better.
No, hold up, Dex. I better get to a point with him. Keep going.
Nah, he on fire.
No, that's it. You can go ahead.
Okay, so based on what you're saying, context matters, right? So when we look at the season-long stats, and I know you heard me earlier, and this just games, right? He has a game where he shot 10% from 3, which is 1 for 10. He shot 33%, 0%, blah blah.
Whoa! Now what you're doing is being a hypocrite. Well, no. I can't let you finish. I understand your argument now.
Let me finish my point so you can.
I understand your point. Your point is going to be that based on the percentages, he's not a consistent player. But I can, if you want me to attack that, I can.
Out of 37 games a season,
sure,
only 13 of them he shot 37 and above. That's a fact.
Okay.
So that's telling me he played at his peak shooting wise from the 3.
Okay, I understand your argument.
Games. So
I understand your argument. Can I respond?
I mean, bro, listen, I let you get a complete thought out.
No, I've already heard your argument earlier. I already heard. Wait, excuse me. Don't do that. I'm just, the only reason I'm cutting you off is to progress it. I don't need to. Nobody needs to sit here and hear you repeat yourself. You already said this earlier. So Yeah, I
Every said
understand your
everybody
argument.
tonight
Can
said
I
the same
respond?
thing you said. I didn't
Yeah,
progress your
yes, you
argument.
just
I
repeat.
listened to it.
No, because my argument is
No,
new.
no,
Nobody's heard my
no.
argument.
See what it
We've
does
heard
is
your argument
you
before. So
actually
can I
just want to
repress?
argue. I don't even think you believe that
Well,
Brandon Miller better.
I
think you
did
just
come
want
up
to
here.
be
I
material.
did come up. Wait, excuse me. I
Ain't no
came up
way.
here.
Like, listen,
Are you
you
gonna
want me
Are you
to
gonna
listen to
keep?
what you're saying right
Okay,
now, but you
dude,
can't
go
listen
ahead
to
and
my full
finish.
point. So I'm
Because
gonna
I've
keep
already
talking until
heard your
somebody else
full
talks.
point. You're not paying attention to context. I've heard this point.
Oh,
I don't need you to
okay. So
repeat
if
it.
you heard a point, what's
So
the
let me
question? What's
respond
the
because I
question?
understand
What?
it.
Okay, so if you
Yeah,
heard the point
okay.
already,
I
then
can't answer
the
the question
argument
because
is
you
not with
started
me.
rambling. Repeat the
Your
question now
argument
because
is
you
not
started
with me.
rambling
Then
after. No,
if you
excuse
heard
me.
the point
Repeat
already,
the
what's the
question.
purpose of asking the panel?
Okay. Well,
What's the knock against Brandon Miller?
because I thought you were going to bring up a different argument, but you're bringing up the same
Why am I
argument. So
bringing?
can I
Listen, listen,
respond?
listen, listen. This is why I be meaning, man. When
No, you're
you
just
talk
not
to
tracking the
somebody, you don't
conversation.
talk to them to try to move your. I say what I
You
say,
didn't
and I
try to move
stand on that.
anything. I
You
came
ask
here
me
to
the
hear
same
the actual
question, I'm gonna
argument.
give you
You
the same
haven't
answer.
presented a
I
coherent
ain't giving
argument.
because you want me to
What's
say a
the
different
argument for
response.
Scoot Henderson
You
being
just
above
chatting.
Brandon Miller as a potential second
You just
overall pick?
chatting, bruh.
Answer that question. Or if not, if you're going to
Bruh,
repeat the same
okay.
shit,
Well,
let me respond to the
somebody else who got a
shitty
Scoot
argument.
argument, please go, cause
Okay,
obviously
yeah.
what I said is something you done heard. Like you just
I'm
gonna
done
chat.
responding to the bullshit that you said. So shut up while I'm talking and everybody else
Bro,
can go.
listen,
Okay.
I don't
So
know who you is or who you think you is,
well,
bro, but you sound
somebody
crazy
that's
there
much
right now.
important to you in real life and on the internet. So just
Bro,
be quiet right quick.
okay,
Anyway,
so now I know you a child. So now I know you a child.
okay, I'm a
Okay,
child,
okay.
but I make more money than you and all that. So
You
let me
don't
get
know those.
get
You
to
don't know these
basketball.
things.
Do
You
you want
don't
to get
know
to
how I
basketball?
look.
You
You don't
know
know my
those things.
size. You don't know
You're
my
talking about
age.
my
You
child.
don't know my
You're
name. You
talking
don't know my
about
race.
those
You know
things.
none of
You're
that.
talking about
What
me. I
are you
can flip
saying,
it
bro?
back
What
on
are you
you.
saying?
Saying the same thing
What
about
are
me.
you
You
saying?
call me a
You
kid.
sound
Do you know
crazy
me?
right now, man.
You don't know me, but you're calling me a
You
kid.
sound crazy.
It's an assumption.
You've been listening to chat. You've been like,
Losing.
I'm argue with this nigga when
You
I get on
can't.
this.
You
That's
know you're losing the
what are you
argument, so
talking
you know
about?
you can't actually come for me.
Hey,
So
listen.
anyway,
If
like
somebody
how I'm
got
gonna
something to say,
respond?
like,
Excuse me. Like I was gonna say,
bro,
like I was
something.
responding to the argument, you started bringing up percentages.
Okay, cool. So you
Percentages
don't
don't
want to hear my
matter.
argument. So
Because
okay, we ain't
when
need to
you
further
asked
that.
me about percentages earlier, you
Yeah,
said, "Oh,
I'm gonna be
well,
real. I'm not even paying attention. I
look
just
at
talking.
percentages." I said, "No, I look at
I
the
just
context
chatting
of the
right
game.
now.
You're purely
It's
going off
not
of
even that
percentages,
serious, bro.
not the
It
context
really
of the
not.
game. So you have no
It's
argument."
not that serious.
Bro,
Like if you
no,
had want
Ken.
all, you could have just been like, hey, man, we want to
Mention a
argue.
skill.
Yeah, you
Mention a
can't
skill.
critique my
That's
argument
crazy.
and say,
Skill.
"Oh well,
Think
do you
about it.
actually look
We
at
had
percentages
no,
or
but you
context
just
of the game
directly said
and
you ain't
present the
progressing, Mike.
argument?" It's
That
only
shit
contingent
crazy.
on the percentages and not the context of the game.
Listen,
That
I
is
don't even care what you saying
so
right now. You done lost me.
sir. Now we
You
can
lost
debunk
me,
that.
sir.
Who's the next person? You have
You
no
lost me,
argument.
bro.
Yeah, okay.
You got the
You got
music running
sauce.
up?
You got sauce. You critique me for my argument earlier. You question me, and then when I
Bro,
put this,
nobody questioned
you
you coming to ask if
answer.
somebody had an argument
Okay,
about
what's the
Brandon Miller, and
context
I
to those
said I got an
percentages?
argument. I asked you
Context to
about your
those
point. You couldn't even
percentages.
give me what
What's
about
the
Scoot game
context to
you
those
didn't like
percentages?
because you don't know. You just
Can
a
you
nigga who like
answer
to
that
argue.
question?
You
What's
come
the
on here to
context to
argue
those
about bullshit and
percentages?
say the same facts we
What's
say.
the
We
context to
get
those
it.
percentages? Can you present the
All right,
argument?
cool.
Don't
We
get
could
it. Okay,
okay,
thank
I
you.
agree. I agree with you.
We don't get
I
to
agree
progress
with you.
then. You have no context
Right,
to
I
those
agree with you.
percentages.
I
You're
agree with you
nitpicking. So you have no
wholeheartedly.
argument anymore.
All my
You've
soul,
been
bro.
critical to my
All my
position,
soul, I
now
agree.
being the same way to yours, now you're trying to run away.
I
So
feel
be
you.
quiet and make a good
I feel you,
argument
bro.
or move on. I'll talk to somebody else. I don't care.
That's why I'm trying to pass the mic. I'm trying to get you to talk to
You
somebody
have
else.
no argument to that. Who's next? Who has the argument for Scoot?
You want to argue.
I like Brandon Miller, Juju.
Okay.
I like Miller. I mean, like I said, I was watching his game and his shit just expanded on me. So I'm leaning towards Miller over Scoot now. You know, I think whoever's saying not Miller, I don't think they really watched his game. Because I was talking to a couple of guys, they said they haven't seen his highlights. So I mean, that dude answers a lot of things. You need that kind of wing player. You know, I mean, I understand that obviously Scoot is better than Terry and DSJ and Theo and all them clowns, but you don't need you can roll this shit out with Terry Rozier again and bring in Miller. I mean, seriously, you could do that. Listen, they better draft a goddamn all-star. That's all I care about. They better get this pick right.
Hey, Flight, let me
Yeah,
ask you
yeah,
a
I
question.
agree with you on that one. That's the only
Let me
thing I
ask you a
agree with.
question,
They
Flight.
better
I mean,
get this pick right.
go ahead. That's what I'm
All
saying
right,
in so many words. But hold on, another thing. I don't have no allegiance to none of these players. You know, I don't
Shit,
give a
me
damn who
either.
they draft. Just make sure that it is a superstar. They drafting in the second best player
I
in
mean,
the draft.
yeah,
That's what
exactly.
I want.
Yeah, pretty
Don't
much.
mess this
They
up.
better make it work. Yeah, don't mess it up. Don't come out with no greasy fingers.
Hey, Flight. If I
mean,
tell
based
you,
on
if I
the
tell
Hornets
you,
draft picks the last couple of years, I mean, I think they'll do all right. I'm not really worried.
hey, Flight. If
Nah,
I
they
tell
can't
you
get
that I
this
got a
wrong.
player that shoot 38%, but he only shoot 38% in 1/3 of the game, what would you say?
I will ask you for context of those
I
games.
talking to Flight.
Oh, okay. Because you can answer. You can
All
answer
right,
the
who's the
question.
player we talking about? Miller or?
Yeah, he's
No,
just
no,
asking
talking about Miller.
just no name,
just
no
in
name,
Miller.
no
just
name,
in
just
general,
that.
in general, Flight. If you have a
No name,
player
just that.
and you just say
Damn, this nigga
percentages,
wanna
you just
talk
name
to
the
him, fuck.
percentages. Let's say Lonzo Ball. You just name the percentages. Are you only solely going to base your opinion, your perception on those percentages? Or are you going to actually look at the film, look at the games, the nuance to actually get a clearer picture?
Can I respond to that?
You know, I gotta look
Can
at
I
the film.
Hey, Flight, can I respond?
But that hold on one second. Let's back up.
Cause that's a
Lonzo
good
Ball,
point.
Lonzo Ball is a good point. Yeah, exactly. Because when you look at Lonzo in college, he shot a high percentage, but then when he came over to the Lakers, that percentage dwindled until he got over to the Pelicans, and it
His
increased.
numbers too. Hold on, wait a minute.
Well,
His numbers, like what Juju was saying, when you look at the stats, it might not look like nothing crazy, but you see when he going.
Lonzo isn't really a good argument because
he's a
we
perfect
see.
argument.
Well, no. Excuse me. Let me explain. Right. In the context of Lonzo, he came in the league, and I think he was mainly inhibited by like his form, his technique, the way he was shooting the basketball. We see after he fixed that, he regained that ability to shoot that from what we saw in college. So it actually is still a correlation. That doesn't debunk anything.
No.
That doesn't debunk the idea.
Sounding fancy right now.
Wait, Dex. That doesn't debunk the idea that usually when you see a great shooter or a good shooter in college, when we see it in the NBA, it eventually comes true.
Let's
Okay,
dissect
go ahead.
that. Now listen, Lonzo had that form in college, and he shot a high percentage. He brought that same form to the pros, and his percentage dropped precipitously.
Yes, I gave you a contextual reason for that.
Then-
It doesn't apply to Brandon Miller.
No, but listen, hold on. So when he came with that same form that he shot a high percentage in college, when he got to the pros, when the game got faster, the game got bigger, and the 3-point line even got stretched further. So that was an adjustment he had to make. And while he was making that adjustment, he ended up changing his shot once he got to New Orleans, and then he of course he came back to form from that. So
Dex,
well, Brandon
Dex, I think you're missing the point.
Since he shot.
Dex, you're missing the point. All I'm saying is that what's demonstrated in college are tools, especially as it pertains to shooting, that carries over to the NBA. Even if it doesn't happen eventually, we see players all the time come in a league that shot great, like Trae Young. He shot great in college, goes into summer league, shoots ass.
What about Markelle Fultz? What about Markelle Fultz? He didn't translate.
Wait, that's different. He injury though, Dex. That's not an example that's correlates.
But you can't. No, it wasn't no injury first.
Hold on.
An
Markelle
injury.
was scared to even shoot a jump shot.
Yeah,
that was the shooting though.
First season.
Okay, wait. Excuse me. Wait. So we don't get to an impasse. So we don't get to an impasse. Dex, what's the evidence that says that him shooting was because of some wasn't because of some external factor and was just because it was some shit that he couldn't do? Like it was because not because of an injury, not because of some outside thing.
Yeah, it was all in his head, I guess.
But I mean, his shot.
I'm not talking about his head. I'm saying I'm doubting of whether or not like it was that because of the injury. What happened? Like I don't think
that was before the injury.
But yeah, what's the evidence for that?
He got injured later. Yeah, he got injured later.
Yeah. And
I remember that.
And now
I don't remember that.
What you mean? He was the number one pick. He
Yeah,
came in.
no, I'm saying I don't remember him not being able to shoot before the injury. The main thing about Markelle was that he was changing his form and he had some sort of motorcycle accident that inhibited his shooting in the NBA. I don't deny that, but that's not a good example. And then on top of that, Dex, even if I agree, that's not even attacking the argument because my argument is predicated on the likelihood. I'm not denying that it's possible that sure a person could shoot great in college and go to the NBA and not do it. But for the most part, generally speaking, what we see, this is something that carries over. I don't think you deny that. If you do, then that's right.
All I'm saying is that when I interjected, I'm only interjecting based on the generality of your statement. That's all. Because we can find exceptions. That's what I'm saying.
Sure.
Hey,
I
let me
don't
say
disagree
this
with
real
the
quick.
exceptions.
Before
I
I
don't
jump
disagree.
Lonzo Ball.
My thing
I
is, if
don't
we're gonna go
disagree
with
there.
Miller, are we getting rid of Gordon Hayward contract now?
Well,
Like,
no, hold
Yes.
on. Let me get the last
Yes,
Lonzo
that's
Ball
gone.
piece off real quick. Let me get the last Lonzo Ball piece off.
Shout out
Listen,
to Belize.
that's the point. That's the point I've been trying to
Curious.
make. When Dex said this now, I ain't even going that way, but that's a good point. Lonzo been shooting better in college, come to the NBA. He ain't been shooting too good, then he get it back together. The point I actually been going in is the reason why Lonzo Ball is the perfect comparison. I say this, and Dex, and tell me if I line if we had this argument. I say Lonzo Ball shoot 40%, but it's because he got a lot of high percentage shooting games mixed in with a bunch of 18%, 16%, 22%, 21%, 12%,
This
16%,
dude's being so
18% games.
nitpicky.
So
That's
hold
normal,
on.
bro.
Let me
That's
finish the
normal.
point.
That's normal.
That's
Let me finish the
normal.
point.
This dude is
But
being
So
that's
so
no panic.
when
nitpicky.
I go
You know
to
what
That's
you're
Brandon
gonna get from
Miller,
normal.
no panic.
I
Night
keep
in and
saying
night
the
out. You
thing.
know what you're gonna
So
get from me.
If we're looking
what's
at
the
general
likelihood of
relativity,
him
his
coming into the
numbers are
league
better
and
than
having a
Scoot
bad start
Henderson's.
himself?
Like what
Hold
Scoot
on.
Henderson's 3-point numbers? Like what
hold on,
he's
Man,
can
doing is
listen.
better than what
I
Scoot
ask
is
a
What
doing.
it
question
is,
to the
I
panel?
don't know what we're talking about.
Hey,
But
panel, can I ask y'all a question?
What about we say this real quick, Belize? Hold that question. Don't forget it. What
All
about if
right.
we say this, Juju? LaMelo Ball in the NBL 3-point shooting percentage.
again, that's kind of contextual. He didn't play a lot of
man, you
games.
ain't know what you talking about, bro. You
All
just
right, hold
chatting.
on.
Like, ain't
Let
no
me ask this
fucking
Bro,
way.
question
that's
though.
different because
Ain't no way.
Lamelo
Man,
shot.
listen.
Lamelo
You
shot
Where y'all
retarded?
find him
120.
at? Where
Hold
y'all
on,
find him
hold
at,
on.
Are
man?
you retarded?
Lamelo,
Ain't
Bro,
no
you
hold on.
way.
couldn't even
Lamelo,
you couldn't even present an
Uh-oh.
argument for Scoot Henderson.
Ain't
Stop.
no
But anyway,
but
like I was
I
saying,
asked you what Scoot
let me
flaws
go
and
to
you say
let me
shooting
go.
exact. I
Wait,
gotta just take one
excuse
at
me.
a
Stop.
time.
You just got
No,
beat up on
just
2
listen.
points. So just be quiet. Okay, like I was
Just
saying about the
listen. Just
Australian
what's
stuff.
wrong with Scoot? Just say
Can
just
you
let's
shut?
what's
No,
wrong with him.
we're
You
not
can't
talking about that
One
anymore.
mic,
We
one
already
mic.
moved
Come on,
on. Why is
guys.
he
One
talking to
mic. We
me,
just cut
Dex?
off the music. One
Yeah,
mic. Go ahead.
chill, bro.
ain't
Chill,
no
bro.
what are you
We
talking
already
about? You
moved on
just
from those
talking
points.
talking.
You lost those points. You didn't have an argument. So
I
what we're
don't go
going
for
into
points,
now
y'all.
is the
We just
Lamelo
talking. We don't know
Lamelo
No
nothing,
stuff
right?
with
panic. No panic.
Australia.
Let him go. No panic.
Yeah,
Hold
that's
on.
what I'm
Let him
saying.
go.
We're going into the Australia stuff with Lamelo Ball, right? I do think this is massively different because Lamelo Ball played a very minute amount of games, so you can't really gauge his shooting ability off of that. So you kind of have to. What we're working with, the sample size isn't really sufficient enough to like draw any sort of conclusion. So I don't really think the Lamelo thing is good enough to use as like some sort of
How many games
basis for
LaMelo playing
skepticism. So what's
LeBron?
the like? Do you have a different example, Dex?
No, I think LaMelo Ball is a perfect example because he shot very poor in the Australian League, regardless of the sample size. Because in a lot of his shots was very questionable, and that went into his draft stock as well.
Well, we're not talking
but
about
that's different from Scoot.
shooting
Scoot
shots. We're
didn't
just
take
talking about like
wild
him, like
shots.
the shots going in. Like also in the Australian league, he started off bad, and as the league progressed, as he got more comfortable, like 6 games in, he started shooting much better. Like you can go back, he was putting up triple doubles and shit. Like we all remember that span of time, right? So like it wasn't like it was like, oh, he just shot fucking terrible for the whole season. It was like, okay, the first 6 games or so, he's like, 0 of 5, 0 of 7 every game. Like that's going to stack up. So when you start shooting good later on, and he doesn't play enough games to measure up to it, obviously the ratio is going to be different. It's
It
going to
levels
make
out.
it look
It levels
bad.
out. It levels out.
Right. Yeah, that's what I'm
Right.
saying.
It's
Like
going to
the
level out.
ratio is a
It's
really
going to
good
level out.
number.
But listen,
Yeah.
but hold on. You said good stuff. You said some good stuff. Okay, it's going to level out. So can that be applied to Scoot?
No, because Scoot played. How many games did Scoot play again in the G League? Was it more than 25? More than
He
like
played
20
2
something?
seasons.
Shit, he played
2 seasons in
He
the
played
league, and
two seasons.
he shot like what overall, like what 30%, like 30% or
27,
less.
27, 27.
27% in 2 seasons of professional basketball versus LaMelo that was playing his first 12 games. So it's a lot different, right? So in the case of Scoot, we have a lot more evidence where you can't really correlate those two variables. It's like, okay, on one hand, we have sufficient amount of evidence for Scoot to say, okay, well, this thing won't translate. On the other hand, with LaMelo Ball, it's too much up and down, not enough games to actually have a substantial like amount of value you can place on it. So it's like
Hey,
it's not
boss,
really
I
the
want to
same
Hold
to
on,
ask
me.
you a
say
question.
that
I want to
again.
ask
Say
you.
that
I
again.
want to ask him a specific question about my boy Jello 3-point shots. So is Jello shot better than both of them,
Better than who?
Henderson and Miller?
Jello, Henderson. I don't know about Miller, but you can make the argument for well, actually, he. I ain't gonna say Miller, but for Scoot Henderson, he definitely is like off this catch at least. Scoot Henderson. I'm gonna give him some positives. He can go in the paint. He can shoot the mid range decently well. He needs to work on his free throws, which is a decent indicator of like being able to shoot on the next level. He's like what 77%, so that's not bad. But as far as 3-point shooting, Jello probably is definitely better.
Right,
It's not
but
even
then
a
now,
question.
but now he don't get his attempts. He don't really get the shots off. But then, so if you're looking at percentage wise, it would look like he's not right.
Oh,
So
he
that's what I'm
cooking.
trying to get at.
You cooking. He cooking. Exactly. Jello doesn't shoot high percentages. We've seen him shoot low percentages at some points, but we all think he's a pretty good shooter, has the potential to be a great shooter. So like it's like percentages is such a stupid metric to judge if somebody can shoot or not. Like you have to watch the game. Like I don't know. That question earlier was so dumb. I'm like, know what that moves.
I think
Like I
percentage
said, and based on what you saying,
gives your
right,
overall purview.
based on what you saying, a sample size of these players goes into how you factor what you're saying, basically.
Of course. If a player shoots 40,
Hey, somebody tell me real
50%
quick,
from
how much
three
games
for
LaMelo
6
played,
games, you're not going to say they can shoot 50% from three for 80?
I understand that point. How much games LaMelo had played with NBA?
That purple baby gets some
He only played 12 games. You can go ahead, purple baby.
No, I just have a question. You've been keeping up with the draft or just the top 5 picks? Because
I keep up with everything.
Okay, so are you familiar with a player in this year's draft named Keontae Johnson? I hope I pronounced his
Yeah, from Baylor, the guard.
Yes.
Yes.
Now.
Oh no. Oh wait. You're talking about Keontae George. Keontae Johnson is the
George,
wing.
not Johnson.
Yeah, George is the guard. Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
So, per this conversation, is it fair to correlate with him and Scoot Dude? Like, as far as their games, could you correlate?
I would disagree there. From a shooting perspective, it's a little different because from my recollection, I don't know Keontae George's. I can look up his stats right quick, but the way I look at Scoot is like he's more athletic. He has probably a higher ceiling, better ball handling, but Keontae George is built in a similar mode as Scoot is, I would say.
Okay, that's all I want.
Probably more of a defender.
Purple baby cooking. There's a
okay, let me say this real quick. Hold
on, Dex. Let me get 2 seconds. 2 seconds, bro.
Okay, go for it.
I had a big debate at my job today. We were talking about the face of the league, right? I know it's kind of off topic, but my thing is that like, is LaMelo there yet, or is he way off?
No, he's definitely not way off. If you're talking to me or you, I can say he's definitely not way off. Did you just see the explosion of LaMelo's new release of his shoe? That's a mad demo that he's not way off.
And this is what I was arguing with everybody at the job. I'm like, yo, look, I hear y'all when y'all saying all the other players, but it's like, yo, when you look at it from an overall, LaMelo's cooking, stats wise, numbers wise. Yes, he's on the WAC team, but other than that, his numbers is right there, all-star level. He's an all-star his second year, rookie of the year. And now his shoes he's on his third signature shoe.
He would have been an all-star this year if he wouldn't have got that second injury.
Exactly. And this is what
he went on what a 12 or 14 game span where he scored 25 points.
Come on,
Come on, man.
That's what I be trying to. I'm trying to say everybody is jacking the Lucas, the Zions, and all. I'm like, yo, look, they can't even sell sneakers, bro. How can LaMelo's number 6 jersey sales? Out of all of the NBA, he's number 6 jersey sales. Like, how are y'all not? Yo,
and he was mad injured. And he was mad injured.
Are you talking about so your question was your question centered around popularity, like basketball, like on the court hours, or is it a mixture of both?
It covers all angles in my book. I feel like he's the face of the league. Like, if you look at it from an angle, next 20 years, LaMelo still might be there. 10 years
yeah,
from now,
I agree.
Still might be there. Like,
as a guard, yeah,
like,
for sure.
Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, who we if no guards coming into the league that could really overthrow his position, in my opinion. And like Bronny come in and have like a crit, like, you know, I mean, and then it's team wise. Like, if LaMelo, hands on, if LaMelo got drafted to the Minnesota Timberwolves, they look totally different. If LaMelo went to the Warriors, they will be back-to-back champions right now.
Ooh, wait.
If LaMelo was on, LaMelo would have beat the Lakers for sure. With the Warriors.
Oh my God!
Yo, Dex, you know it.
Oh my God! He put my Lakers in there. How dare you?
LaMelo would have never showed out in LA.
He did. Remember, he kicked LeBron in them butt.
But I'm saying,
With Charlotte, he kicked their butt.
Right, in the series with the Warriors. Imagine if it was with the Warriors. They was cooking them, bro, and you know it. And they would have won the championship like they did last year, and they would have won again this year, guaranteed. The Warriors dropped the ball by not picking them up, and they regret it.
Oh well,
Look, they got rid of Wild,
I
and
agree.
they talking about getting rid of Poole now. So the two people you drafted in that year, you get rid of both of them, and y'all could have still had Melo. So yeah, they dropped the ball with that one, in my opinion.
But I wanted to say
Good
this.
good take.
I wanted to say this. I don't know what it's called, but I thought that like forecourt, they do it on like all of the players, I guess in the starting lineup or stars or whatever. But I think the ringer does it. But it shows like they critique each player and what they need to improve on. And what I watched out of LaMelo's 35 games that he played this past season, what they said LaMelo needed to improve on, and even Clifford said, the same thing as far as that report card went. I didn't see him improve in those areas, and that's a big concern to me. And I think,
all right, what are the areas first, just so I can kind of
Are you
help
talking about LaMelo?
confused.
yes.
Yeah,
Shot
well,
selection.
Basically,
with the whole. Oh, go ahead.
He got an A as far as hitting shots at the rim and stuff, like when he do his floaters and stuff. And then I think they gave him a B for his 3-point shooting or something like that. But like the mid-range area, everything was an F, because they was like he had he didn't have enough attempts, and then when he did take those attempts, he didn't convert them. And
right,
so
the lane is always clogged, in my opinion. Like you said, he don't have the attempt.
Good
So that
point.
means
Good
the
point.
shots is not even there for him to even take the shots. And that's why I'm saying the nitpicking be kind of crazy. The team suck, bro.
Nah, he's still.
That's why they need Scoot. That's where Scoot breaks down the defense. This is what you guys fail to realize.
what I'm about to say?
He was gonna say that.
Scoot will break down the defense, and LaMelo with his 6'8" slender frame can move around, get behind the defense,
That's not
and do
possible,
a whole lot of damage because Scoot will break you down.
It wouldn't be. It'll be looking.
I've never heard this, man. Draft a 6'2" guard to come in the league and go to the hole against a bunch of 7-footers. That's going to last long.
That's what he do.
I mean,
No way
to do that. Like, yeah,
Hold on,
that doesn't
guys.
make sense.
Let's get clarity.
Excuse me. Bring in a 6'2" guard that you already have a 6'8" guard that can do everything that you need him to do on offense. Get to the hole, shoot the basketball, go after dribble, handle the. Why are you bringing somebody in to do what he already does to take away from that? That's counterintuitive.
Easy. Hold on. No, it's not. It's not nowhere near that.
Exactly. Go ahead, Dex.
Because have you ever seen Joe Dumars and Isaiah Thomas work together?
Amen.
That's a disanalogous example, in my opinion.
But hold on.
Oh my God! Everything that you don't agree with is not valid.
I agree with you. I agree with you before.
They won 2 championships together.
I agree. I don't disagree that 2 guards can be very successful in a league. I don't disagree that 2 guards leading your team can be successful in a league. But usually when you see that, Dex, you have 2 major components that those 2 guards have. Which is, especially in today's league, right? We don't want to talk about like old league, right? Because that's kind of different. Today's league is predicated on 2 guards, leading guards that can shoot the basketball from the 3 at a high level. Scoot does not do that. So why are you bringing him in?
That's not. No, Jew. Please, guys, let me chop it up with him for a minute. Jew, we know that the paradigm of the league right now is Stephen Clay, the Splash Brothers.
No,
outside of that, it is.
No,
outside of that,
I disagree with that. Do 2 Dex. I do.
How is that not the paradigm? That's what you're speaking about. 2 guards lighting it up from the 3-point line.
I said, let me re-explain. Let me clarify. Wait, don't get all out. Let me clarify so we can both be on the same page. I'm saying that yes, it is possible for you to build a successful team structured around 2 guards. But I agree with Purple Baby, and what she's saying is that most of the teams that we see nowadays, like even in the finals, in this league's finals, right? The 2 best players on a team aren't 2 guards, right? You have a multitude of different versatile athletes on that team, and that's what makes great teams: size and shooting and versatility. Not 2 6'2" guards leading that team, or in this case, just 2 guards in general. That's why I don't buy that idea.
I don't get your argument, because you saying basically without size, versatility, You
That's not
can't
my
really win
argument.
with 2 guards, right?
That's not my argument. Oh my God, you just butchered it. I said
When we, no, listen. When we look at the Heat,
please. I just want to clarify. Please, I want you to understand. I'm saying that generally speaking, if we look at most of the great teams, right, they're not led by a structured team with 2 great guards, or a Steph and a Clay, or not. I wouldn't even Steph and Clay, but like Steph and
Come
Clay.
on, they've been a dynasty. Don't. Please don't rule them out.
Excuse me. Wait, please. Let me finish. Please let me finish. The Warriors are an anomaly. There's something that can't be just like replicated over and over again. What we see being replicated is getting very tall players that can switch positions and shoot the basketball. 3 of which Brandon Miller brings on a better level than Scoot. So if you're talking about team,
Jew. No, wait. Jew is suffering from recency bias because he forgot all about the combination of Drew Holiday and Chris Middleton. You forgot all about that. You forgot about that.
Chris Middleton is 6'7".
What about the combination?
Stop. That's not even analogous.
That's what you said.
It is.
That's what
Hold on. How tall is Drew Holiday? Wait. How tall? No, he plays shooting guard though. He can convert. No, wait a minute. No, it's not. He can convert. He can convert to a wing because he's interchangeable with his height. Just like Lamelo can play the 3. Can Lamelo play the 3? Yes or no?
I agree he can, but what you
he did play the 3. Hold on. Wait a minute. You guys don't know. Lamelo played the 3 in his rookie season. What are you talking about?
I'm not disagreeing, but I'm saying for him to perform at his optimal potential, he would be at the 1. Where you put him at?
No, that's not what we're talking about. That's not what we're talking about.
That's what I'm talking about.
That's not what we're talking about. Drew Holiday.
Oh my gosh.
Drew Holiday and Chris Middleton won a championship. Won a championship.
Oh my gosh.
So
he's lagging. Dex, you're lagging right now.
No, but Chris Middleton All-Star, Drew Holiday All-Star.
But Dex, that's not analogous. That's not analogous because the reason that team was in the championship. The reason that team was in a championship where they were was not because of those 2 niggas leading the team. It was because of Giannis, the best player in the league.
Hold on. I knew you was going to go there. I was waiting for that. I knew you was going to go there. Who held it down when Giannis was out during that championship run?
That's not the point. Were they going to win a championship without him?
That's nigga, y'all don't. He ain't trying to be wrong there.
Dex, what we're talking about? Is excuse me.
Two guards leading the band. 2 guards leading the band.
No, he didn't play guard.
Misinterpreting. The argument is that
y'all wildin'. Keep it up though. Shout out to Flight Sports TV, the machine.
But hold on.
Basis, what we see.
Mic is really low.
Okay, can y'all excuse me? When we're talking about a team being successful on a consistent basis, that team was not successful on a consistent basis due to Chris Middleton and Drew Holiday being the main. It was Giannis. I don't care if he was out for a 7-game stretch and they were still doing all right. Whoop-de-doo. We're multiple years, multiple times contending for championships. You can't say that's because of Drew Holiday and Chris Middleton. That is Giannis.
Can I get a second? So look, right? So their leading scorer on the Hornets was Miles Bridges, right? So Miles Bridges wasn't there. Let me just get this point in, right? So now, if you do get a 6'2" guard, Melo could play shooting guard. To me, that's his best position, is shooting guard.
Where's the spacing? Excuse me, sir. Where's the spacing coming from?
Why you keep saying spacing, Purple Baby?
That's to answer me.
That's very important.
That lineup.
Melo is 6'8". How much spacing do we need, for crying out loud?
With Miles Bridges there, PJ Washington is not trying to be in the paint. He's a shooter.
Okay, that's what you think.
Terry Rozier can shoot. Gordon Hayward can shoot. Kelly Oubre can shoot.
I'm disappointed in Flight Sports TV. I came up here tonight, and you're sitting here talking about sliding LaMelo Ball, who's supposed to be one of the best point guards in the league, to the shooting guard position.
That's
Get out of here.
But he's
out of here.
He's point guard.
We're not going to waste the draft pick when we have the.
Jude, don't have an episode, please, Jude.
Stupid. That's wrong.
Jew, don't have an episode.
Y'all supposed to be
LaMelo Ball would
LaMelo
tell you.
fans. What do we have? What's happening?
Listen. Hold on.
I'm disappointed.
Listen. We are LaMelo Ball fans, but we're not LaMelo Ball stands. That's the difference. LaMelo Ball would tell you himself he preferred to play off ball.
Exactly.
By nature, that's what he is. He only plays point guard by default.
He did not say that.
Yes, he did.
He said he's a scorer. He said he's a scorer. That's what he said. He didn't say he plays off ball.
He didn't say that.
No, he said he's a scorer.
Point guard.
That's fine. He can still be a point guard and be a scorer, just like Steph and Dame and a lot of people. Kyrie, that's not nothing wrong with that. He will be most optimal if he's playing the one position while also doing those things. You can't disagree.
Kyrie says himself, you rather play.
Trust me what I'm telling you. He will prefer to play off ball if given that opportunity. Now he can always get back on the ball. It ain't like he got to play off ball all game.
Next, it's no evidence for what you're saying, unless you have like some anecdotal stuff. But like, I don't think it's any evidence.
No, it's not anecdotal. It's fact.
Where's the
dad
facts
up here talking about?
Oh, he said LaMelo said that he was a two guard. That LaMelo.
No, he didn't say LaMelo said anything. He said LaMelo is designed to play off ball. He only became a point guard when Lonzo left, and he was a point guard de facto. That's it.
That is wrong. Based on LaMelo's actions.
Oh my God, he's wrong. Go back and listen to the stream.
Well, no, I don't need to. I don't need to listen to the stream because I see with my eyes. I observe the game, and what I see is LaMelo ball handling.
I'm telling you about somebody that raised him, that groomed him, and nourished him.
Hey, Dex, what you're talking about is what LeVar Ball is saying currently about LaMelo Ball. We know that is wrong based on how LaMelo Ball performs in basketball games. He dribbles. He doesn't stand in corners. He gets the basketball and plays. He plays ball handling, dribbling, and all that shit. You can't tell me he's an off-ball player when every time he's in the court, he tries to get the ball and make a play. It doesn't make sense.
Real quick.
Let me share something.
Tell me what's an off-ball player. Tell me
I have seen
handle the basketball at a high level. That's an off-ball player.
Hold on.
LaMelo Ball does the contrary, so that would be a contradiction. That is impossible for him to be.
You're being loquacious right now. You're being loquacious right now, and you're showing a lot of anxiety. I saw LaMelo Ball play up close and personal, live in 3D. And I saw him play with Ish Smith, and where LaMelo did play off ball, and he was doing a good job.
That team was trash as fuck.
They specifically bring
that was trash.
Can play off ball.
All the teams been trash if that's the case. All the teams been trash if that's the case.
No, excuse me. They were their best and almost at a playoff position when he was playing to win. Stop.
Thank you.
Stop.
No, we're not saying. You misunderstanding, Jew. You misunderstanding bad.
You're misunderstanding my argument. That's my argument. I'm saying that he performs best at the one, so you don't need to get Scoot to do what he can do at his best. That doesn't make sense. That's contradictory.
LaMelo averaged 20.
No, it's not. He even slides off the ball with Terry Rozier sometimes.
Yeah, I'm not saying sometimes. I'm saying generally speaking.
That's what we're saying.
If you want,
I agree that it's possible. I agree that on a lower level he plays off the ball, but on a higher level when he's playing at his best ability is when he's handling the basketball, passing the basketball, operating off screens. What the fuck? That's what the point is. What do you mean? He's playing shooting guard. You play off ball, dumbass. What are you talking about? Oh, he's not the point guard. He's playing shooting guard, so he's playing off. That doesn't make sense. Do you want the definition of point guard? Do you want the definition of point guard? The person setting up your offense. LaMelo Ball is the best person to set up your offense. You want Terry Rozier doing it? You want Scoot Henderson doing it? They don't have the same passing, analytical, strategic ability of LaMelo Ball. If you think that, you are dumb. You are dumb. I read basketball and watch. I do way more than you do. You can't even disprove my argument.
I'm about to go back to that. You don't know me. I don't know you. We can't.
My argument. You know I'm right. LaMelo Ball performs at his best. His team performs at their best when he's playing at the one, handling the ball at an optimal level.
And look, you say that
Hold on one second. Hold on. Let me pull Jew card real quick. Jew, you remember early in the season, during the off season, you was talking about trading Terry Rozier and Gordon Hayward for Russell Westbrook.
Okay.
Wow.
And you thought it was gonna be a perfect fit.
And that's the nigga y'all got.
You remember that, Jew?
Okay.
Jew, you remember that?
Yeah.
So why the change of heart now?
Okay,
I'm just asking.
the difference is okay, and I'm glad you asked me that question because it's not a hard
No,
question, right?
now you started
The reason, wait, can you be quiet because I'm answering it? The reason I wanted to do the Russell Westbrook thing was because I was desperate, Dex, and I was
Oh my
desperate because we couldn't get another player, which would be obviously a player with size, versatility that can help us with defense, and also a young player. But now through the draft, we can actually achieve that. We can get that. And obviously, with the Russell Westbrook thing, that was more of a contractual obligation, getting more money so we could go into free agency, get a potential star, which I have doubt about Scoot Henderson being. So again, if I could do it now, I'll probably still do it. I would be like, okay, if you can trade the second overall pick to get a star, do it.
Dex, this your people?
Yeah, I loved you, man. I loved you.
Listen,
you do your thing, man.
You gotta have a
He can have a different opinion. It's okay.
He hasn't disproved one thing. I'm saying he's just throwing a bunch of add-ons.
Before my phone cut off earlier. Let me say this real quick. You saying two guards wouldn't work, right?
That's not what I said. You're already misinterpreting.
Listen, if you let me finish the point, I'm gonna say that.
No, because you just said I said something that I didn't say.
Listen, I promise you, I'm not misunderstanding your point.
Yeah, you said that I said I can't. Two guards cannot. I did not say cannot. I said that it can.
You said Lamelo Ball at 6'7",
oh my God.
and Thing at 6'2", right? That was what you started off with.
No, that's not what I started off with. That's not what I started off with.
Well, let's get past that part. Let me just get the point.
Yeah, please don't say my fucking argument if you're not gonna say it right.
Okay.
Say some bullshit.
Wait, hold on 1 second, guys. Hold on 1 second. Everybody, hold on 1 second. Shout out to all of the night riders that's rocking with Flight Sports TV. That you're on that third shift. You're doing your thing. Whether you're traveling, you're on the road. However, you are essential to us. And listen, I'm glad you're here. You get an opportunity to hear Juju. You get an opportunity to hear Purple Baby. You get an opportunity to hear Big Al. You get an opportunity to hear Fresh Prince Police. And you get an opportunity to hear No Panic, All Access in Flight. Shout out to everybody. Hit that like button. Hit that subscribe button. And hit that notification bell so you won't miss one iota of an exuberant experience. Okay, they're clashing. I'm out of the way. Do y'all thing.
All right. Will you say Dex give you 2 times a night? Dex give you the perfect comparison to end your point, and you still find a way to box out that bag. So at this point, I just want to ask. I really just want to get clarification on how you view the Hornets. Because if you saying, I get what you're saying about the guards. Like I say the same thing all the time. Your lead guard can't be a small player like Dame ain't ever gonna win a chip leading the team. Trey ain't gonna win one. So we kind of on the same page to a certain extent. But my thing is, why are you looking at Charlotte like a finished product, or do you realize like at some point they can add a big, they can add other players? Because it seems like you just stuck on this Lamelo and Scoot, and that's the rest of the team. There ain't nobody else on the team.
Well, the reason I'm worried about Lamelo and Scoot is that the topic of this conversation, the reason I came up here was to talk about Lamelo and Scoot and potentially drafting him. Of course, yeah, it's other relevant factors in the team, which is the players, the coaches, and other things, right? I'm not denying that. So I don't know what the question is.
No, the question is, why are you speaking as if Charlotte, the pick that Charlotte's getting is like their final piece? Like they're not going to add any more players in the future.
I don't disagree. It doesn't have to be their final piece, but you want to get the best piece, the piece that's going to give you the best efficiency in the future.
Okay, so you mean to tell me that down the road, whether it's next year, because I don't believe Charlotte going to have a high pick next year. I don't know about you.
They don't have pick next year.
Look at it. They don't even got a pick next year. So that lets me know that they're going to have to make some moves, or they're going to have to grow through some shit. You know what I mean? So it's like, when you saying Scoot can't shoot, I get that. I asked you earlier, name everything that you see wrong with Scoot. And entire night you've been talking, I've still only heard the
we got onto the 1 point, and then I said I was going to go one-on-one, and then you started spurging and acting weird, so I moved on to talking to somebody else, so I don't need to go into it.
You mean one-on-one mean you, or you
no, one-on-one, I mean, like, when I say one by one, I'm just talking about point by point of the weaknesses that I see within Scoot's game.
Cool, so
I was going to go over shooting first, and I just want to affirm that is something that we both agree is something that he cannot do.
Everybody tonight say that.
Okay, but also, wait, that's not the thing. Wait, that wasn't the only thing though, because I wanted you to agree to that, and I also. Oh my gosh! Excuse me, dude. Stop! You can't say just say it when I'm going to say it, and you cut me off. Now let me say it. Shut up. Right now, what I'm saying is that you asked me about his shooting. You asked me about his shooting,
and I correlated to why his shooting would affect why they should draft Brandon Miller above him. Now I'm going to correlate these other details, right? Which is defense. Do you have a problem with his defense being the
Not
level
at
of
all.
guarding?
He's 6'2" with an almost 7-foot wingspan. I can't have no defense with that.
Just wait. Are you saying that like your physical structure is what's going to determine how well you move your feet, your defensive awareness, all of that type of shit? Because I mean, he can have the physical body and still not be like a great defensive player. So what does that prove?
No, I don't. When I talk about
LeBron has a great defensive body. LeBron has a great body. He's not a great defensive player.
Can I respond?
Well, I gave you an example of what you argument is an argument.
Okay. When I talk about players, I'm not talking from just pay. I don't even like bringing up stats. I bring up stats because that's how y'all speak. So when I look at Scoot, I look at what Scoot. I look at games that came on. I look at games that be on NBA TV.
Yeah, and I disagree.
At them Hold on. So when I say defense, I'm not saying that because it's measurables. His measurables is a plus. When you look at today's
you brought up measurables.
Hold on. Like you said earlier, when you look at today's league, what is the most beneficial thing that you can have in today's league? And when you look at all the best defenses in our league, you look at the Heat, you look at the Celtics, you look at Milwaukee, like Dex bring up. They all have that point defender, that point of action defender,
point of attack defender.
Hold on. So
you're talking about? I'm just making sure we're on the same page, dude. Point of attack defender.
Oh my God! What happened?
Are you talking about point of attack defender, dude? That's all I'm asking.
I just said a point defender.
A point defender. Okay.
Cool,
so what does that mean? I don't know what a point defender means.
My God, my nigga. Hold on. Lonzo Ball for the Bulls. They've been at their best when they had a Lonzo Ball as a point defender. So when I look at that and I see LaMelo Ball and I see what they got around LaMelo Ball, and you tell me, okay, look at Scoot.
This nigga.
Defense. I see defense when I watch Scoot.
You're making
that Marcus Smart type player as far as defensively.
Oh my gosh, that is okay. Well, we can. I'll attack that later, right? But the only reason I got into measurables was I did, bro. I did. You brought up Marcus Smart, but you also brought up measurable. Oh my god, bro! Holy shit, bro! Oh my gosh, we were talking about defense, and you said
if you don't want to keep saying the same point, man, we can just stop the whole point.
I'm not trying to say the same point. I'm just trying to respond, but you won't shut the fuck up. Okay, so shut the fuck up. Anyway, like I was saying, I disagree. I look on screen. Wait, I look on screen, right? And what's the argument? So ass, because all you're saying is that I looked on screen and I saw this. I can just say I looked on screen and I didn't see it.
When I see Scoot as a defender, I described the type of defender he is, and I said he's 6'2" with 6'9".
Yeah, you base it on measurables, and I attacked that. You base it on measurables. That doesn't matter.
No,
because I said LeBron has measurables.
You know how you get frustrated when nobody understands your point?
Shut up. I said LeBron has measurables.
I watched his defense, and I see what type of defender he is.
It doesn't mean anything.
On top of that, he's a 6'2" player with a 6'9"
retarded. You're so retarded. Okay, you're so retarded. Okay, so your argument is that one, Scoot has measurables.
You call somebody retarded. You just
excuse me. No, because your argument is bad, dude. Your argument is bad. Wait.
You just talking.
Wait, shut up. You have
you're not about to tell a grown man to shut up.
You have 2 points that you made. You have. I don't care. You made 2 points. You said Scoot Henderson has the measurables. He's 6'2", long wingspan and strong. Therefore, he can be Marcus Smart. Again, that's disanalogous because measurables.
Did you hear me say that?
Shut up.
Did you hear me say that?
When I'm whooping your ass.
No, because anybody must understand your point. You gonna say something about it. So when I say something about a point, I get what's understood.
To use that as an argument. You can't use measurables.
All right, come on, guys, keep it cordial. He
won't let me speak because he knows I'm putting my and whooping his ass. He knows it. He knows it. He knows it. Dex, he won't let me speak.
Let me speak,
Dex. I don't care. You made an argument. You said
Okay. Hold on 1 second. It's a lot of trauma going on. Listen,
be quiet.
No panic. You hold on. No panic. Listen, you know what Juju. You know how he get out.
I don't know
Juju. You know how he get out. But listen,
I don't know the nigga.
Listen, hold on 1 second.
I don't know.
Listen. God, come on, Juju. Calm down. No panic. We hear your content a lot. We haven't heard from Juju in a long time. So let him breathe a little bit. Let him
Oh
purge.
no, that
It's
ain't
okay.
even
This
ain't even
nigga's
about
content.
that. I don't even keep him to talk all night. I
You
good
look
with
at
that. What I'm
this
saying
nigga's
is,
content.
if you ask me a question and I respond,
Nigga,
let me
you
respond in
asked me,
full. Don't cut
dumb.
me
You're
off
so
and keep talking.
dumb. You asked me a question, responded, didn't let me. What are
Bro,
you
you
talking
asked me a
about?
question and cut me my answer off. What the fuck is wrong with you?
Trying to respond to you wouldn't let
Bro,
me.
you read basketball.
Be
Ain't no way.
quiet. I tried to name both points and you
All
cut
right,
me off.
all right, let's keep
Shut
going.
the fuck up.
I ain't about
Shut
to
up.
keep
Yeah,
going.
I'm gonna keep going. Be quiet, boy. Like I was saying, you named 2 points. You said one, he has the measurables. I explained the measurables because you need more than just measurables to be a great defender, especially from the point guard position.
Your
You
phone's
need
cutting out.
awareness, you need fluidity, you need footwork, you need all of those things. So if you're gonna say based on observations, what I see in the game, I think he has these tools. I can just disagree. So it's the actual evidential basis for your argument.
So can I respond now? Dex, can I
Yes,
respond?
respond. Measurables aren't sufficient. What's the actual evidence for?
Hey, Dex, can I respond now?
You're being stupid.
I guess I got the green light. All right.
Yeah, go ahead. Do
Okay,
your thing.
so
But just keep it cordial. You
no,
got to remember now,
you know I
we got
always keep
night
it
riders
cordial.
out here.
Listen, what I said was you asked me a question. You say about defense. I said I watched them play defense. When I see him on defense,
That's not an argument, idiot! Stop saying you saw it! I can say I saw it and then disagree! Stop saying that! I disagree! Say you saw it, therefore it is! I saw it, I didn't see it!
I just about to take it.
Argument. You're so retarded.
I've never triggered
You're so
somebody like this, bro.
retarded.
And I
You can't keep saying I didn't see this on film. That's not an
I ain't
argument,
got
baby.
this man triggered it. I ain't
I disagree. I looked at the film. See what's argument now. You're so
I'm glad I'm skipping though, because I'm really trying to.
You're dumb. You're literally stupid. You're literally retarded. You're literally retarded.
Yeah, pretty much, yeah.
Come on, Juju. Stop the name calling. Come on, man. You smarter than that.
I had a little slow in the head. I had a little something.
Fucking dumb. He can say something. Oh, I looked on the screen. I just say the same thing, Dex. I can say I looked on the screen and didn't see it. What's the actual evidence?
What is you talking about? At this point, you just
qualification. What's qualification? You have no argument. You're dumb.
I know. When you look
have no qualification. You have no quantification. Therefore, you have no argument. You're just a retard. You keep repeating the same bullshit.
Listen, you want me to respond, but I gotta respond with the shit you want me to respond.
Because you're not responding. You're repeating yourself. You're actually not responding. You're not hearing me.
Repeating yourself right
now.
You keep
repeating yourself. You keep saying he has these things. I see these things. Therefore, I disagree, and I showed you why.
Like I've been saying, you asked me a question if he played defense. I said I watched him. That's me responding. Then I said I watched how he played defense, and it reminds me of how today's players and the best teams, the defensive teams, how they got that point of attack defender. I said that. You don't want that answer. You keep going to measurables. I'm saying the measurables is a plus. I'm not saying I'm going just based on
the measurables is the basis for your argument. You're retarded. The measurables is the basis and your observations. I gave you counter observations, so you can't use that. You're saying measurables, and I explained to you, measurables don't mean shit. LeBron is the big nigga. He can be
I said it's a plus.
And not be a great defender. That doesn't mean anything. I said
it's a plus. What the fuck wrong with
you? But you can't. It's not a plus yet because you don't have the basis. You don't have the basis to say, oh, you have a plus.
Man, hey, Dex, listen. This boy unhinged, and I'm not even trying to.
Lead with your wits,
you're
not
being
your
dumb. Dex, listen to me, bro. This is basic.
Wow.
This is basic debate argumentation. He presents two different points that are countered. His observations aren't sufficient, and measurables are sufficient. Those are two things that use his premises to lead to his conclusion.
But listen, gentlemen, you got to show each other some courtesy. When one talk, if you can't debunk it, then move to another subject.
Exactly.
Yeah, he can't move on. We can move on. He's not debunking. He literally repeats himself. Do you have another point?
Hey, listen, if I get cut off, I still ain't gonna say something different. Shit.
You repeated yourself. You said measurables, and I see
this.
Cutting
me
so
off,
we can move
what am
on.
I going to say next?
You repeated yourself. Every time I let you talk, you just ramble.
You got nigga.
Come on, bro. You think repeating yourself in different language, different linguistics mean anything, dumbass?
You was wow.
You think saying two different sentences, different ways means you're saying something different? You're saying the same shit.
You are bugging.
Like, come on, bro.
I was the real shit.
All right, anyway,
outside of the basketball shit.
Have an argument.
Listen back to the scream. You was bugging right now, bro. You was bugging.
Yeah, I don't care. You're getting fucking slammed. You're so you lack brain cells. You can't even come up with a good argument.
No, listen.
Like just say you watch basketball. Just say you watch basketball for entertainment because you don't understand it on an in-depth level at all. Like your argument is, oh well, he's really big. He looks really big.
Crazy.
Yeah, therefore he's gonna be a great defender. Like, bro, that's a stupid argument, bro.
Me, but you sound crazy,
bro.
You sound
this nigga's retarded. You have no qualification for your argument. The only thing you're saying is, "Oh, I see a big man, therefore he's going to be a great defender." You're fucking retarded. You're retarded, nigga. Shut up.
Why do you think Michael Jordan the greatest? You think they gonna say because I just feel that way? No, they gonna say they watch him.
That nigga you just contradicted yourself. You just contradicted yourself because Michael Jordan doesn't even have the same measurables. What are you talking about?
What is you?
Michael Jordan's actually
someone in the chat. If anybody in the chat thought I've been saying Michael Jordan measurable 6'2", please say
but you appeal to that example. You appeal to Michael Jordan as an example. You appeal to him as an example, and that example contradicts your argument.
You eat the day?
You can't appeal.
Did you eat the day?
Michael Jordan, and then when I put Michael Jordan card on you, it contradicts your argument. Michael Jordan is the biggest nigga in the league, but he was the best defender at his position.
Said they had the same measurables.
What are you talking about?
All I'm saying is
I'm not talking about the same measurables. That's not my argument, dumbass. You're retarded.
And that's why I think his defense good.
Nigga, yes, I'm saying the reason you want Scoot is not sufficient for an argument.
The fuck you asked me the question for?
Nigga, you didn't say, I didn't ask you why you want Scoot. You said, why'd you get him? Nigga, are you retarded? You didn't ask me what you believe. You said this is the reason they should do this. You said this is what they should do. That's different. You're so dumb. You're dumb. I'm done talking to you. This nigga's so retarded. You're dumb.
You've been drinking.
Yeah, I haven't been drinking. I think you've been drinking. You don't understand basic argumentation. You're so retarded. Like I'm explaining basic things.
You enjoyed the beat, right? That's cool. But you can't
argument. Your only argument is saying why that wasn't the argument. The argument is why they should do this. What's the probable argument for it? Give me that.
Without saying the same thing, without saying something.
Bro, you're not going to win.
Because you lack brain cells. This is a skill issue. I can't tell you what to say. You're not smart enough to come up with an actual answer because you don't intellectually come to my level. That's why. You're not on my level. I don't what are you talking about? You can't make a response. No, you're not going to win because you're not on my level.
He just be like, I'm going to read magazines about it and hope that I can have an argument with somebody.
You're going to say the same thing over and over, bro. You're not going to win, bro.
Hey, listen, that's fine. I tried to tell him earlier.
He's gonna say the same thing over. Bro, you can't. Oh my god, y'all are dumb. If you just take into account. You take into account that's not what we're arguing about, dude. That's not what we're arguing about. We're arguing about whether or not your answer is sufficient enough to dictate what they should do, and your answer isn't. That's the problem. You can't say you can't change the argument now. Okay, yeah, we disagree. You lost. Shut up. You lost. You disagree. You lost. You didn't have an argument. I disagree. You asked me what I think. I came up here asking for the argument. You did not present it, and you challenged me to present the argument. You didn't have one. So shut up talking to me.
Okay, so you don't agree with my argument.
It's not an argument. It's not an argument anymore. You say you saw it. You say you saw it. Therefore, it is. That's not an argument. That is literally fallacious. That is illogical.
I don't know why you bring your people.
I'm not finna walk you through a logic course to explain to you why your argument isn't valid. It's not sufficient.
Everybody, even arguing over each other, had a more productive conversation.
They had a more productive conversation because nobody was confronting your shitty argument and showing you how bad it was. When I confront it, it makes everything go to shit. Of course. Nobody was pointing out the flaws in your argument. I'm pointing out the flaws. So of course it's going to be different. It's different when a bear or a lion runs up on you and tries to rip your neck off versus a baby. I'm a lion. They're not me. Like, what are you talking about?
Hey, fam, don't even stress yourself, man. I've been through this with no panic so many times, man.
You better tell me. I don't come up my point.
Not winning.
No, I'm not saying no panic. I'm not saying you're right. I'm just saying it ain't a winning with your ass, period. Because you don't come off of it.
Hey, James, listen, I 100%.
That's what I'm saying, bro. Like you can, if you've been listening, and I get the impression that No Panic does this all the time, but you see that he makes a point. He makes a point. He gets pressured on that point. It's shown that it's not sufficient to actually lead to his conclusion. He doesn't have an argument, so he has to repeat himself.
But no panic. Where he's getting at though, it's a conversation, right? So literally, it has to be a give and take thing, right? So if you're asking him or he's asking you something, it's an efficient answer, and then let him answer in his way. You know what I'm saying? Instead of just dictating and narrating the whole answer.
But see,
exactly.
You being fake right now. That's what he's doing. I never said he's wrong. I never said he been wrong.
Bro, you made me too. You heard me say like 3 different things. He's been repeating the same thing for like 30 minutes.
I know.
Bro, look,
Oh,
I heard that
defensive measurement. Oh, Scoot Henderson's really big, and I see this on the television, Juju. So, he should be a good defender.
I disagree. I've shown you why. It's not sufficient enough to lead to that conclusion. LeBron is a good example. Michael Jordan is a good example. They don't have those key factors. So how are you correlating it? What's the correlation?
Am I tripping? Or am I the one who got cut off halfway through my sentence? And every time I get a chance to talk, I'm basically trying to get what I already been trying to get out, but I couldn't? Or I tripping? Because that's what you sound like to me.
No. Sometimes we hear you. No panic. It's just that you repeat yourself. You know what I mean, a lot of times, and not that we don't not that we don't care, but it just gets frustrating because now we're trying to move the conversation forward, and then you can say the same thing over and over in a different way.
Let me ask you this, Chance. Let's say I ask you a question. You stop responding, and I cut you off halfway. What do you want to say next time you get a chance to talk?
Yeah, I feel that.
But you understand why I'm cutting him off? I'm cutting him off because he's repeating himself, and I explained to him when you repeat yourself, I need to cut you off so we can progress it. Because if he's just repeating himself, it goes in an infinite circle.
You ain't even letting me respond.
Wait, excuse me, to the brother talking right quick. Do you understand that? Wait, excuse me, to the brother talking right now. You understand that if he said this and I respond to it and he repeats it and I cut him off, the reason I'm cutting him off is because he's repeating the same thing. It's an infinite progression. It just goes around. Repeat yourself. I answer it, repeat yourself. Like, say something else.
What the fuck is you? Bro, listen. My head's starting to hurt, and I never feel like my head about to hurt. You really confusing, bro. Like, you're a confusing
I'm not
person.
confusing.
I don't
I'm
know
not
if you
confusing.
just want to argue because you ain't got friends or you ain't got shit to do right now. Oh, what? But, bro, this shit
I am
crazy. This shit.
No panic. We don't even have to go that far.
I know you ain't agreeing with me and nothing like that, bro. But let them know I ain't going.
No, we know that. No. Ain't nobody trying to bitch you out. I mean, punk you out, or ain't nobody trying to tell you that you ain't who. None of that, bro. What he's literally just trying to convey to you is that sometimes when you're chatting, have a conversation, he gets it, right? So you don't have to tell him 5 different ways 5 times, right? He gets it. He's trying to progress the conversation forward now, right? After he gets what you said. Now, on your part, it's supposed to say, okay, you know what? He got it. Now I'm just going to step back and let's continue the conversation elsewhere. But you like to say, no. Let me run it into your brain so you get it.
No, hold on.
But we get it. We mess with you. We get you.
I want to say something without being interrupted myself. So go ahead.
No. I'm just telling you, like we mess with you tough. You know what I'm saying? So literally, like, we kind of know how it goes. But for somebody who doesn't like chat with you often, they probably don't know. You know what I'm saying? And everybody has their own quirks. So it's not like it's just a terrible bad thing.
I 100% agree with you about what conversation is. I get it. But I'm telling you, he asked me a question. When I was responding, he stopped me. Even if you saying the repeating thing, okay, cool. What happened the first time?
You're not listening. I cut you off because you're repeating yourself. I explained that to you. I told you you're repeating yourself, and I said, "Dude, you're repeating yourself. Just say something different. Let me cut you off so we can progress it." I told you that every time.
Yeah.
Let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
Am I wrong as a man? Let's fuck all this basketball shit. We men, right?
Mm-hmm.
I say something to you, you respond. I ask you a question, you respond. I respond, you respond. That's a manly because that's a man. If we ain't each other face, you ain't cutting me off. You ain't doing this disrespectful shit. You ain't doing none of that. But we on the phone, so I get it. Ain't no bravado around. Ain't no testosterone.
Dude, if I was in front of you, bro, like it would be way worse for you.
My point. See what I mean? And then if I start repeating myself, I'm gonna be wrong. So let me.
I didn't say you were wrong. I didn't say you were wrong.
What it is, no panic, right? What it is, right? Is like after.
I can't finish my point because y'all want.
Oh, I know. I thought you were done.
Bro, we understand. You don't have to ramble. We understand.
No. That's my bad, bro. I thought you were done. Go ahead.
I feel you, and you ain't saying nothing wrong, nigga. But in this scenario, right, y'all. No,
okay, if he don't say nothing wrong, you agree with me.
Look, and that's cool, though. But look, no panic. Look, hear me out. Hear me out, no panic. Like, just hear me out right quick, fam. Because I'm not on nobody's side, right? I'm literally on the side of Brian.
But I'm not repeating yourself.
No, just hear me out.
Panic. Everybody in chat agrees that you're just moving the goalposts. You're not really on topic. Like, you're just doing semantics, bro. Like, come on.
Bro, so you're not throwing a diss at you, but he's not throwing a diss at you. He's just trying to say.
How am I doing semantics when I haven't even given you a full point?
Because you're repeating yourself. That's not my point. You can't convey your point properly. That's not my point. That's not my problem.
I couldn't even finish my response, but I'm moving the goalpost. What goalpost that is there for me to move?
Because now you're talking about the conventional. You're talking about the conventionality of the conversation except the basketball or the actual topic of the conversation. You're talking about the conversation instead of the topic of the conversation. You've shifted to something else instead of basketball. You're talking about bullshit about conventionality and how conversations should go instead of talking about basketball. You've moved the goalpost because you can't compete. You can't compete with me when I say LaMelo Ball and this team should not have Scoot Henderson.
Bro, we is not on a basketball court. I'm not
so go
trying
ahead
to
and talk to the other guy about something else, about a conversation that I don't care about. Go ahead.
If I don't agree with your opinion, I'm gonna say I don't agree. I'm not about to sit there and force feed you my opinion.
That's what you're doing to me. You repeated yourself 8 times.
Let me interrupt you there because we all do that in our own way, right? Now, whether we force it down gently or forcefully, you know what I mean, or harshly, it literally depends on the person, right? But we all kind of do that, right? Because we're debating.
Listen, Chance. I feel that you're trying to be referee right now, but I think you must understand the entire scenario. And I'm not trying to force nothing. I never do try to force nothing down somebody. If you agree with me, cool. That's why I say I don't change my responses because the only person that can change my mind is me, bro.
Yeah. I agree with that. No, but what he's saying is sometimes
y'all don't agree with me, cool.
To move the conversation forward, sometimes you have to agree to disagree and let it go. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes you got to agree to disagree.
We can progress this, man.
Anybody can tell you.
Hey, I want to ask you a question, my guy.
I get my point out.
What's your name? The other guy, Chance or whatever.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, Chance. Okay, so just going over his argument, right? He's basically saying that Scoot distributes these measurables, these different things that would suggest
the same thing he was saying earlier. He just said it a different way.
Right. He was saying basically he has similar properties as Marcus Smart, so he can be in a similar mode as Marcus Smart. That's his argument. I brought up the idea that the things that you're using to draw that conclusion are all insufficient. One, what he's using is measurables. So to attack that measurables isn't sufficient, I bring up multiple examples where measurables aren't taken into account, especially with defense on the guard position. So you can't then say measurables is an inference that leads to your conclusion. Point one gone. The next point is, through my observations on this fucking TV screen, right, it's an opinion. That's a subjective take. So I could just respond to that. Okay, well, through my observations, I see something that's different. So what I'm asking him for is a quantification, some sort of numerical value that you can place on any of these things.
Now you're going to ask for something that he might not be able to give you, right? And then that's going to frustrate you because you're a person that's about, hey, I need this. Like, if you're going to ask me this, I need this answer then. And his answer might not come the way you want them or should, but he's answering it in his way. You feel me? So it's just it's literally like just dealing with the person on more, you know what I mean, often basis, I guess, and then you'll get to see how they kind of talk and how you differ.
So basically, you trying to tell him he need to listen, but you saying it in a nice way. Y'all niggas.
No. We all do. No, we all do. Crazy. No. We all need to listen, right?
Yeah,
but what he's trying to say is,
because if y'all listen, you would understand that's an incomplete.
It's funny. He's being a hypocrite now and cutting you off, right? When he was saying, "I need to listen." You need to listen and let him speak.
Hey,
Be quiet. Go ahead. Go ahead, Chance.
That's they crazy.
We interrupt each other all the time. That's why I don't even take it. I don't take it personal because we'll get back on track.
We do this all the time, bro.
Yeah, we'll get back on track again. Like, I don't care about this.
Oh, you're not progressing. I'm trying to progress the point. Let somebody talk. Let them finish their complete.
You just cut off Chance. You can't say that when you just cut him off and then earlier you said we all cut
I understand that.
But I was listening earlier, right?
I'm just trying to educate you, bro.
Yeah, but that was your opinion, right? So when he tried to move the conversation forward, all he was trying to do was just move it forward. Like, he got what you said, right? He got it. He took it in, right? He ingested it, all of whatever you want him to do with it. He got it. It wasn't his viewpoint, right? So now there's two opposite viewpoints, right? So you can agree to disagree and then move on to the next subject, right? Cool. So that we progress the conversation.
Hey, Chance, let me ask you something, because I know you probably I don't know if you've been paying attention, but remember earlier in the conversation, he had said something and everybody would keep kind of misinterpreting what he said. I get exactly what he was saying, but everybody would keep misinterpreting, and he keep jumping, then stopping everybody saying,
that's not true. I disagree with. I agree with Dex multiple times, and we move forward. What are you talking about? No, I said Dex. I agree. Let's move on. Or if I disagree, let's move on.
What I'm saying is, you did the exact same thing that you're telling me not to do. But now it's a different. That sound crazy to you?
No. No, but literally it's tit for tat, right? Because you're telling him this, he's telling you this, right? You guys are basically saying the same thing, right? But you guys are not hearing each other because you guys are at each other right now. But you guys are saying the same thing, right? We literally need to move the conversation forward. All he's trying to let you know is you don't need to tell him 5 times the same scenario. He got it the first time you told him, right? Because you do that, no panic. You'll say it one way, right? No, hold on, bro. Give me 2 seconds.
No, I'm not saying look what he's doing. Look what he's doing, Chance. He's doing it to you.
No, Panic. Give me 2 seconds. Give me 2 seconds, bro. Because I'm just literally trying to help you out, right? Literally, you'll tell me something.
No, I don't need help, bro. I swear I don't need help. I know what.
Look at him. He's not even trying to progress.
If you would have let me finish, Panic. Stop it, bro. If you let me finish, I was gonna tell you that's not what I'm talking about.
You trying to play referee, but
no, bro. Look, I'm trying to help you, bro. You're literally not listening to me. Bro, if you would literally just listen to me, right? You would literally get where I'm coming from. I'm not harming you. I'm not dissing you or nothing. I'm not coming from a different.
Oh, you about to repeat yourself? I only interrupt you because I want to show you.
I'm not saying about you. I'm not even talking about interrupting. Listen, you're not even listening to me, bro. I'm not even talking about interrupting, bro. If you would literally give me 2 seconds to breathe.
But you about to repeat yourself, Chance. Well, I want to hear repeat.
That's what I'm saying. But just what I'm trying. Just the example I'm trying to give him, right? Literally, I'm getting like the example I'm trying to give you is what you're literally giving me right now. I'm not all the scenarios you just brought up. Panic.
Going over your head just now.
Panic. 2 seconds. All the things that you just brought up was nothing I was going to say. I was literally going to say something totally different, but you literally didn't let me get the last little part off to tell you I agree with what you're saying, but it's just some people don't take the way you say it the same way I probably would. So maybe if you would kind of like, hey, all right, you know what? I said it once. You said you got it. All right. Well, then this is what I mean by it. This is what you think about it. And we can move on to the next because we're just going to progress the conversation. See, I wasn't going to go against you. I was going to say nothing else.
Can I respond?
Yeah, of course.
At this point, I ain't trying to yell. Change.
Huh? Yeah, I got
you cool. You cool. Like I appreciate it. That you're trying to help and all that. But the reason why I saying you ain't understanding what's going on because you keep saying repeating. What happened to the initial response that got interrupted? Why is that being ignored to say? Oh,
that's not being ignored. You have that's not being ignored. You have your right to be upset about that. You have your right to be upset about that. So nobody's telling you don't though.
Okay, so if we going based off of human law, the fruit from the poisonous tree.
Yeah.
What comes first? What is the first infraction?
Totally understand that, right? But literally, how does that make
the first infraction is you repeating yourself?
And go
no. It's just like the second person that got caught. You know what I mean? Even though you did it first, I totally understand where you're coming from with your analogy.
No, that's not what I mean. What I'm saying is, if you get pulled by officers right now, right, and they find all type of shit in your car, but they pull you illegally.
Not even analogous.
Your tag's expired, but your tag's really ain't expired. Anything they find after that is null and void. I don't care if they find a dead body.
Dude, that is like, such a disanalogy.
If I never got interrupted, I would never have to repeat myself. Point blank.
Okay, totally get it right. Now, after you do get interrupted, right, and you feel that way, then just be like, hey, I got interrupted right quick. Let me get this off right quick, and then we can move on.
I'm gonna keep it.
No, it's not about being a bitch. It's not about none of that, bro. It's sometimes you just no, Panic. Listen to me. Sometimes it's about
now
being a bigger
prescribing it to be a bitch.
No.
That's so dumb.
Bro. I do it myself, bro.
That's basic debate structure.
I have an attitude problem, bro. I do it myself. I gotta check myself sometimes because I'll literally flip out. You already know that, bro. So literally, I have to take a step back in myself and say, you know what? Let me say, you know what? I agree, but I don't. But let's move this forward to move the conversation forward. Even if I don't agree with the person, I might not even like what they said. But just for the sake of the conversation and everybody else, you know what I'm saying? I don't always have to say, okay, well, I'm heard. We heard you. Okay,
but is it a conversation if I never got my answer out?
No, totally. That's what I said. Hey, I got interrupted. Let me get my answer off.
He got his answer out. It was just a repetition.
I just said that to you, bro. I said, let the person know, hey.
Let's talk basketball.
Okay, I was just trying to move the conversation forward.
Like, bro, if nobody has a problem with the examples that I presented, which would be examples that deny the idea that Scoot is going to be some like Marcus Smart, Drew Holiday level defender.
I have a problem with you not believing in Scoot.
That's why I said if you listen to my full point, you would know.
You don't believe in Scoot. I got a problem with you.
Yeah, you can give me whatever your reasoning or whatever. You might convince me.
But why couldn't I get that up the first time?
You see, what is this man talking about? This dude is. Why are you crying?
If you had let me get a complete point,
Flight just told you to move on, and you're being a little kid and going back. Flight just said, "Move on." Can we go on to something else? Stop being a little kid and repeating yourself again,
bro. Listen, you crazy.
Be a grown man, bro. Move
Listen,
on.
okay, so
Grown men move on. Grown men move on. So be a big boy.
Okay, cool. So Chance, what I'm saying is, I believe that when I look at Scoot Henderson game, the only deficiency I see is free throw shooting and shooting the 3-ball. Everything else, I don't see. All I need to see that he can play in the league with that, and he can be a very productive player. Brandon Miller, I get the 3-ball, but when I look at intangibles, not intangible, but I look at his game, what I see is a stuff player. I said this earlier, so if
Scoot
y'all
got
feel
the
like this a
intangibles.
repeat, I'll just stop. So when I look at Scoot, back to going to Scoot with his defense, I watch him be a very feisty fucking defender. And on top of that, it don't hurt that he's 6'2" with a almost 7-foot wingspan.
Yeah. We were saying that earlier. We was on the same page.
Hey, listen, and you see I get a 4.0, so nobody think I trying to compare him to Marcus Smart.
Yeah, I don't get the comparison to Marcus Smart.
Yeah, I be either. All I saying is teams in the NBA today, they looking for all types of players. And one valuable player that we can see on a lot of successful teams over the past couple of years is all of them had that defender at the point that shut all that shit down damn near half court. That disrupts the offense. That makes makes it hard for a point guard to get his shit off as far as getting players in positions, calling the right plays against the right maneuvers. That type of shit. That's what a defender like Alonzo Ball or Marcus Smart or Drew Holiday or even Caruso.
And some people have that tangible. Like some people already have it, and then some people have to develop it.
Yeah, I believe that Scoot can develop that down the line because everything I've seen about Scoot is not about this year. It's about over the next 5 to 10 years.
But the same thing can be said for Miller. You know what I'm saying? Like he can literally just surpass Scoot.
That's why
and we could be talking about Scoot right now, and then all of a sudden Scoot not avoid next year.
Yeah, but see, hey, Chance, that's why sometimes when we don't listen,
Miller,
you
number
have
3
heard
pick.
me say this all night. I'm not saying Brandon Miller is not a top 5 player. I'm not knocking his game at all.
No, you never said
All
that.
I'm saying is this might
Charlie gonna get this one right.
Number 2.
No. You've been consistent on that. You've been saying that.
It's crazy, Chance. It's crazy, Chance, because it's like, okay, well, I think Scoot should be number 2. Puts out a criteria, lays out a criteria, outlines a criteria. Everything that you name in that criteria, Brandon Miller can fit, right? He can develop those intangibles to be an elite defender thanks to his versatility, his size. He already has the shooting factor. He has better size in terms of if we're talking about arm length and height and shit like that, right? And even just from a scoring perspective in general, he's already shown to be a better scorer. Like anything that you name other than I'm not done, Dex. Other than ball handling, which is fine because we already have that, then it's not actually a criteria.
Did you get off? He's getting off. Hold on. Let you finish.
No, that's it. That's all I got to say. I'm just saying the criteria.
Let me address. I want to address Juju. Hold on 1 second. Okay, Juju, you said everything that he said about Scoot, you can correlate that to Brandon Miller.
In terms of potential, yes.
Right. Now, the thing of it is, where do Charlotte suffer from?
I think right now what they suffer from is injuries.
No, if everybody's healthy, where would be their Achilles heel? What aspect of the court that they need to stow up?
It's very interesting. Because I think a lot of the problems gets like I can't answer that question. It's a hypothetical question. It's like, well, if everybody's healthy, which we haven't seen, what's the weakness? Like I can't really answer that.
That's a good answer. If you don't know, then you don't know, and I like that.
Yeah, it's like a hypothetical thing, but yeah.
Can't you watch enough Charlotte basketball? What do you think? What is your observation?
You know, I'm all in the sports. I think Scoot would be a good fit because they you already know me. Him and Melo, I think, would bounce off of each other very well. One attribute that one doesn't have, the other one can kind of give it to him. You know me, as far as like defense for Lamelo and as far as shooting for Scoot, why couldn't they bounce off of each other like that? Some of the greats always have.
Interesting. No panic.
I ain't got no more on that.
I think Charlotte Achilles heels is at the guard position. Now,
Mhm.
when I say guard position, it's not fingerprinting. I mean, it's not finger pointing at Lamelo, but just the
Mhm.
guard position in totality. Because Lamelo's
Now, what do
not
you think they
playing
need though? Do you think
48
they need
minutes.
like a Chris Paul or
No, I think they
Well,
need a really sharp
combo
edge
guard?
guard with a lightning type attitude.
Lamelo.
A combo
You
guard,
know
a
what I'm
good
saying?
combo guard.
Because it's
The
kind of
demeanor.
it's
I'm
kind of
just
weird
thinking of
because
the demeanor.
Because I was gonna say like the
Yeah,
critique before was like, okay, I would have said the Achilles heel was the big man position. We don't have a legit big that can defend on the 3-point line, block shots, roll to the rim, catch the
Mm-hmm.
ball, even
Mm-hmm.
shoot from time to time, right? That's what we were lacking.
That's
But we
Stone got
seem to
that.
have found that in Mark Williams, right? So we
Yeah.
fixed that, but it's like, okay, well, since
there
we
you go.
fixed that, we
I
really
agree.
haven't seen the team in totality. So it's like, well, the guard, even
Now you
like we
fix the
don't even
portion
know
of
if
it.
the guard position is like the weak point. Like we don't know what the weak position is. Like it's like we
Yeah,
could think
This
it
is
is,
why.
we could
see, that ain't
This is
always
speculate,
why.
about the
but
team though.
like
This is why I
My
say
bad.
the
Go ahead.
guard.
My bad.
This is why I say the guard point. The guard a section of the Charlotte Hornets stratagem is the weak point is because you only really have Lamelo. There's nothing else because Terry Rozier, when Lamelo first got there, Terry Rozier road dog was who?
No, fuck.
Who
Devontae
was
Graham,
his road dog? Devontae Graham.
Devontae Graham.
So when Lamelo entwined in that situation, then Terry Rozier had to get used to playing with a guard like Lamelo. You know, tall, can do it all. Terry don't have to really do much. He don't have to come off and try to play big defense and just a whole lot of stuff that Lamelo shadow his flaws. You know what I'm saying? He put his flaws in the dark. He shadowed his flaws. So Terry, all he had to do was what? Shoot, run around the court, come off picks, pin down, and shoot. Now Terry Rozier is getting a little older, and Terry Rozier is not willing to run as much as Lamelo wants to run. Terry Rozier will slow the ball down. So will Gordon Hayward. Gordon Hayward will slow the ball down. And sometimes you can see the frustration on LaMelo's face. It's like when I saw him play live. I saw a lot of frustration on his face by these guys slowing the ball down and giving the Los Angeles Clippers with the Claw and Paul George and Zubac healthy. This was a healthy Clipper team that they eventually lost by 11 when they had the lead by 3 in the fourth quarter because players didn't want to run. And when they slowed the ball down, Kawhi and Paul George went to work in the half court offense because they were the better team. But if they would have kept running with the ball, they would have eventually beat the Clippers, just like they beat the Lakers. So now you have an opportunity to draft a guard that is willing to run the floor at 100 miles an hour. I'm talking about multiple gazelles out there at one time, and you ain't got to worry about slowing the ball down. Now, of course, some aspect of the game, in some junctions, you're going to have to slow the ball down. But I just believe, I'm just going by with LeVar. I'm just going by with LeVar because that's his son. And I trust him, just like somebody should trust me with my daughter. If I say something about her growing up and what she can do with her capabilities and things of that nature, introducing her to the world, right? So I'm going with LeVar. He said, you ain't seen nothing yet until you see LaMelo Ball in a high pitch offense. He said, this little stuff you seeing what LaMelo Ball do, that ain't nothing. That's child's play. Wait till you see him going up and down 100 miles an hour and the other team gasping for air and their tongues hanging out because nobody's seen somebody play this fast, this good, or this well. And when you got a running mate with you, plus you got Miles Bridges coming back, I just think this is a recipe for success. Now, how much success? I'm not going to fantasize. I think they can be a hard out in the first round.
Okay.
So what y'all been saying about somebody said Mark Williams, we all said something about Charlotte need like that center that do this, that, and the
Juju
third,
said that.
defend the three, shoot three.
No, I didn't say we need that. I said we needed that before, but we got it now, potentially.
So you said shoot.
I like Mark Williams.
Mark Williams
like
and Nick Richards, they're both really solid.
Really that's a center by committee. I agree with that.
About did you say he shoot the 3 ball?
No, I didn't say he did. I didn't say he shoots a 3 ball. I just say he shoots. I say he defends well, like going to the 3-point line and to the rim, and then he has the potential to shoot like mid-range shots. Like it's been times where he shot like a post turnaround mid-range shots. Like he's a 7-footer. He shoots free throws at a 70%, 76%, 70-something% clip. So he has the tools to be a good shooter or a decent shooter for a big man, not 3-point shots or anything like that. But yeah.
Yeah, Mark Williams does his job and he does it well, and he shows a lot of maturation this season. And coming into this season, because it's still going now, coming into the opening of the 2023-2024 season, I think he's going to be a walking double-double.
You think that?
And one of the best shot blockers in the league. I really believe he can do that, bro. Like he's great defensive awareness. But I was gonna say about like you were talking about like running and with Lamelo, how he wants to really run the floor and all these like different things, and you think they need a guard. And I know you disagree with like, or not disagree, but I know you agree with like the logic of like versatility in the league, how anybody can virtually play any position. Like you can put somebody that's
right.
Yeah,
Purple baby always say positionless basketball.
Exactly. And I think if you are, and I think they are in the mode to be a positionless team. You have a 6'8" point guard. You have, other than Terry, right? But everybody else has the intangibles to be like very switchable and damn near positionless. So adding Brandon Miller into that is even better. And it also meets the requirements for those other things, which is LaMelo running the floor. Because Brandon Miller also gets out in transition, runs the floor, catch alleys. We saw him do it at Bama, right? So it's like all of the things that you could point to be like, okay, well, LaMelo Ball wants this. The team is going in this direction. They need a guard, whatever. Brandon Miller actually can do all of those things too.
Right. But the exception is this right here. This is the exception. I know most college players can do that, right? Because that's basically, a lot of them do. I mean, they get to college, they try to get some structure on trying to run pro sets and things of that nature. But all of them do AAU. They just run up and down the court, do all the fantastic moves and things of that nature. But what I'm saying is that Melo off ball, because Melo can push the ball. We already know that. He have done it plenty of time. But him off ball will be a greater show than LaMelo pushing the ball himself. Because what LaMelo does, he's fast. He's fast. And he's tall. So it's hard. And Melo is swivel around the rim, even in traffic. You follow what I'm saying?
Yeah, I agree. Dex, I agree. I don't agree that he's better off ball. I think like if LaMelo Ball is your best player, we see that in the NBA, you want your best player with the ball in their hands. Unless you disagree that if they had somebody like LeBron or they had somebody really good that we could trust to like deliver LaMelo the ball if he were to play off ball, I would agree. But I don't really see anybody competent enough to like take it out of his hands.
Hold on, y'all. Shout out Chance. Shout out Juju, man. You got to definitely pop back out, man. It's definitely it was an honor to have you tonight. You was cooking tonight. You electrified. What you been up to, Juju?
Nothing. Just been working on school and stuff, and that's pretty much it. Just school.
Okay. You doing good?
Congrats.
Yeah, for sure. I'm chilling, bro. That's pretty much it. Just trying to finish school. I will probably get back on the YouTube grind. I've been lacking and stuff, but
you good? No. Stick with the stick. Do your school thing. You're doing a good job, man. Just keep working on your school, man, and keep grinding. That's for a good look.
Appreciate it, man.
These years, I'm telling you, man, you ain't gonna get them back.
Yep.
No, man. It's gonna suck.
We got to get up out of here, Juju.
I know
yo, it's love that you're a legend around here, man. It's Flight Sports. Shout out All Access. You already know what it is. Salute to everybody. We're gonna do this again. We got the finals tomorrow. It's going down. We're gonna shut it down as Flight Sports TV.
Flight Sports TV, man. That's my dude. I rolls with him.
You heard what the man said. It's Flight Sports TV.